like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed. Skipping out, no, I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me higher. You take me higher, baby. You take me
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits and all the drive that I have. Well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing and everything that I dread. Well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew.
Welcome, everyone. We are here. Thank you so much. After a very short delay, we are here and ready to go for the NECC kickoff here with the League of Legends side of things. We are here with the 2022-2023 Fall League of Legends series, and boy, do we have a couple showcases for you. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is Random Minion Caster, and he will be covering with me two series here today. We'll be covering the Challengers as well as the Champions divisions, and then later on tonight, hopefully starting at about 10 p.m. EST, will be the Legends divisions. These three divisions will go ahead and be your rankings. Of course, you can go ahead and see right there, it is Juniata Eagles versus the CSU Vikes Green here to kick things off, and then moving into the Challengers division, it will be the Kansas State JV squad versus St. Mary's. Then at the very end of the day, it will be the Legends Division matchup, Fisher Boston versus York University Black. RMC, how you feeling? Are you ready? And are you excited?
It's been too long, Orbital. I know we had the summer open, and that was fun and all, but it's just not the same as a full NECC league. And this year, this split particularly, NECC has expanded so much. There's so many more new teams coming in. In fact, our first match of the day here, Orbital. Champions used to be the highest division. It's now the second highest. We have Legends above them. And we've got a new team already right away in our first match. Now, Juniata Eagles, people probably a little bit more familiar with them. They're actually the champions of Challengers, or pardon me, was it Challengers Yellow that they were part of last split? But they managed to win their division here. Yes, confirmed. It's Challengers that they were in. So they've kind of upgraded now to champions here. Champions as champions, only fitting. On the other hand, CSU Vikes Green, That's a new university who has joined the NECC, and they've got more than one team entering here. The green team, pardon me, especially interesting because these teams actually played each other in their activation matches. So today is potentially a bit of a rematch coming in here, but today's going to be a best of 3 compared to the best of 1 that they played for activations.
And I mean, I'm excited, right? The Activision matches activation matches, can mean quite a bit, right? They can mean that, hey, teams are warming up, teams are getting ready, and it's a great way to scout your opponent. At the same time, if you win or lose those matches, it really doesn't have as much bearing as some people might say. It's like the preseason in football, right? It gives you a glimpse, but it doesn't give you the entire idea of what these teams can bring to the table. Not just that, I mean, we just recently had a very small patch come out that adjusted a few champions, some up, some down, some decent changes. I mean, mainly is to the Hecarim that has been ruling over the Rift for quite some time, and now is getting a little bit of a halter, a little bit of weight put on top of it. So, some changes are in there that I'm very, very curious to see how the teams play out and how they want to open up the season. But let's go ahead and dive into this first matchup for the side of the Cleveland State University, or if we're going to see him, Juniata College. I do like this. We are going to have Wizza, Krillium, Leo, Volantis, and Dog. These 5 players will go ahead and make up your team for Juniata College.
Yeah, and Dog being the newer player to this roster here. Everybody else, I believe, actually played last split back in spring. I'm not referring to the Summer Open. I'm talking about the spring season here. So Dog a little bit newer. On their hand, as we mentioned, CSU Vikes Green, brand new team. So it is going to be Shysept in that top lane, wrecked by Kakarot in the jungle here. His beard's weird in the mid lane, or pardon me, in the jungle. Wrecked by Kakarot's their mid laner. Sorry, the order a little bit swapped here. Shoes going to be their bot laner. I'm not going to call him an AD carry because he does like to pull out AP carries or supports occasionally, and Aqualad being their actual main support.
And I mean, let's talk about this a little bit because there's a decent number of players on this team that, as a new team, it is quite fun to think about. But RMC, you have a bit of history with this squad from CSU, and not just them, but they also have history with the side of Juniata College. Maybe not the teams, but some of the players seem to have a little bit of history between the two of them.
So specifically the coaches for both of these teams, actually. For CSU Vikes Green, they've got a player coach, Shoes, who's going to be their bot laner, is also acting as their coach here. And on the side of Juniata, they've got a new coach this season who kind of just joined them towards the end of spring in the playoff run that they did, where they eventually won, Destiny Seal. I actually had the pleasure of casting both these players before last year in a different league, Risen Divine, and they were playing the grand finals, and I haven't seen them since then, but today, again, they seem to be at loggerheads once again, and both of them, it's an interesting matchup as well, because they're both pretty good coaches, so we see that already from Juniata, the way they played the playoffs, really solid drafts for the most part. For CSU Vikes Green, I want to highlight the fact that their roster is a little bit unfortunate in that a lot of them have to actually off-roll here. Wrecked by Kakarot, their mid laner, as well as Shoes, are actually support mains in solo queue. So they've got 3 supports from the same team. And that means that Shoes has to flex around a little bit as a coach to try and make things work. Speaking of supports, though, Juniata, we mentioned they've got one new player, Dog, sort of coming in here. But it's not as simple as just, a player swap here, because the one that left their team was their jungler. So they're having a bit of shuffling happening as well. Volantis played for them in the jungle position, but he too is actually a support main. So 5 supports between 2 teams on the Rift today.
It's the battle of the supports. Normally it's like battle of mid lane, battle of top. No. Battle of supports. Let's just flush out all the support picks, send it into the Rift, and have an hour-long team fight. That's what's going to happen here. So eyes are there, but another notable player to come out here, one that if some people follow, I want to say, the professional scene and maybe know some of the professional players a little bit, in more personally at least, there's actually one player on CSU Vikes that might be recognized, or at least hopefully will be recognizable by the end of the series.
Yeah, I have very little doubt we're going to know his name here. And that's the jungler that we're talking about here for CSU Vikes Green. His beard's weird. Now, I don't know who his beard is, but perhaps it's in reference to his brother. His brother's actually Zazel, C9 coach and former pro player in the LCS here. So, I mean, I've looked at some of their match histories here, and definitely his beard's weird is a big part of this team here, that aggressive jungler, and especially if CSU ends up playing, multiple support style, especially if they're playing a support mid. We mentioned Wrecked by Kakarot is actually a support main, so it wouldn't be surprising to see that happen here. you can really enable his Beard's Weird to carry for that role. We think back to, the Xinjiao double support meta, Olaf jungle support meta here. It's not the current meta, but it's still viable if your team is really good at it.
Yeah, it's fun seeing different names come up, and it also shows a little bit, and we very obviously do not get this a whole lot in esports, but we do get it in a lot of traditional sports, at least. If you're in North America, you know about football, the legacy of some of those football stars that go out. I mean, the Mannings are probably the biggest like kind of family, that kind of comes out here. It's a lot of the rivalry between there. But it's interesting to see that esports is now slowly building up those types of relationships, right? We're seeing brothers come in. I think another popular one was Viper, and that whole brother shenanigans there. So
all three of them.
To see that, yeah, right. It's very, very fun to kind of hear that these brothers, these siblings, the rivalries that might come out, or at least to hear that, the siblings are in kind of the same ecosystem. It's very, very fun.
Yeah, well, this time though, Zeyzal and his brother, not exactly the same role. One was a support, the other one's a jungler. And I'm a little bit worried about Juniata here because Volantis is sort of the off-role player who is swapping from support to jungle. The mechanics are vastly different here, so we'll have to see if Volantis can sort of handle that pressure coming through. The other potential mismatch between these two teams, Orbital, is going to be in that top lane because CSU, Vikes, Green, their highest ranked player is Shysept in that top side, and she's been a massive carry for this team, was actually the main focus and breakthrough point in the activation match that these two teams played here. On the other side, Wizza for Juniata. He's technically only a gold rank player here. And I want to highlight this because despite the fact that Wizza's only gold rank, this guy is a weak side warrior, a weak side king even. He's used to playing up against high plats, diamond level players in the top lane, especially on these tanks. He doesn't win the lane, but he doesn't have to. He provides a ton of utility later on the team fights. Now, against most top laners, that's fine. But Shysept is really good at picking scaling champions, things like Kale, potentially Jax, Vladimir. And unfortunately, if you're playing these sort of weak-sided champions, that matchup's not going to go well for you. Even if you don't lose the lane, you will get outscaled.
And that's scary, right? The worst possible matchup for someone that likes to build a brick wall in that top lane is literally someone that is just taking their time driving a bulldozer straight down the road at you. Like, that's kind of what's happening here in the activation match. You mentioned it a little bit. Shy was able to play an immaculate kill game. And, I mean, kill, we've seen it recently rise up as well in the scene. It's just a pick that if you can get up to that top point, if you get to that level 16 in good standing, you take over the game, right? That's how it goes, and that's what's kind of terrifying there. Whether we see a Kale come out here or not, that is left to be seen as we are getting underway with the draft. And already we do see some very targeted bans here. The Yuumi, but the Rengar is another one that that one's also a very funny story behind it.
Yeah, so one of these kitties is meta, the other is not. And Rengar, I know I mentioned scaling picks, like the Jax kill Vladimir for Shysept, but she's actually a Rengar one trick, so the Rengar gets bad against her a lot here. I'm glad to see Juniata has done their homework. And yes, it is Juniata on the blue side here, CSU Vikes Green on the red side. And there we go. The Kale, which we mentioned was so effective last time here, is getting taken off the table as well.
Yeah, it's a very targeted side, but it does leave a lot of opportunities open to the Vikes, right? We are going to see them have their own opportunities to pick up whoever they want, but because you ban away two top laners, it is only right that Wizza picks up their own, says, hey, I just want this, give me this, and we will try and run it as hard as possible. This is going to give the side of CSU a larger opportunity to, hey, figure out what they want to play against it, how to break down the Ornn, and work from there.
So, actually, small correction here. One of the reasons why we have a delay at the start of these games is because the teams are drafting on a third-party website here. So what we're seeing here will actually be the positional order here. So the Ornn wasn't actually first picked for Juniata, and that's why it took a little while for the draft to come up. They are now drafting in client here. So the Ornn was actually picked up much further down in the draft as the B4 pick up here. So the bans are in the right order, but the picks less so.
Yeah, and this is going to play a massive role, by the way. There's a very large reason that we're saying this because we as casters have a good idea of what's coming next. There is going to be some spice here. There is going to be some heavy spice that we get to talk about. But right now, taking a look, we are seeing that Ornn is, once again, a very comfortable pick for Wizza, and that's what we're hoping to see here. because you look at the other side, a lot of the, I want to say, strategies that they were using before, you saw the Vygar get banned away by the Vikes. You saw the Maokai get banned away. These are large teamfight champions, and that, I think, impacts the overall hold of Juniata. Their entire game plan kind of revolves around sustain through early game, play for mid to late.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like there was a client breakdown here for our producers. They're currently getting right back into it, and we'll be right back into draft. So far, all we've seen the Ornn. I feel like, sure, there's a lot to talk about Ornn as an individual champion here. You mentioned everything, that's really fair. Another thing to note, of course, is the fact that Ornn is one of the best scaling top sides. We're touching on the fact that, hey, Wizza might get outskilled. He's got a lot of utility here, but when you pick the Ornn, it's hard to say you ever really outskill the Ornn, because sure, you outskill the 1v1, but Ornn's masterwork upgrades the team, gives about 5,000 extra stats worth of stats, to the entire team, which is, it often is worth it. Now, while we've got a bit of time, we touched on sort of the strong lanes, or the strong side of the map here for CSU Vikes Green, which is that top side, which is that jungle here. The bot side's mostly supportive, literally, since they're all off-road supports. But for Juniata here, their bot side's actually the big carry for them, especially Leo in that AD carry position with Dog here. Now, Dog's a little bit newer, but these are their higher ranked players in this bot side. So to me, if Juniata wants to win and get revenge for that activation match here, it's kind of got to come out the bot lane. And the big question to me here is now, do you want to go for scaling? That is generally what they like to do. Juniata, a very strong team fight team, as we saw in spring here. That much hasn't changed, with Leo still being their big carry. So traditionally they go for things like Jinx, like Zeri here. But against a team like CSU Vikes Green, if they've got really good skill in the top side, maybe you rush the early game instead. Pick something like that Lucian. I was going to say Lucian Nami, but Nami actually just got patched out last patch, so Lucian Nami not as strong anymore. You can still go with like Kalista Mumu, for example, on the bot side if you want to try and take over there. And that's my question here is, for Leo and Dog, early game or late game team fight?
Well, you know what? When you have an Ornn, I assume that you're going to go a little bit later into the game, so we'll see if they do play to that Otis, but I do like that idea, right? Where is your early game? Because you cannot let a squad like this, like CSU, really roll it out, and we are just going to hop right in. We do get to see all the champions lay down Baron. This is why we said it's a little bit tantalizing and pretty crazy to take a look at CSU's pickups here. So let's dive into a few of the most notables that you can see currently on your screen. Number one, the matchup that was laned into the Ornn is going to be that Vayne. Vayne was actually blind picked and was kind of labeled as the ADC at the time because it was a Seraphine, Zinzao, and Renata Glass beforehand. Little bit of a bait and switch, but it was a good pickup nonetheless. Shy going to be running that one.
Yeah, I really like this idea, because we're talking about Shy Sept. She's the big carrier of the team here. Scaling champions, Vayne is definitely one of them. And because, you can swap it to Shoes if it ends up being a bad matchup, it's a great pickup. And on top of that, you kind of know that it's unlikely you'll be punished for it. Wizard doesn't play that many champions who can punish you. He's known as that weak side king here. If he does pick up a carry, the question is, can he actually pilot it to the same skill level that he has with these sort of tanks? So it's kind of a really safe pickup. The other thing that kind of draws my eye, first of all, Seraphine mid. Coming through for wrecked by Kakarot. We mentioned, hey, he might pick up a supportive champion, to play with, and sure enough, you got double support, and you've got it with that Xin Zhao. That is one of the junglers that really benefits from that. And as much as Hecarim has been an absolute monster, like you pointed out, Orbital, he just got nerfed. I believe the patch actually just went out today here. So he's been nerfed 2 patches in a row, and Xin Zhao has never had a bad matchup into Hecarim in terms of fighting. He's been slower on the clear, but if you're invading, if you're punishing right away, that is one way to stop a Hecarim from getting too far ahead.
Yeah, the composition coming out of CSU reminds me a lot of the either protect the ADC comps or protect the Olaf comps, right? This is, taking a look, this is one of those moments where you're just like, an Olaf would fit perfectly in there, right?
Yep.
Heal up, run at them, charge down, and it's destructive to say the least. Zinzao does that, but I would say almost a little bit better. A little bit more burst damage with that Crescent Guard, able to sweep away a lot. On the flip, for Juniata, yes, the Ornn's there, yes, the Hecarim's there, nerfed Hecarim, but the one that I'm looking at is that mid lane, right? Rise has had an up and down moment throughout this entire season, right? Well known as a king of reworks. It's a little bit of a challenge here, and so the idea of being able to pick that one up, and mind you, as the last pick for Juniata, they were saying, hey, B5 is going to be that choice. It's a big question mark, and we're going to have to wait and see as we're going to go ahead and get underway with game number 1. This best of 3 series to open up the NECC League of Legends season is about to kick off. Minions have joined the Rift. I did see random minion casters, I believe, sibling out there, just waddling their way down the red side. But it is going to be onto the Rift we go.
Yeah, it's Bob's day on the Rift today. It's his turn to bring back the bacon for the family. Parents have been bugging us about our pay here, and yeah, well, he's doing that on the Rift. I'm doing it off the Rift. That's it. We are on here, and it's looking like a defensive start, kind of, from both of these teams. Not exactly your standard 5-man defense, though. We are seeing Juniata group up a little bit, and I'm worried for Volantis walking this deep in right now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a test, and Wizza, of course, just waddling their way out. The Orin says, I found someone. But it is going to be that test. No matter what, it is not an invade, per se. So both teams willing to play in a more relaxed position. No one wants to make the first mistake of the season, right? Just, hey, look, just let it go. Not only that, the first dragon is going to be that Infernal no dragon, per se. But it is going to feel a little bit bad if you do lose out on that one.
Yeah, it's first dragon. It's not the end of the world. Now, if we are talking dragons here, bro, we should be talking a little bit about the bot side control, because both these teams have really good scaling in a way. You've got the Rise Ornn on the side of Juniata here. You've got the Vayne. You've got the Ezreal for CSU Vikes Greens. Now, the Caitlyn and Lux, that's not a late game scaling bot lane. Granted, Caitlyn did get a buff to her AD skillings a little bit here, but without an attack speed steroid or buff of some sort in her kit, she's not going to be able to match what a Vayne can put out, or even the safety of an Ezreal. So you pick this Caitlyn Lux to win out. That's one of the early game bot lanes that we were talking about here. And I need to see Leo either get the turret pre-14 minutes here or find some early kills. The other thing I absolutely want to see is a laser focus from Juniata onto these dragons. Get them stacking as quickly as possible to try and overcome that scaling from that Vayne, from that Ezreal, and hey, even from that Seraphine.
Yeah, and I mean, that has to be taken into consideration, as we already see on the top side, heavy bullying from Shy. Being able to lock down very minimal CS, but again, locking Wizza out of the XP range is going to be very, very damaging, and so far, his Beards is looking towards that top lane, doing a full clear here, feeling okay. And on the flip side, Volantis is doing just the same, working their way from blue to red.
Yeah, and for Volantis, Volantis is completely just throwing Wizza away, right? We said that Wizza's a weak side king. The team has gone, you know what? We know it's going to be rough for you in lane. Melee into range. You're on your own. You're not getting that early Hecarim gank here. Volantis, looking like he just wants to power farm as much as possible. It's kind of hard to gank for a Caitlyn Lux lane as well, because you're almost going to be perma-shove. So unless you're going to wait in bush for that bounce back, you're probably not going to get anything off here. His Beard's weird, doesn't have that option. As a Xinjiao, if you're not ganking early, you're not being efficient. And when Wizza's that low here, you set up for that dive.
Yeah, you got to make sure you are safe in that regard. But his Beard's weird said, yep, we're doing this. Shy going to pull the first auto attack and immediately a jump out, flash for flash. And it is going to be a kill as clean as it comes. Well played by the side of CSU.
Yeah, and the scariest part is you can just repeat that pretty much on demand here. If Wizza TP's back into lane, he's going to get chunked out really, really shortly. And if Shysept actually goes back and buys with first gold here, that top lane's kind of over until Volantis can maybe swing the odds a little bit. Volantis tried to go down into this bot side at Invade to find something to kind of balance it out, but there wasn't anything. Aqualad's kind of low, but diving a bot lane is a lot riskier, especially when there's so much potential CC with it.
Ooh, well, what we can see is currently Aqualad is getting forced out. Top lane, we see Wizza taking a little bit more pain, but Shy, having not recalled just yet, is sitting on a lower HP scaling. Because of that, you're trying to bait as well as possible, and Wizza has gotten caught. That's going to be the flash forward, and it's another kill on the top side, this time sent into Shy's pockets.
Oh, and I think the Bellows Breath actually went the wrong direction there. I think Wizard was trying to just push it towards the turret. But, you know, sometimes when you're dashing around, the game bugs out and you misclick a little bit. Has to use the heal there from Aqualad, but did have in their pocket. And Leo Dog actually doing a really good job in this bot lane. We've not touched on it too much, but for all the pressure that Wizard's getting, Aqualad's suffering the same here. And there is a bit of a CS discrepancy growing as well in this bot lane.
And it's a call of, is it better to get the kills on the top and not get that CS or not get those plates, versus get the plates, get the gold, and stack up from there. And I guess it really just feels a little bit different, but look at the combinations. It's the old, or I guess the 2.0 on Morgana Caitlyn. Combination after combination, no way to even flash away. Shoes, dead, 0, 1-0.
And Shoes actually dashed forward, Arcane shifted forward there. That's really, really risky into the likes of a Caitlyn Lux here. Exactly like you said, Morgana 2.0. That was literally what Lux was called when she was first released, and we're seeing it here. The burst damage she can put down at level 6 is going to be even more deadly. At that point, if Aqualad and Shoes ever get caught by a single binding there, they're pretty much guaranteed dead. Unfortunately, it looks like we're getting some bugs here with the gold. It's not quite updating, but you know, just from what's been happening, I'm assuming we're probably seeing like a 1k gold up advantage for CSU.
Which might be a little bit more shy. That is the second round of Silver Bolts sent into Wiz's back, and that feels terrible. This top lane, we did say weak side king, but a king usually is still able to sit on the throne, and I mean, the throne is kind of non-existent at this point. You can already see here building into 1k just in the top lane. That's the craziest part, about 200 in that jungle roll. Oh, wow. And now in the mid lane, they're going to try and put down some pain on Krillium, who wrecked is just saying, yeah, I'm okay. Good trades back and forth.
Yeah, in the mid lane right now, between the Seraphine and Ryze, actually Seraphine has an easier time of it in terms of trying to get the poke down. As the Ryze, you're just basically trying to wave clear as much as possible. It's kind of hard to actually reach the Seraphine, especially with if she positions properly here, because you get outranged by her. But you will outscale her in terms of damage. I think that's what Krillium's just trying to do right now, is just power farm early as much as possible here. When everybody starts hitting 6 is when we're going to start seeing them roam around. You've got a lot of map speed with that Hecarim to get around, and you add the Realm Warp on top of that here. Juniata are now finally in position to really start making plays happen on their own, but they're not the ones making the first move. Yes, they made the move on Dragon, but again, that was expected. Meanwhile, my big question is, where's Beard? His Beard's weird is once more looking at that top side, and I am worried for Wizza. He's not 6 yet.
He is not, and he still doesn't have flash. Even with the unsealed spellbook, you're like, hey, I gotta try something. That was a little bit of a slash by his Beard's weird, but doesn't connect, so they go ahead and stay safe. Now another binding, though, landing on Renata, and the combination is going to drop it down quite low. Another headshot works their way. If it were level 5, Aqualad would have to be chasing behind Shu's body.
Jeez, and once again, I'm waiting for the level 6. There we go, ace in the hole. Finally picked up by Leo here. Next time that happens, you're not so safe. And once Dog picks up the final spark as well, you can't body block a final spark. And finally, we're seeing movement, that level 6 movement from Volantis and Krillium into this bot side.
Finally laying down some pressure and allowing this, and quite honestly, CSU, yes, as you were saying, RMC, they have put a lot of pressure towards the top side, but far outstripping it now is this bot lane. 4 plates in 8 minutes is a ridiculous score to have right there, and Leo and Dog are going to enjoy that very, very much. Yeah,
and for them, especially in this bot side, we had said the Caitlyn Lux lane, you need to kind of get a turret before 14 minutes. Leo might be able to get 2 at the rate they are going here. The sort of silver lining for CSU is, of course, once again, they are a scaling team. They're not too worried about falling behind a little bit in the early game. And I like what his Beard's Weird is doing here. You're taking away the Herald. If you leave that Herald up and Juniata get their hands on it, it's so easy for them to unlock Leo on that last plate, and then Leo plus a Herald is pretty much a guaranteed second turret before 14 minutes. That's a ton of plate gold that would go towards them. And I know I said it's okay for CSU to be a little bit behind. They'll be very far behind.
Oh, man. Shoes eating a lot of damage right there. No mana on Leo, or I feel that would have been a full spell rotation and could have been very, very dangerous. Right now, though, we are getting a little bit of a look. Rec ready to go to try and throw that Encore, but this is going to be another binding off the side. But it might be traded back, and Leo just auto-attacks him all the way down. Cleanse comes out and Flash. Encore able to land on far, but that's going to be the onslaught of Shadows chasing them away. A fight on the bot side does leave Leo in a 2-0 position, who is now going to be cut down. Shut down goes away, and his Beard's Weird. And Krillium threw the Realm Warp, I think, just to deter his Beard's Weird and the rest of the team, but it's a good trade back. His Beard's Weird picking up a 2-0-1 here before 10 minutes.
Yeah, well played on that pressure here, punishing Leo for the over-aggression a little bit there. You saw the confidence in Leo to step up and get the kill, and to give props to Leo, he almost got out alive too after finding that kill. Yes, you get some plates on the side of CSU, but what more can they find after this play? Unfortunately, you're just stalling out a little bit. That bot side turret for CSU is still living barely on a hope and a prayer right now.
Just, I want to say it's about 200 to 250 HP that you're just like, please don't die just yet. Please wait just a little bit longer, and maybe we get a few more plates on the other side, right? That's all you're playing for. Right now, Curlium, though, visiting that top side now, and this is quite curious because it's a heavy lane. Currently, a whole wave being lost in that mid lane, so a late rotate on that is going to give Rekt a little bit of time to get some extra experience, even though there is a CS deficit. Curlium still dancing on the top side, giving plenty of time for Rekt to come up, but Volantis was on the far side, so it was a thought in the mind of Juniata, but outside roam, Curlium trying to make a play.
Yeah, and while Curlium did lose a wave in that mid lane, Curlium's actually been doing a really good job with CSing, and because Rekt by Kakarot made first move into the bot side, and Curlium could kind of take his time going down, it's balanced.
Leo trying to get away, is going to do the 90 count net, but when caught by the hostile takeover, you can't really go that far. Good catch, once again, by CSU as they continue to get the kills and try and grab back some plates.
Okay, so that bot side play is actually really big brained. I'd said that bot side turret's living on a hope and a prayer, and I was thinking Juniata might actually use it as bait. You can dive the Ezreal Renata, especially if you have a Hecarim on your team, so that turret's suddenly not very safe for you to play under. But CSU kind of went, okay, you know what, we can use it as bait. We know they're gonna really want to take this turret. There's only about 3 minutes left for them to take it and get that last plate. His beard's weird, just come down and cap this. They will overpush, they will step out. And in that case, even with the E from Lux showing that there's somebody there, his beard's weird, just like, okay, I'll just come back. It's fine.
Ooh. And in the mid lane, we saw a jump in. His beard's weird, being able to draw out the fast flash Acrylium as the two-shot barrage goes through and is going to hit. Get some CS along the way, so Shoes able to stop the recall of Acrylium. A bit extra time for Rekt, but so far his beard's weird, being very aggressive. You said it earlier, right? For this team, it's a very aggressive jungler, outstripping Volantis in terms of those ganks.
Yeah, and despite the fact that his beard's weird is actually down CS right now, the last time when we saw the individual gold, he was actually up a couple hundred on Volantis right now. So these kills are making a massive difference. And Hecarim, in the early game, is actually a farming jungler. Yes, he's got potent ganks, but you actually do want to try and farm up, hit that 6 as quick as possible. Unfortunately, the Onslaught of Shadows hasn't had maximal effect yet. And for Juniata, they've got a massive lead coming off of Leo and Dog. I want to see them leverage it here. Getting the objectives, that's really good. They've got the turret, they've got second Drake here, and now where do they go from here? Leo and Dog don't want to be sitting in the bot lane. I'd love to see them go mid and maybe try and force a team fight. They've got the Ornn, they've got the Hecarim, they've got the better team fight right now.
They have just about better pieces of everything, and the idea of maybe even having Wizza join in on these fights, right? Instead of the mid lane, they are going to drop Wizza out of that top lane, and I think this is the right call, right? That top lane of all the lanes has been very difficult to try and break out in terms of the CS discrepancy. Leo is now falling behind the Ezreal, but the difference between Wizza and Shy has only grown over and over again, right? Taking a look there, it's about just shy of about 40 CS difference. Wizza has to get out of there and try to go to a different lane.
My concern for Wizza is bot lane any better? You're running to an Ezreal Renata. You don't ever actually have kill threat on them. Renata is excellent at peeling. For that matter, Ezreal on his own is going to be able to peel perfectly fine and be safe here. And I think that's why we're seeing the Renata Aqualad kind of roam up from this bot lane here. Actually, no, they're just getting Shysept out of that lane. They want Shysept to continue laning into Wizza here.
And they want to keep trying to find it out, and right now the bait is up. His beard's weird. He's going to prep, but Volantis is saying, I'm here as well. They're going to try and charge in. Guard knocks them all back, and Curlium this time actually is going to take the Onslaught of Shadows. Huge. Two-shot barrage lands on everyone in the Encore. He's going to catch two. That's going to be the cleanse, but they do pick up the kill. Rekt finds Curlium's life. So far, only one as the entirety. And, well, -1 is going to be up there. CSU gain control after Volantis tried to mount a comeback.
And it's not just about the one kill here, Orbital. It's more about what they're getting off the back end of this kill here. They're getting topside pressure. They're getting mid pressure, and his beard's weird wants that kill.
His beard's weird, said. Yeah, my beard's a little bit weird, but it's a little too weird. The dive does not go as planned, and Dog is able to pick up one. Wizza into the mid lane to hold out the wave, but very, very strong job by the rest of CSU to pick up that top lane victory.
Honestly,
that's almost thrown back, but you know.
CSU could have just focused on the objectives here on those turrets, and they probably would have been able to take that top side, but I think, you know, they got a little bit lost in the sauce there, blood in their eyes. You know, they're kind of going for the kills instead, and it's fine. It's okay. Yeah, sure, his Beard's Beard did die, but I believe the kill actually went over to Dog. So, not the end of the world. Lux does go up really, really well. And what's more important to me was just how the team fight played out there, Orbital. Juniata have a really strong team fight with Hecarim Ornn, but if Wiz is not there, they aren't as strong, especially into a Seraphine Renata. There is so much disengage to come through as well that they really need both the team fighting pieces for Juniata to look for these bigger fights. If not, yeah, Leo's really strong, but Leo's not a team fight monster. That's a Caitlyn that's more about poke and lane pressure.
I mean, later on, you might be able to land some clutch headshots, but for right now, as you said, it's just a poke here and there and hope you don't heal up. Taking a look at the lane assignments, though, we do have the Vayne versus the Rise, one that I think Juniata are going to be okay with. Wizza up against that that Seraphine, but now a little bit of a catch. It's going to be a little bit of a frosty stall as Shy realizes what items are currently in Krillium's bank.
Yeah, the Everfrost is kind of locking down. Tilliman does have to be a little bit careful here. If you do miss the Everfrost, Vayne can run you down. Topside wrecked by Kakarot, actually forcing out the flash.
And I mean, not just a flash, it's a catch and dead. Wrecked with the solo kills, now going to pay with their own life. His Beard's Weird, though, going to jump on the bot side. Down goes Seraphine. His Beard Weird will also fall as well. Little bit of damage going out. And Leo dancing forward thanks to that Gale Force. Bot side, we are seeing a jump forward. Shy flashing over Everfrost. And one more auto attack might do it, but Shy is going to live from the tower. Krillium lives as well.
Like we said, if you dodge out the Everfrost there, you've got really, really good kill threat. And Shy almost managed to pull that off. It's worth noting how close Krillium got, though, and the fact that Krillium is still sitting on a tier. That is a non-combat item. It doesn't give you very much combat stats. When the Archangel Staff is completed, I think Krillium actually might be able to hold Shy Sept off in that 1v1 side lane, and that will be massive for Juniata, because that then allows the Ornn to go and help out somewhere else. Now, of course, CSU won't just let that happen. They're going to be rotating around as well, trying to find picks, and vision is going to be key to the mid game here. Orbital, can they catch CSU in rotation, or will they get picked off trying to stop Shy Sept's push?
I mean, the push, I feel, is going to happen one way or another. Right now, the big concern is this dragon. CSU is prepped inside of a bush waiting. They do see Krillium. Leo off on the ledge, but it is going to be caught out. Leo said, hey, I know someone's in there. I know what's going on here. We can't give it any sort of option. Volantis is going to drop that Eye of the Herald down in mid lane. It is a Cloud Dragon, so I'm not sure how much people actually want to put into this. TP coming in from Shoes. It is going to be a full 5-on-5.
I mean, Cloud's really good for that Hecarim right now, and you also just want to clear it out for Soul as much as possible. Juniata right now are in great position. They've got Herald pushing. They don't have to rush this, and they don't want to. There's so much disengage on the side of CSU. Volantis needs to find a better flank position.
Oh, well, you know what? They're going to go in for it, and they're going to section out two. Flash backwards to keep them away, but the Crescent Guard is going to keep them all at bay. Laser goes across all of them, but it doesn't matter. Guess who's doing the damage? Shoes is going to get a triple kill. Shoes is not going to get the quadra, but it's more than enough for our dead CSU with a beautiful team fight right there.
And it's just how these comps play. Oh, Leo.
Leo got caught and is now going to dance around. And right now, you know, Shoes might have gotten a triple, but you're still a skill shot based champion. You are going to Arcane Chef forward. You are going to land that final kill. It's a quadra for Shoes and an ace for CSU.
He might be a support main in solo queue Orbital, but Shoes has still got the hands to take it to another AD carry right now. And CSU, this is just how their comp wants to play, right? Front to back with so much disengage here. They don't have to pull the trigger. Granted, Juniata had the better lane control, but CSU had the better dragon control there. And for Juniata, I appreciate they look for the fight. It looked good initially on the engage, but unfortunately for Volantis, if you can't find Shy Sept and Shoes in right from the get-go, if you can't burst them down immediately here, you are going to struggle with that follow-up. And I would have liked to see Juniata just take a bit more time, get Volantis maybe around the blue buff into that back instead here. It would have been an easier form of engage. And now that they're behind, Juniata can no longer look for these 5v5s. They have to play it much more carefully. They have to look for picks instead on critical members.
That is a terrifying thought to hear, that you have to find the picks on a team that is going to ball up and effectively shield each other over and over again, right? We saw how much his Beard's Weird was able to cover for the rest of the team, going in with the Crescent Guard and keeping everyone at bay, and then the majority share of CSU being able to disengage. So if all eyes land on Juniata to find a catch, I mean, who do you theoretically see being called out on CSU's side?
Shicep and Wreck by Kakarot, they have been split pushing here, and they are vulnerable. They are very, very squishy. Shicep's got a little bit of an easier time as a split pusher because you are very mobile as Vayne, but into a Hecarim can easily run you down. The big thing they need right now is damage on the side of Juniata to be able to pull this off. That mid lane turret going to give them a nice influx of gold as well, so maybe they can do that. If you get Volantis looking for the pick, Leo and Dog have almost globals with their ult. There's a lot of range there to make these picks happen.
I do not want to be on the side that is going to get pinned down like this. However, Wizza, you don't have flash in, so you're going to have to drop both your summoner spells, but I mean, you're an Orin versus a Vayne that currently has Blade of the Rune King. Yeah, you're not going to do too much.
Yeah, that's a really long lane. Can Volantis answer back though? TP being used.
Ooh. Very nice flash out. Volantis will say thank you very much for that one. Didn't even have to burn the ghost because it wasn't up. Flash out by Rect means that no flash encore to speak of.
Yeah, we see pings coming down on Baron here from CSU. I think they know they've got the numbers advantage. I feel like this is really risky. Wizza does have TP, and vision control is firmly in the hands of Juniata right now. I think they might just be looking to bait using the Baron, and if they can find a catch of their own, we touched on Juniata finding picks, but a pick for CSU could spell a game-breaking moment here. If they get Baron, they could potentially just close out the game.
They really could. The problem, of course, when you're trying to bait with the Baron, you're supposed to bait with no vision for the opponent. Good stop there as the laser crosses across one. Shu's able to shield out most of that. But the Scryer's plant that was hit didn't catch any wards, and so his Beard's Weird is like, look at what I have to do. I have to clean up after my laners. This is terrible. Got 3 wards. How did we not see any of those?
Well, they use the sweeper. They do it the good old-fashioned way. They do clear up almost all the vision here. Just the one behind the Baron pit, that blue trinket that they've missed. But Dog, great job on the support. Not only did he single-handedly stall the entire of CSU there in his own jungle, but Dog's right back to it. You cleared my vision? No problem. I'm coming back in. We got this warded again, and Juniata will not have to worry about the Baron being snuck away. It gives them a bit more time. Is time really the answer to the problem? I'm not sure when you're playing into Vayne and Ezreal, but they do at least need to catch a breather right now to reset how they want to go into this late game.
I mean, yeah, and you can see here, the Baron, because it got worn out for so long, the momentum in the calls have now swapped back to that dragon, right? The dragon has been fought over for so long so far, and most namely, the last one did go the way of CSU after a massive fight, after that ace came through. So see if it happens again. 2 towers for Juniata, and it looks like CSU are trying to look for some sort of pick.
Yeah, and for Juniata, I don't think you even want to contest these dragons. There's no point. You already took the first 2, and the big advantage of this right now is just dragon stacking. It's going to be a ways away from Soul for the side of CSU here, and you're not ready to team fight. So I like what we're seeing with Krillium trying to bait in that top side, trying to split push. Leo, though, does have to be careful not to get caught here.
A little bit dangerous. That's going to be a tag, and Leo eats that one up. Because the Hecarim has not shown on the map at all, though, it has forced CSU to actually play a little bit safer. So Volantis, because they stayed on the top side, it has allowed Krillium to pick up a very, very simple tower and be able to push in the lane for free, right? 206 on the CS department right now. Laser goes out. I mean, you know you got to try for it. And it's given over to the side, 2-2 in terms of dragon score.
Yep, you know that they've got to try, and CSU knew it as well. So, you know, they waited it out. They actually pulled out the dragon a little bit earlier, stopped auto-attacking it for a little bit to let Dog, you know, try to go for that. But now top side, Volantis.
Yep. It was a little bit of a weird catch. Hostile takeover. Gonna catch 2, and they're gonna auto-attack each other. Cleanse out on both ends, and that is what is necessary. Again, a little bit of catch. Encore goes a little bit wide. It's not gonna work. His Beard's Weird. He's gonna come down. Doesn't get the revive. So it is going to be Juniata that wins out on an awkward fight. And a TP to the top side as well. The TP is actually gonna work against him now, as Shicep is gonna have freedom in the bot side to push.
Yeah, now the question is, what do Juniata do? Do they go for this Baron here? Wiz is not healthy. Volantis is not healthy, but you committed the TP. Krillium back in base, healed up, bot. He's got that Seraph Embrace. He's got the Blasting Wand here. They're going to push for it. Can CSU stall them?
Definitely going to try. A little bit of a root. Wizza taken quite low. Shoes trying to stack up. Does have Shoe Shop Barrage available as well. And they're going to look for it. This is going to be the side. Smite goes through. So they do pick it up. That is Juniata carrying over 5 Barons.
Yep, and they only lost the bot side inner turret. They did not lose the inhibitor turret here, so Juniata gonna be more than happy with that trade here. It is good for them. And for the first time this game here, Orbital, we might get to see Juniata on the front foot looking to push in. No outer turrets for them to take here, so it's a little bit risky. If they overextend, they might yet get punished.
Nothing's been tested just yet. So maybe it's this time around. Leo now sitting on 2.5 items, working towards that Infinity Edge. For Krillium, already 2 items in as well. Looking, I think, towards a little bit of an extra Blasting Wand and having a bit of fun there. Volantis now trying to fill up on that Man Immune and be pretty happy about that one. In contrast, on the flip side, his Beard's Weird is actually going more for a tanky bruiser style of the Xin Zhao. So you can see the not Bloodthirster, that is the Mythic in there just happily carrying up and healing up, but Anathema's Chain's actually coming out saying, hey, I gotta stick on to those very, very scary carries.
Yeah, and that's his weird job, right? He's not meant to be the big carry for this team. We've said that's Shycep's job here. He's just meant to kind of transition them through that early game, be that big pressure point for them, and then be the engage later on. And Shycept and Shoes have done a great job being the big carries for this team. I mean, look at Shoes here, richest person in the game, but not by much here. Shycept's right on his heels, and Shoes 5, 1, and 3 on this Ezreal has been doing a ton of work. Shycept has been doing a lot of split push pressure, but I'd like to see Shycept actually get into some of these team fights. That last fight probably would have swung the way of CSU if Shycept was there. Unfortunately, Shycept, no TP.
No TP, and also a little bit out of position. CSU backed away on the other side of the other side lanes, and because of that, they open up and leave open that mid lane tower. All 5 of Juniata are able to break it in and open up more of the jungle to play with a minute 45 left on Dragon.
Yeah, and I really like this from Juniata. They are not letting CSU split them that way. Oh, Wizza might get caught here, though.
I mean, Wizza has no flash, right? You're looking at an Ignite teleport. And at 50% HP with a Ghost that was running as well, you're not as tanky as you're hoping for. Volantis, though, getting a little bit of a speed up. In comes a Realm Warp. They are going to try and play this one out. In they go. They section everyone off. Shu is gone. Shu is down. Shu is dead. That's going to be the catch. Hostile takeover does literally nothing, and his Beard's Weird is going to be clean shaven at the end of this fight. It is 4 dead. As Shycept was trying to push out bot lane, but she is going to have to recall. Get ready to defend the base, as this is 5 Baron members charging down mid lane.
They've only got Baron for a little while longer here, but Shycept, we had just been saying, if Shycept was at these fights, maybe they turn for CSU, but that one beautifulully played by Juniata. A game of cat and mouse. It looked for a second like, oh, they caught Wizza. And it's like, oh, no, we turned it around. The Realm Warp coming through from Krillium to find the backline was immaculate there. Yeah, they can
I think they're going to try and end. They're trying to force it out. Shycept going to try and break out some fancy feet. That's going to be a flash out. That's going to be the kill, though, on the backside. So they lose to CSU, lose to right away. In come the ADCs. ADC slowed up. Now goes the Nexus Tower, and they're going to go for it. They are absolutely going to go for this fight. I don't think they can get it. Wizza is not going to get the knockup, and then the kills right back. Meaning ace in favor of CSU. They lost right at the beginning, and then lost one more as well. Aqualad paid the price so that CSU could run and keep the base alive.
The hero defense there from Shycept and Aqualad to just barely buy enough time. Now, it does mean CSU, Vikes Green right now, still have an exposed Nexus, and there are multiple teleports on the side of Juniata. Keep in mind the backdoor potential of a Realm Warp as well. So Juniata, they're still in a good position. CSU have to watch their base. Thankfully for them, they're going to be able to take away the Dragon. And when Baron's still about 2 minutes away, so CSU have time to try and set up the waves here. They just don't have the lead they had the last time Baron was up.
This game is so just entertaining. I don't have any other words for it, right? A team that is willing to try and push an end off that single run when you know things are looking a little bit dicey, and you take that run. You lose Dragon in order, but now you have free push in the middle. Juniata, I'm very impressed by the returning champions of the Challengers division, and I hope they can only grow from here, right? On the other side for CSU, the monster fight at the end to contain that battle and be able to fight back afterwards, very impressive as well from there. So for them, curious to see how the new mainstays here at the NECC are going to progress and see if they can continue forward. Again, this is still game number 1 though. We still have a whole another game. I'm not saying like it's over, but I mean, if this is how game 1 of the entire season goes, I can't wait for more later on.
I don't follow you. It doesn't feel like a game 1, right? This feels like a game 3, like a series-defining game here. And I want to point out the fact that when these teams met in the activation matches, it was not close. It was rather one-sided. The final scoreline was 32-7 in favor of CSU Vikes Green. And I had the pleasure of talking to Destiny Seal a little bit in preparation for this game, and he had mentioned, that's the coach for Juniata here, and he had mentioned that, yeah, they made a couple of mistakes, which snowballed very, very quickly. You know, the team has gone over it, and it won't happen again this time. And we're seeing that this game. It's much, much closer. Yes, Juniata had a couple of hiccups in the mid-game here, but they've maintained it really, really well. And for CSU, they showed us in the activation match, they know how to snowball game and close it out nice and quickly here. Now they're showing us that they know how to play a long extended game and find leads. They do still have scaling on their side. And once again, I want to highlight that CSU Vikes Green still haven't really found more than one 5v5 fight so far. Shysept has been perma-split pushing pretty much this game. And right now, Shysept isn't split pushing anymore. She's with the team. They're looking for a big 5v5 fight.
I mean, they're not just looking for a big 5v5 fight, they're looking to not give Baron over, right? That single Baron push was absolutely ridiculous on the side of Juniata. And if they happen again, right, it's an open Nexus. They don't really have any other choice but to now ball up. The entire split push that they were going for is gone. Shysept even picked up a Tiamat to try and bully out a bit more, right? That's how far they're willing to go for this. But now that you're in the rest of the team, now that you're with the rest of the squad, it's going to be a bit more damage heavy. And Juniata, they kind of caused this themselves. If they were hoping that Shy was not going to group with the rest of the team, well, maybe you should have knocked down the Nexus towers.
That's kind of true, because that is what CSU are waiting for. They're just waiting for that Nexus to come back, the inhib, pardon me, to come back up there. Good shooting will keep Shoes alive. That's 2 big pokes down for the sides of Juniata. And for Juniata here, I like Volantis' positioning. Volantis is actively hunting for that backline flank here, which works so well for them. I'd like to see Krillium as well position a bit more aggressively, not to find the back line, but to just threaten a backdoor. If ever CSU step up too far, you just go running right for the Nexus.
Oh, and Baron was actually started, by the way, so Volantis is actually quite low. Because of that, they're going to try and chase.
Oh, no.
In goes his Muse, and they extend the encore. They extend the fight, and they fire the first kill. Down goes the support. Down goes the top laner. And that was an impressive call to make. The true shot barrage giving vision of Baron, saying, hey, Volantis is low. Pull the trigger.
Yeah, and Volantis and Leo, unfortunately, they just didn't have enough damage. That's a Caitlyn for you.
Well,
no, he's
you
not
know what?
it.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that, hey, you know, with the open Nexus, so many options of CSU are actually cut off. This is one of them. You saw almost all of CSU like, oh, we want to push. Wait, our Nexus is open. Volantis can backdoor. That's the thing that kind of works in their favor, right? You can bait out these responses and kind of limit the choices that CSU has. So instead of looking to open an inhibitor themselves, CSU are kind of forced to just take Baron. And I say that with all respect in the world, because just taking Baron is still freaking Baron.
Now, I do want to point out that we don't get the notification as spectators, but they do, that the inhibitor is respawning soon. And well played from Volantis to not go for the Nexus, because the inhibitor just respawned. And if he had gone for that, he'd be caught inside the base with an inhib coming back up and getting pincered from both sides. So Juniata making the right call by backing off here, and now they're back in the position they were before first Baron. And CSU, what can they find with the Baron? Juniata broke everything but the Nexus with the Baron here. Can they do the same? They don't have that same sort of range as the Caitlyn does to take down turrets. You get good poke as Ezreal, you don't get good turret taking with Ezreal.
All right, now it feels like they're just going to try and leverage this for the Dragon, because they are currently on soul point. If they're able to take the Cloud away, it feels like it's a one fight at that point. You get so much outspeed potential, you get so much kiting potential, and you get kind of the bounty on top. Well, they're not going to go for it. They just don't care. Yeah. They're just like, hey, let's keep walking. We don't even have to worry about this. They're going to walk in a full wave and cannon minion into this base, and again, a laser goes out, but Shoes is completely okay. That Lux, no more than a stun bot. anymore, and the inhibitor is going to fall just as quickly.
Yeah.
Brilliant trying to cut off the wave right now, and a majority of Juniata off on the left side of the screen, and now they're going to call it. In they go. Krillian completely locked off. The pincer is down. And now goes the hostile takeover. They are finding the silver bolts. The silver bolts are popping. Look at the reign of terror. They are shredded and deleted, as that is the second ace for the side of CSU. Cleveland State University wipe house after losing their Nexus towers and turn it around for a Game 1 victory.
What a way to open not just this series, Orbital, but NECC's fall split. The quality is so incredibly high. And there's one thing you said, Orbital, which I cannot agree more with the way the game ended here. You said that the biggest mistake that Juniata made was taking both the Nexus turrets. And I fully agree, because Shysep joined the rest of the team, and you saw what happened when she did. She crushed those fights. I mean, sure, the entire team played really well. Shu's engaging as an Ezreal, actually flashing towards that rise, looked semi-suicidal there. But when you've got Shysep in your back pocket, you know that, hey, I might be an Ezreal, but I'm still not the biggest late-game carrier on this team. We've got the Vayne.
And the fact that the shielding made all of the damage from the Lux and Rise look negligible. I think that's another thing that has to be focused on right now. For Juniata, they realize that the composition that was rolled out by CSU is still just as dominating. Yes, you got close. Let's not talk like CSU were perfect. They lost their Nexus towers. That's what happened here. So Juniata were very close to taking that game if given a single extra foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. It would have been game over for them. So taking a look forward, what do Juniata feel like they need to do? Where do they need to change? Is it champions or is it just playstyle?
So the hard part for Juniata is that the things that worked for them are kind of things that still need to change. They need, or in this particular game, the problem was that they just didn't match the scaling, unfortunately, here. But at the same time, I think the Caitlyn Lux did so well for Leo and Dog that you kind of don't want to change that. Your Rise is already one of the better scaling mid laners. So where do you go from there? You can't really change up Wizza. Wizza's Ornn was played really well. Granted, he was down, I think, almost getting
Flame Horizon?
Flame Horizon, pardon me. I don't know if I kept thinking Shy Horizon. I'm like, wait, no. Like, yes, Shy did really well, but that's not the term for it. Yeah, Wizza almost got Flame Horizon and still had a ton of impact. So that's perfectly fine. So the only thing it feels like you can change is that bot lane. But if you change that bot lane, I don't know if you get to the mid game in the same way here. So for Juniata, it's a really, really tough choice. I think the big question and mark for me is just that bot lane. Do we see them change towards that scaling pick that we saw Leo carry on back in spring? And for CSU, they're not getting out of here without some questions of their own, because sure, they won that, but that was tougher than perhaps it should have been here. And the big question for them is, how do we prevent that from happening again, especially in that mid game when they lost that Baron? How do we make sure that doesn't happen this time? Do we make sure we don't over push here, or do we start calling Shysep in for those team fights a little bit sooner?
So many questions to be asked on both sides. And again, with the kickoff series here for the NECC, I could not ask for a better way to see it. Game number 1 in the books. Game 2 coming to you shortly. We'll see you in just a bit.
Here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through.
And we are back, ready to go for game number 2. And my gosh, game number 1 came down to, should we go for the Nexus? Sure, why not? That's really the feeling that I got there. So, Juniata, very close to taking game number 1, but at the end of the day, CSU outscaled and were able to power through after Sept started grouping with the team. That is something of note. Sept, being a massive bully of the top lane, was looking to split push, but when joining the team, rocked that.
Orbital, I don't know what game you're playing, but in League of Legends, the answer to do we go for Nexus should always eventually be a yes.
Eventually is the right word there.
Well, I still appreciate that they went for it. It was the best option for them. It just unfortunately backfired in that it called Sept to the rest of the team. And now going into game 2 here, Orbital, Juniata's backs are up against a wall here. It is a best of 3. They lose this and they're done for the night here. And they've actually opted for Rit side here in game 2. So they will get themselves a counter pick option. Now, first pick in game 1 was actually the Hecarim. Again, they are drafting outside of client, so we don't necessarily see the draft here on stream. But it was a Hecarim first pick. If you're on Red side, you don't get that Hecarim first pick. And his beard's weird. Does play a lot of Hecarim as well. It did just get nerfed this patch, but it's still pretty strong. And I wouldn't be surprised if his beard's weird denies it away from Volantis there.
It's one of the few times where we see 2 nerfs in a row, and actually the patches just made it more stable. That is kind of what you're aiming for, and it did kind of do its job, at least from what some people are telling me. It's yet to be seen because I still get run down every time. That's usually because I'm playing out of position, so we don't talk about that. Eyes are open, though. As you said, first pick, very important, and if Juniata do not get that champion, we're going to have to see another type of engaged jungler coming out, and I love that you pointed it out, because it's also come down to the fact that the teams are starting to play around some of those points, right? How do you tie in the rest of the composition? And as you said, do we gamble with the bot lane for Juniata, or do we keep it the same?
Yeah, and for Juniata, the problem for them is that they have to find a solution now. That's 2 games that they've played. One, an activation, and one that we just watched here, where they don't really have an answer to what it is that CSU Vikes Green, are actually doing here. And I think the big problem is that top lane for Shycept. And to a certain extent, in game one, the bans that came out with the Rengar, the Kale, those two were targeted at the top lane here. But if you've still got to deal with, a potential Jax, if you can't deal with the Vayne, part of me kind of feels like then forget the top lane. If you can't ban it out, don't even try. Give them the Kale. Give them the... do you want to give them Rengar? Heck, why not here? Because that really isn't the issue. Go and pinch a different lane instead here. The mid lane could be a potential breakthrough point. Wrecked by Kakarot was good, and his encores were absolutely massive for the fights. But Krillium, I think his rise, if you pick him something which can maybe have a bit more mid-game impact here, and you give him a more favorable lane, maybe could be the breakthrough point you need. You don't need to focus the bot side, because Leo and Dog are already doing so well down there.
See, I would agree with that statement, all but the beginning, right? Because this is more analytical. The only reason is because the Rengar, the whole thing is you lock Shycept down, give Shycept whatever champion she wants, as long as it does not access outside of lane, right? That was the whole point, I feel, that was kind of being pointed out. As long as the Vayne does not leave lane early, that was their whole game plan. And it worked for a time, right? As long as it didn't exit out the lane, they had a way. Rengar is the one champion that says, screw the lane. If I get 2 kills on you, I'm gone. And you will not see me until I murder your entire team. That's what I feel like. So we'll see if it's banned out this time or if it's left alone. Whether RMC is a god prophet or not, only time will go ahead and be told. We are seeing that Maokai still banned away, which is, I think, a very respectable ban. Don't allow that to come through. The Maokai has had some buffs in recent patches. I believe the missile speed on the ultimate was locked up, as well as some damage changes there, so just don't want to deal with it. And then, of course, the Karma, Yuumi, and Rengar.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that they're banning that Maokai so heavily when Ornn was so effective here for Wizza in that last game here. I feel like the Ornn could very well just come through again. It didn't stop Shycept from farming, but it had so much utility. Okay, I still get baited by that person going, wait, first pick Vlad? No. It's not. Vlad is coming through, and that is a bit of a change because Wizza not going to be on attack this time. The Aatrox, a bit more of a bruiser, still a big teamfight monster here, but one with much more agency in lane as compared to an Ornn.
Yeah, and we're seeing a fair bit of a shakeup on the side of CSU, right? We saw what I want to say as prolonged late game teamfight champions, whereas we're seeing a little bit more emphasis on a little bit of a speed up composition here, right? It's a little bit more hard burst, take someone out, run away, do it again in the next, I want to say, 10 to 15 seconds. That's what the Zilean and the Hecarim are looking to do with the Vladimir on top of it, right? The Vladimir goes in, burst, forces everyone away. I'm not sure how that's really going to play out. It's a hard shift of mentality for Juniata, still going for relatively the same. Outside of the Ornn, you're still looking for team fight, right? Krillium looking for those side lane flanks with the Ahri. The J4 looking for those flag and drags into Cataclysm. And then they do keep it the same. I do like this call. Leo keeping that Caitlyn. And then now matching up with the Zyra instead of the Lux or Morgana.
Yeah, because the Lux did get banned out here, and I do actually prefer the Zyra to the Morgana in a Caitlyn lane. You pick Caitlyn for lane dominance to bully out here, and so you don't care about defensive stats or defensive abilities quite as much here. You want aggression all the way. Those roots that come out from Zyra, they can ignore minions as well. They'll go right through. So kind of similar in that way to the binding of Lux, where you can get through one target as well. It's harder to hide in the wave against this sort of CC. Now, the Ahri does surprise me because the Ahri was actually picked R3 after the Zilean came out. And we actually see Zilean as a bit of a counter to Ahri a lot of times in pro play, not because he wins the lane or he's able to bully out the Ahri, but more that he gets to nullify the assassination potential of the Ahri. She dashes in, tries to get her resets, you just throw down that chrono shift, you're good to go here. So the fact that we're seeing this come through from Krillium, I don't know if this is a sign of, okay, I don't know what else to do, let's do this, or whether it's a vote of confidence saying that, okay, even if he has chrono shift, it's fine. I can outplay it, we can bait it out. There's not a lot of squishies as well to target, especially with the Lulu to buff people up. Yes, Lulu got nerfed a little bit this patch, but it's on the Whimsy. It's not on the shield she can still put out. It's not on that wild growth here. So I feel like this game is going to be really tough for Krillium.
And that's scary to say, right? Game number one, we didn't really get it pointed out, but the Rise did not have I want to say the impact that we were hoping for before, right? The Rise did have some great flanks, was able to lock down a few people, and with the Realm Warp, was able to rotate maybe 1 or 2 times. But at the end of the day, it was more just like the champion's there, right? The champion is available if we want to do damage. It didn't do as much as we were hoping to see. With the Ahri, I can see a lot more benefit behind it. Even if the damage doesn't come through, the charm's going to be able to be landed from a further distance, right? The get out tactic, you're not going to be caught maybe by the Hecarim over a wall, right? By the on the side by the enemy team. I can see the benefits. Whether it's played appropriately or not is the question outside of lane, right? That is, I think, what this is going to boil down to. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry, this draft still draws my eyes to the top lane. We spent all of game 1 building up this top lane matchup, talking about Wizza, you know, hey, weak side king. But when given the counter pick, granted the Aatrox, picked it up, not going for lane either. This is a straight up flash ignite Aatrox saying, give me this lane.
Yeah, but that's the proper way to play it here. As the Aatrox into the Vladimir, you need to turn the aggression up to an 11 here. You need to be pressuring the Vladimir. If you don't pressure Vladimir, Vladimir just gets to scale up, gets to sustain up, and it gets harder and harder to deal with the Vladimir. So the early levels going to be very important. And then you've got that J4 here, pick up for Volantis, because of course Hecarim was the first pick for the side of CSU here. They need to focus this top lane for a change. Leave the Caitlyn, leave the Zyra on an island. They'll be fine. They'll be able to win this matchup up as long as they've got wards to stop a Hecarim gank. Get Wizza ahead early. And you look at this composition from CSU as well. They don't have great scaling. They need to smash in the early game. CSU, on the other hand, literally the opposite, right? You've got Hecarim, who you said is a bit of a farming jungler early, looks to scale up. You've got Vladimir, one of the biggest scaling champions in the game as well. And Zillion as well is actually very, very useful mid to late in terms of the utility. Kai'Sa's an interesting one. As an AD Kai'Sa, she's maybe not quite as strong as other late game carries, but she does have a lot of kill threat onto this Caitlyn, especially when you're 6 and you can, you know, use that the ultimate there to the killer instinct to really gap close onto this Caitlyn, especially if Zyra has already burnt all her CC. So I like what CSU has drafted here. It's just, can they get through the early game? They did that incredibly well in game 1. They need to do it again here in game 2.
Quite honestly, I'm very surprised we didn't see a Sivir come out with this composition, right? For CSU, I could see it with the idea of the speed ups, and not saying that the Kai'Sa is not going to do well. Like, that is not what I'm saying here. I could just see it. Like, it felt like what they were going for was speed. And I mean, if you're looking at speed, it's Sivir, right? At the end of the day. Sure. So, gonna have to see how this one breaks down. They labeled the Kai'Sa as kind of their buffer, it feels like, between mid and early and mid. Try and round it out later on, scale up a little bit and rotate out of lanes. But it does feel like the rest of the lanes are going to play even more passive than that bot lane. And that, again, we saw what Leo was able to take care of on the bot side. So we'll see if they can do it again. Right now, CSU Vikes Green currently sitting at 1-0. Juniata College Eagles very close to making game 1 their own. But they're going to have to do a bit better. Don't worry, Samira is not actually on the Rift. We promise. That will be changed up here in a little bit. All eyes are open as we get ready to tune in to game number 2 here in our first series of the A stream. For those of you tuning in just now, or maybe want to see where the other colleges are that you saw an announcement go out earlier, go ahead, check out the B stream as well, as that series is going on at the same time. We are on the Rift, ready to go, as a 5-point for both teams will be laid out.
Yeah, once again, we're not seeing, you know, any active invades. Last game we actually saw Juniata with an interesting sort of 2-2 defense, but this time they're just going, you know, full 5-man spread here. And for Juniata, like we said before, they're the ones looking to get the early action here, but not level 1. J4 does need at least level 2 to get the flag and drag. If not, it's just flag and gives you vision, but no hard CC.
Oh man, this is yeah, let's not go crazy here. His beard's weirding out, dropping a ward here and there, which is the standard, of course. This is very, very standardized stuff, but it looks like his beard's weird is not actually going to recall for that sweepers, which is what we normally see junglers do. Instead, said, hey, I'm going to go ahead, just hang on to it for right now, and we'll be okay. Everyone going to their allotted lane assignments. Top lane, though, going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I think that's an interesting point to bring up as well, bro, because a lot of times we see ganking junglers switch for the sweeper really early on, because you're looking for gank angles, you're looking to get into lanes. As a Hecarim, you actually don't need that sweeper quite as much, and in fact, if your team's looking to scale up, I do think the yellow trinket's actually better early on because you're giving the defensive stats. And with Hecarim specifically, if you're running Ghost, you kind of don't care if they see you coming in. You're charging in anyway so quickly, but by the time you show on the ward, it's too late for them to get away. They pretty much have to burn a flash anyways. So I like the idea here from his Beard's Weird. We'll have to see if it does pan out and whether the additional vision does grant the lanes the safety that they require.
Well, they'll have to try their best. 'Cause right now, we're seeing the song and dance happen again. Leo and Dog just throwing down as much poke as they can. And, yeah. Shoes and Aqualad are just going to have to kind of eat it and say, all right, this is kind of what we expected to happen here. His Beard's Weird clearing out just as quickly. And it looks like Volantis, though, instead of a full clear, is going for a little bit of a hop skip. Took a buff into the Raptors, into the Wolves, into second buff. So going to be a little bit quicker on the rip to try and get to those lanes.
Yeah, it's interesting that he didn't go for the top side. He's not helping Wiz out in this top lane, which I thought they would really want to try and focus down early. Instead, you're clearing towards that bot side. And again, trying to dive under turrets is actually pretty hard, especially into something like a Lulu with a heal in their back pocket as well. Leo and Dog are doing a great job, but I don't know if they can lower them low enough to get the gank off. And his Beard's Weird is also here to cover. So ultimately, Volantis' pathing here, I don't think is really going to net them any early game advantages.
Yeah, that's very harsh to hear, whether it's just be, hey, I'm just trying to keep eyes somewhere, do whatever I need to. But right now, look at Shysep. So this top lane, sorry, my eyes were drawn up there again. The HP difference that is coming out, Shy is no stranger to this matchup. And in a matchup that they had to blind pick into, I give huge props for coming out in that much of a lead. And in the CS department, pushing a full wave under. But because of that top side completely in Shy's favor, we are seeing the bot lane get ganked right now. It is going to be a dive in. Dog is now going to be rolled into one. No real way. And actually, first blood goes in the top lane. So it looks like CSU have gathered both on the top and bot lane. A kill apiece.
That's nuts. Bot lane ain't done yet. Beard's coming in for a second round.
Yeah, and I mean, you have Leo and Volantis up, but so you walked a bit too far forward. Shu is able to flash away, but it's still in range of auto attack land. His Beard's Weird is going to heal up, going to try and swing one more for the hills, and Volantis comes out with one of their own and assists and kills the bot lane for Juniata, and they want just a bit more. Juniata says, cool, we'll kind of take it. What happened top lane?
Oh, well, top lane was straightforward. Shysep just ran down Wizza. We saw how low Wizza was getting on that top side there, and that was why I was calling for early ganks from Volantis to the top side. Instead, bot side, I was saying, okay, Volantis probably isn't going to find much here, but because his Beard's Weird tried to force here, they actually answered back a 2v2 on that bot side. The interesting thing is where the kills kind of went. We said this last game too. Dog's picking a lot of these supports who benefits from gold. Zyra, Lux. They can really pack a lot of damage if they get those kills. And they got one apiece for Leo and Dog. On the other hand, Shoes and Aqualad, they didn't get any of the kills there. Both of them went to his Beard's Weird. So you can really tell CSU, they've always been a little bit more about this top side of the map. And despite the fact that Shoes is still an AD carry, like Kaisa who can carry, I think they're still going to send a lot of this gold towards that top side instead. They're still looking at Shysep to be that big late game win con.
I mean, I would too after that, right? And I feel bad because we drew the observer down to the bot side. They knew what was up, right? They knew what was up. Shy was going to get a solo kill. And it's going to get a little bit intense here. Already off the rip, we are seeing both teams still dance so hard. And that's a jump forward. That could have been very dangerous. And keep in mind, Wizza still has Flash Ignite, meaning that solo kill under the tower meant nothing, it feels like, right? It feels like it just kind of happened, and Wizza said, yep, I messed up. So with Flash Ignite, you're hoping for a bit more. But his Beard's Weird said, hey, all other lanes are fine. And Volantis even saying the same, hey, I can't really get anything anywhere else. I'm going to float on the bot lane and leave my laners somewhat exposed. Dog, you don't know how close you are to possibly getting ganked.
Yeah, and this is an information gap between the two teams right now. CSU knew Volantis was here. Juniata did not know his Beard's Weird is there.
And guess what? Dog, Caitlyn has a way out. You really don't. Q lands, auto attacks do path out. And because Volantis showed up, they're not going to follow through. That's a trap, though. And the flag and drag. Take it home with just the flag. Beautiful kill on the return by Juniata.
Really, really well played. CSU, I still don't know how they didn't get the kill onto Dog there, but that was massive. And the trap, the cupcake, object permanence, they kind of lost it. Oh, Shy is going to be fine here. Wizza can't say the same. Granted, Hemoplague is down, but Wizza doesn't have the sustain to survive in a turret.
I mean, Shy's going to go for this. Shy is absolutely going to go for this, and because of the pool, you get a free kill once again. A little bit of an issue right now with our, I think, our screen, as it was a beautiful, beautiful kill on that top lane. Shy Stepped living with the sliver. She's okay. 2 kills to 0 in the top lane, and a large CS disparity starting to accrue.
Yeah, that was sympathy from our producer. Couldn't believe that happened there. You know, that Wizard just got dove like that. But
oh, that's
I mean,
mean.
to a certain extent, that's what happens. Nice. I mean, that's what happens when you're not getting the backup you need in that matchup. And this was the concern we had for Wizard off of these sort of big tanky champions. The top side, weak side king. But what happens when you aren't allowed to play weak side? When you've got to be the more aggressive one. And now Wizard is down a level and a half here. Just ticked level 6, just got his ultimate, and Shysept is pushing for 8 soon enough. And levels matter more than items in that top lane, especially in the early game here. Shysept is taking over. I don't even know if Volantis can equalize his lane anymore. If you gank, I'm afraid that Shysept might walk away with a 2-for-0 kill in that top side if you try and gank it. And that's not just in Volantis. If Krillium goes up, I don't know if they have enough damage to kill this Vlad yet.
I don't think they do either. What they do have enough damage for is his Beard's Weird. Right now, you can see his Beard's Weird. Level 6, yes, but in a little bit of a dangerous spot. The rest of the team is chasing in because they found wrecked by Kakarot, who's going to try and dance out. Charm lands, but a double bomb lands on the other side, so it's a fight for fight. In goes the Chrono Shift, and they are going to be able to survive for a time being. Flash out by the rest of the team, and Wizza on the wrong side of the map. Can't get over the wall, and with the dash down, I mean, you know what happens there. Who are they giving it to? Who are they actually? Oh, that's rude. Shysept with the Hemoplague takes a 3rd kill.
Yeah, that top lane's done right now for Juniata. I think you kind of just walk away from that top side, and if that's the case, that's fine. Start looking bot side. You need to get Leo incredibly far ahead right now. Yes, Leo's doing really, really well, but keep in mind, game 1, I think it was 8.5 minutes where we saw first turret go down in favor of Juniata, or at least down to 1 plate here. Leo is not quite as accelerated. They also did not manage to get that Herald now. Krillium? No ult.
Ooh, Krillium with no ult is going to get chased down, and under the tower they go. I mean, you sacrifice yourself for nowhere to go. That will be a trade of 1-for-1. With the wave being pushed under, I mean, that's a better case scenario than what it could have been.
True. I think his Beard's Weird didn't quite get the full combo he wanted. You want to Onslaught of Shadows behind and then charge in, but still managed to find the kill. And next time his Beard's Weird does that, you get it right, it's a free kill. Now, Juniata, I like that they've responded to that. Volantis going down to that bot side here. They're trying to get that Caitlyn Zyra, that winning lane, further ahead right now. And for Juniata, I think you're trying to unlock Leo into the other lanes as soon as possible. That was what worked for them last game as well. Top side. I know that like Wizza was technically safe there, but you did have to pop out. You did have to pop Ignite. Oh, you left turret.
That's yeah. Shysept not so shy right now in the top lane. Absolutely greeting door to door for the kills. Like that is. It's We know that song and dance. This song and dance is going to be played over and over again until this game ends, it feels like. And now, because of that top lane, with the Herald being dropped in bot lane, his Beard's Weird is able to rectify what's been going on in the bot lane, right? Showing up at the bot side, giving a little bit of damage down there and a little bit of pressure back. So Shoes is able to get a good recall off. And they're able to kind of reset in that margin. It's Aqualad and Shoes gathering out. Even though they got the plates, this does mean that Volantis says hello on the bot lane. Tower, first tower of the game, should lend itself over to Juniata.
Well, actually,
Whoa. Okay. Well, I was talking and watching, and his Beard's Weird got turned a bit weird. Body blocked by Shoes, though, as the final spear runs through. Shoes, I mean, you are alone. That's going to be the kill instant being brought in, and the Kathy Rain takes the kill. Wrecked, finally showing up to lane to say, hey, I want to help out a little bit more, but the call is made to leave as Krillium. You don't want to give that a second chance. Overall, good chase by the side of Juniata to get something back on the bot side.
Yeah, that felt a little ambitious from both sides there. It kind of it's a net just one turret up for the side of Juniata here because you did trade a 1-for-1. But the important thing is you're unlocking Leo. I'm not even going to be commenting on this. This is the 5th time we've seen that. Pretty much solo. Granted, there was one in that bit of a team fight. And last game we had said, okay, Shicep needed to group with the team. Shicep is so far ahead. This game's win con isn't Shicep grouping with the team. It's the team grouping to Shicep. Shicep can just sit in the lane right now, and Juniata have no answer whatsoever. I don't think, even if Leo goes up there with Dog, at this point, like if Flash and Ghost are up, I actually think Shicep can get in there and kill them through all of that CC. It's so hard to lock them down. First Mythic on their team completed, and it is that Rocket Belt. So a lot of mobility up here as well. Leo, Dog, kind of have to be the ones to answer this Vladimir. Krillin can't do it.
I don't even think Leo's going to be able to do too much, and I would expect whoever does has to be grabbing that Grievous Wounds, right? Shicep is too far gone right now to not pay that tax and to not try and pick it up. That is something that, you know, you'll hear just about everyone hound unless you're willing to try and lay down enough burst with 4 members. If you want to try and go 1v1, that's what needs to be done. And Wizza is still trying to build full damage, and this is something that I'm not too happy about right now. So the build path for an Aatrox, for those that, you know, may not play Aatrox or may not see Aatrox as much, it's now Eclipse. Eclipse is the main weapon of choice, right? Yes, you get a little bit of healing in there, but it's such a damage-oriented build. If you're not training back properly, you fall behind so quickly. And that's what we're seeing for Wizza, not willing to itemize outside of that, not willing to pick up any defensive pieces of equipment. This is gonna... It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I'd love to see the individual gold because I don't know if Wizza actually has the 800 gold to spare to pick up Executioner's Calling right now. I mean, you look at what items he does have. It's a Dirk, you know, Duran's Blade, a Longsword. Where would you have slotted in the Executioner's Calling? And I actually don't blame Wizza on this. Like I said, I think it's a team call to send the resources bot early. And I think you actually needed to send it topside to help Wizza get ahead now. This isn't on Wizza. It's a team-wide decision. And if we actually look at the team gold, it's not like Juniata is that far behind. For all the kills that have gone down to Shicep, they have been able to answer elsewhere. They got all the plates bot side. They got 2 dragons as well. So they're still in a pretty decent position as a team. It just feels bad because we haven't seen them leverage it just yet. Now, with Leo and Dog into the mid lane here, we might start seeing the demolition crew get to work. And granted, it's not as fancy seeing a turret go down as multiple kills going down, but it is worth more gold. It is actually more efficient in this game.
Well, we'll see what they can do here. Right now, it's just a simple task of trying to break open more towers. Juniata were able to prep appropriately for the 2 dragons, and this time around, it's no Cloud. It's a much more important dragon and soul, the Ocean Soul, for teams, both these, that are wanting to stay alive for just a smidge longer. This could be a very nice turnaround, and Shicep, most of all, I think will benefit from that. On top of the original healing, you're going to go crazy, if you will. Let's go ahead and keep eyes on that factor, as that is up in about 2.5 minutes here. Everyone jockeying around mid lane.
Yeah, and for now, the top side of the map belongs to CSU, and the bot side belongs to Juniata. I'm actually a bit surprised that we are seeing CSU kind of give away that mid lane turret. They're going for the Herald instead here. So that's kind of the guaranteed turret versus the future turret. And we'll have to see if CSU are able to apply more pressure with that Herald to make it worth. Like you said, Dragons up in 2 minutes. Maybe they use it then on the mid lane to try and secure some sort of priority. But for Juniata, they got the 2 outers already, mid and bot. Top is a whole different proposition. Shicep is still up there. And the longer that mid lane gets as well, the more dangerous it gets with them. We actually saw Shicep threatening a flank earlier, which is why it took so long for Leo and Dog to actually take that mid lane turret.
Yeah, it took a little bit longer time, but it was well done nonetheless. They did it without letting too many kills go through. I would like to draw attention, as we have a little bit of time before Dragon. RMC, do you see what his Beard's Weird bot there? Is that truly standard as a first item for a Hack Room?
So it was sort of the premier jungle first item for a while because the stats are just so gold efficient. And it did get nerfed in that they increased the price on the item. It is actually still a decent first buy. It still gives you more immediate stats than a mythic item here. I don't know if it's optimal in this case because there's not a bunch of healing on the side of Juniata. The big healer is Wizza, and Wizza's already so far down. I don't think he needed that here. But it's not a terrible item, and it feels like his Beard's Weird might just have felt like I have enough gold to go for that early rush instead, and opted for that. Grand scheme, I don't think it's going to matter. We're already seeing the Sheen come through. I expect seeing the Divine Thunder come through pretty soon here. So it's really, you know, this next fight where his Beard's Weird might not have his mythic item.
I mean, I think we already understand that this is going to be a little bit testy, a little bit of a testing the waters here, as the pink ward's going to go down from the side of CSU, but it's quickly cleared out, so that 75 gold is immediately tossed into the drawers. So Juniata already well prepped for this dragon. Last time they were not able to capitalize and take the third dragon here and put themselves on soul point. This time around they're saying, hey, we might just sacrifice that mid tower to gather this one up. Herald is going to be dropped. This is almost deja vu from game one, just a different team doing it. What are they going to play for this? That's going to be a big question. Oh, Shy. Yeah, Shy goes ahead.
Yep.
Pops the ghost and now charges in. Onslaught of Shadow straight to the back line. His Beard's Weird is not able to get the kill. Immediately cut down, but the Hemo Plague does enough work. And because of that extra damage, it looks like the fight is won. We called and said this is exactly what CSU wants to do. They want to go hard, they want to go fast, and they want to do it quickly. The extended team fight is not exactly going to work in their favor. Shystep is not able to survive for much longer, and the charm lands. Shu able to flash away from the ensuing damage, and is now going to kite their way to an ADC win. Look at the damage. Shu's able to survive and able to keep their life. The bomb's not going to land, but Aqualad finishes off the kill. It is a reckless amount of kills and bloody deaths. And so far, the only surviving player is Wizza. The fight going on so long, Dog is back alive.
Yeah, and you can tell CSU, it wasn't about the turret. It wasn't about the dragon. They were there to fight. The fact they sent his Beard's Weird all the way in, that's your jungler, that's your smite. They did not care that their jungler was going to die because they wanted the kills here. They don't care about the objectives. And Orbital, they can just come right back and do the exact same thing. Volantis is up at roughly the same time. The only thing they're watching for is the ultimate cooldown. So Juniata, if they want Dragon, they actually need to force the fight soon. If they wait for cooldowns to come back up, CSU are more than happy to trade 4 for 3 over and over again.
They will take that any day of the week, and round 2 after a break is ready to get started. Dog, though, going out there, setting out a little bit of a chunking plant. You can actually see a Beard taking to about 60% HP. Very, very happy about that one. Good body block by Aqualad to keep the jungler healthy because, again, unable to pick up that Mythic, still running. And we saw how fast his Beard's Weird was chunked out last time, right? How quickly that jungler died. That cannot happen again, I feel. Even though it's a 4 for 3, you can't let it die so fast. Keep in mind, though, Shy not able to run and gun that quickly. This time it's going to be a charm. Can't wreck, be able to stay alive. Yes, use the chrono shit on yourself, but they go all the way in and they die. What in the world is going on? His Beard's Weird got a little bit too weird and opened the doors to a whole lot more weird. Juniata are going to run this fight. Shoes, you have no escape this time around. You can kite all you want, you get 1 kill back, but it's a flash to Q to E for Leo. That is the ace for Juniata College Eagles.
Well, we said CSU would be more than happy to keep repeating the fight here. And sure enough, they went in. But Juniata this time, they played it better. They knew what they were walking into. And the positioning of Leo and Dog in that fight especially, making sure that this time, they didn't get immediately popped by the Hemo Plague. They're low on health. They almost died, sure. But what's important is they lived. And it gave them enough damage to win that fight. And with that, Juniata, the first time this game, have a lead, have advantage. And Orbital, they are at soul point.
Juniata College, we know how close they came in game number 1 to grabbing a game win. And now in game 2, they're even further ahead than they were before, putting themselves at soul point, which in itself, the play in itself is so difficult to deal with on the other side, right? It's an ocean soul. For a team that has been trying to stay alive for so much longer and has been having to deal with the fact that Shysept is an absolute beast, it's a great one to have. Now, Trillium is going to land the charm, but of course Shysept is speeding along and was able to get even more damage down. Trillium still at decent HP, and Shy giving word that the mid laner and top laner are on the bot side. Volantis, though, is able to find and choose, and this is going to be the turnaround. His beard now gets a beautiful ultimate off, and just as quickly as the ace turned around, it sees the Juniata College with the one's caught out. Huge ulti in the bot lane, the 1v1. Krillium is dead, and guess who's chasing for even more? Leo is going to be in the back line, so low, whiz into this second form. But I mean, you get nothing more. It's just to push everyone off. And just as quickly as Juniata found that ace, CSU fight back and grab a 3-for-0.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Juniata kicked that off in the mid lane. They were the ones who went, oh, hey guys, we found shoes. They didn't realize that, hey guys, we don't know where the rest of the team is. And turns out they were just a wall away. And unfortunately for Juniata, a lot of the advantage they accrued, gold-wise at least, has been equalized. Now, they are still at soul point. Nothing can take that away from them here. So, unfortunate, but it doesn't too negatively affect Juniata. More importantly was what happened on that bot side, where Shysept has once again 1v1 somebody. So there's no one who can match the split push of Shysept right now. And if CSU decide like, hey, maybe our team fighting, we're not as confident, we don't think we can find our way into the backline, we don't think we can take Leo down fast enough, and Leo and Dog are too strong, they can always just fall back on split pushing here. Shysept isn't being matched whatsoever, and even if you do give up the Ocean Soul, it's not the end of the world as long as you have enough damage. The damage is starting to get up there here for CSU.
I mean, it's getting there. It's to a point where Dog and Leo actually have to be worried about someone charging at their face. It's the same fact of Krillium, who went for the Everfrost, is also got to be a little bit territorial and a little bit more aware who is walking into those zones, right? Shysept getting that solo kill on the bot side still means that in these 1v1 scenarios, Juniata are not as strong as they would hope. So eyes are open on this Baron right now. And it is Juniata that are trying to clear out some wards. His beard's weird. Hiding off of the corner, who now has that Divine Sunder. And it looks like the call is being made. They're just going to chase. They're just going to say go for it. Volantis tries to get out, but holy crap! Who decided to go in? It's going to be the Wild Growth plus the Chrono Shift. And Shu's getting all the shielding that the Chrono Shift might not even work. It doesn't. So they're all cut. They're all stuck. Flash over the wall. Shoes is going to survive, but guess who comes in to fight? Hey yo, hey yo! This is the poison. This is the disease. It is the Hemo Plague to fight it away. Shy healing up even further. Wizza running for the hills as the fight is brutally won. Shysept sidestepping away. A couple more auto attacks will take it. The Acathian rain rains down upon him. It is an ace for CSU.
Wow, I was just thinking before this orbital that it feels like whichever team pulls the trigger first has been losing the fights. But turns out maybe they're just using the wrong people to engage. Forget the junglers. It's an ADC engage meta. Shoes is cracked. Zero fear. He went in as an AD carry, and he, sure, his beard's weird was the first one in, but really, Shoes was the deepest one in. And this double support that we're seeing, you know, with the Zillion, with the Lulu, like you said, the Chrono Shift didn't even tick in because Shoes just did not die from all the shielding, all the healing that he was receiving as well. And you bought enough time for Shysept to get there. I think that's the big win for them here. In the last fight, before this, that dragon fight, they lost because Shysept couldn't reach the back line. But if Leo is already down and Shysept gets to actually reach into the middle of the fight, you saw how much damage that Vladimir can do. It's absolutely disgusting, and I am terrified for when the death cap completes. We already see the two needlessly large rods there. I think CSU, yeah, you've got to fight for this dragon, but you're really waiting to get that death cap. That's really when your comp fully comes online.
Once that happens, if I see that Vlad in my game, I'm just leaving, right? That's an automatic hit escape, wait 5 seconds, and hit leave game. I don't want to try and deal with that at all here, but they're going to have to. Right now, Juniata are going to get the full onslaught once again straight to the back line, but it's going to be a very nice garden being made, but the garden can't stop everyone, and CSU just annihilate Juniata. Their HP bars are low, but guess who isn't low right now? It is Shoes once again, almost 90% of the HP there. His views weird actually walked forward and said, hey, I want a bit more. Aqualad might be able to stay alive a little bit longer. This shielding gonna keep this poor this Lulu alive. It actually got away. Are you kidding me? Aqualad able to draw Krillium far enough away for CSU to pick up the dragon. What a beautiful team fight.
I want to remind everybody, CSU has 3 supports, and it's showing, right? 3 support mains, and it's showing. Their supports, Wrecked by Kakarot and Aqualad have been so clean. They didn't drop a single person on that engage, and I thought they were dead turrets. The initial burst coming out from Juniata looked so good. They just couldn't find enough damage on any one target. The spread was so well played by CSU, and now they're going to get Baron for it. Dog is here. Here's Zyra. You've got damage, but you don't have a way to steal that Baron.
Nope. No, you don't, and you're hoping for the ace in the hole to land. Double body block. His beard's weird is going to keep his freshly made beard alive. And you're going to be happy, right? This is the steal back, and the early game for CSU may not look very pretty right now, but gosh dang, do they have the mid to late game? What feels like it's on lock.
And, you know, it's just all in the last, like, what, 10 minutes? 5 minutes even, Orbital here. Juniata was at Soul Point, right? They were ahead after that Soul Point Dragon here. They were in a great position. And just out seemingly nowhere, CSU just has popped back right now. And that death cap now completed. Stopwatch picked up by Shysept as well. They shouldn't be losing any of the team fights from here on out. So Juniata need to start getting a little bit creative. We can see how much damage they can put out. Maybe they have a little bit more time to set up even. Get some poke down. I mean, Leo and Zyra right now, there's not a lot of ways to answer the poke they can put out besides hard engage. And props to CSU. Props to his Beard's Weird for always forcing those engages, never giving Leo and Dog to get that time to get that poke down. And it's on Juniata to figure out a way to enable their bot lane to get that poke.
A little bit of charm lands on Wreck, but right now we are seeing the position come out for CSU. Shy is currently waiting off on the wings, waiting for that flash to come up and then just explode under that tower. That is, if she's able to actually find it, it's a terrifying thought. And you can see the rest of Juniata going, yeah, we know what's coming here. We don't want to deal with it right now. You can see him pacing back and forth and just saying, do we actually want to stay here? I mean, they could give tower, granted. The choice could be you give tower and defend the inhibitor one instead of losing your life. And it seems like that's what they're going to have to do anyway. The beating of that Baron empowered cannon minion is just too much to deal with.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice by CSU here. They're not priming either of the sideways, so they're not going to be able to just rotate towards one of the other inner turrets. Instead, they're all grouped up mid, so it's mid or bust here. And now that they're falling back, I think this is actually all they're going to be able to get out of this Baron buff. They've got another minute on it, but by the time they push the waves up here, I don't know if they've actually got enough firepower to take a turret. They don't have the range to poke either. That was something we had mentioned. And the wave clear from Juniata isn't half bad.
Yeah, this is it's keeping them above water, we should say, because no matter what, the one big paddle that they have is if the soul goes their way, it's automatically a way to kind of fight back, right? That means if they stall out the game long enough and you get the items necessary, you can start out-tanking a few of these options, right? Maybe you pick up a single defensive item, make sure that you can get the full effects of the healing soul, and you can work from there. So as long as they are going to continue to stay on this rift, the threat of a soul going their way is a problem that CSU may or may not want to cull very, very quickly. So take a look, see what they're going to do. Just waves currently being prepped and readied for the upcoming global objectives. And the rest of Juniata saying, hey, we now have, for the first time, what feels like an opportunity to get CS back in the appropriate channels, right? Wizza on the top side, clearing that one out. 124 on the CS score with 2 items right now. Just now building some resistances.
Yeah, and to be fair, when you're behind, I actually think building damage is more important because you need to find kills to get back in. So, as effective as an Ocean Soul might be if you've got defensive stats, I don't think we see it. Oh, Krillium?
Krillium is going to jump away, but is caught by the fear and the bomb on top. And then the jump in shoes. Again, just doesn't care, but this time you're too far away from the team. Massive set of damage, and now a flash in. Shy is diving so deep for Leo, but you are very, very low. Goes into the Zanyas, is going to try and soak off of someone, and is going to heal him just in time for the Chrono Shift. They are quite deep, though. This is a dangerous spot, and Juniata say, yeah, you moved just a bit too quickly. Now a jump forward by Wizza, who is going to get a knockup onto Wreck trying to run away. Flying Drag catches his Beard's Weird, and CSU giving over an opportunity to Juniata to get some gold back, and Juniata went for it.
So forget the gold orbital. It's all about Soul right now because yes, Soul is huge for Juniata, but my big question was how are they going to get it? Because CSU is a teamfight team. They're more than happy to teamfight you on open ground here. Well, they just found the answer. CSU overcome it, they get punished, and now that Soul that you were talking about, is feasible. It does belong to Juniata here, and that is their way to try and balance things out. And this is coming from CSU, just over diving way too far here. Shoes going in for the kill. I understand that you got blood in your eyes. You found the Ari even through the ultimate. You thought you could burst him down, but Shysept going in. Shysept has a lot of damage, but Shysept has no defensive stats whatsoever. So yeah, you can't do that if you're CSU. That's really risky, and that's one of the few ways Juniata has back into this game, despite the lack of scaling on their composition.
Yeah, that paddle that they had just transformed into a mini motor, right? Like, that's what they have on the back of their boat right now. They're starting to pick up a bit more speed. They still have to be careful about the giant holes in their boat, but it's viable. It is viable right now. So we'll see if they can keep doing some patchwork across the board. As for the side of CSU, they've optimized already. Right now, I can see 3 different Grievous Wounds items on multiple members. The only ones that don't are, of course, the mainstay damage dealers, right? Shysept and Shoes will be the only ones not grabbing one of those items, instead optimizing, as we said, for the pure damage. The Chem Check Putrefiers will be more than enough to try and help cut through.
Yeah, and this makes this next fight really important between both of these teams. Because, again, the healing cut is great and good, but don't forget that Juniata won that without healing cut. And granted, CSU did have to overextend. But that wasn't under turret. There was no turret damage coming down on them there. That was just on open ground. And Baron's kind of similar. So if CSU ends up starting up Baron here, they could actually end up losing another fight. Instead, they're going to ignore Baron for now. They don't really have minions, so I'm not sure why they're pushing up this far right now. At best, you get an even fight.
Well, the thing is I'm not sure if I like this call, because now CSU are kind of forced into a fight of their own. Both teams did an awkward trade of the minion wave and decided to back away. However, the full recall from the team is not sniffed out by Juniata. If they had sniffed this out, they might have given themselves a chance to go for the Baron. Instead, they posture around. They keep the vision almost completely dark. You can see a little bit of a peek board off the left side of your screen. And it's gonna quietly go, and now they go. What is going on here? So much time was given over, and then they had to back away again. This is the epitome of we are going to play safe, I think. No one wants to make a gamble at what to go for.
In a way, Juniata is looking for a gamble at this Baron here. They're looking for that one big team fight. They're not necessarily looking to try and find a pick anywhere else, because they've got full control. They still have massive vision control here. And the problem was that, unfortunately, with that wave cut, I think that's something that the teams aren't normally used to seeing. You know, you don't see that in solo queue, where teams like end up on the wrong side of the map and cutting the wave there. And so they didn't actually have vision to track where CSU was. Now, CSU trying to start the fight.
Yes, they do, but they trap 3. 3 are caught inside the cataclysm, and it sets up a majority share of the fight. That's going to be a lot of the tangling going around right there, and they get one. The Zillion is down. Who else is going to fight? Shysept gets a great little charge up, and now the Onslaught of Shadow is going to chase in, but not enough damage. Shoes is getting chunked out. The auto attacks are so strong. And it's down to a 3v4, and they're healing up. Shoes gets ace in the hold and is going to survive. But I mean, Volantis, you can chase this one real easily. One more auto attack takes it, and it looks like Juniata have weathered the storm. The motor growing, improving, as they're able to take a team fight win, 1 for 3. Baron now in their eyes.
And like you pointed out, Orbital, that Ocean Soul, it's just doing so much work in these fights here. You can see that they didn't die in the initial engage. Leo, Dog, Prelim, they're back to almost full health now. And now, even though Shysept's up, even though you've got so much damage here, you can't fight this. If you go in, you die. They're not low enough for you to burst. Your junglers did. There's no contest. And Juniata, sure, they're down gold. Sure, they're down kills. But they're in the lead right now. And more importantly, Cleveland State University, what's your answer to this? Your straight-up team fight isn't working. You don't have enough burst damage with just Shysept right here.
I'm terrified, right? That was a little bit of an awkward fight, and we saw his beard's weird, kind of chasing in and out, right? The initiation tool that they've had, for so long has been his beard's weird, and he is getting demolished right now. Leo, the build that we didn't get to see last time, 4 items, or actually full items right now, 9, 4, and 7 carries the majority share of the kills. And the CS department, this Caitlyn hurts right now, and his beard's weird is just not realizing this. Got greedy at the start, was trying to build up a little extra damage, and now trying to build for that armor. It's not going to be there as soon as you would really like. Wizza, though, stepped up just a bit too far. As I was talking about, Juniata it is going to be Wizard. That opens up an opportunity for CSU to just run an entire wave straight up mid lane.
I mean, Wiz is actually pretty important for the team fights because Wizza has been creating a lot of space with this Aatrox, and with the tankiness as well. It's taking so long for the side of CSU to cut through them here. So despite the fact that Baron's on Juniata, they're actually now on the losing end of this trade. Is it enough? Not really, because CSU can't crack an inhibitor turret, and Wizza will be back up soon enough. But CSU, I think, have largely managed to nullify most of this Baron. We're about halfway through the Baron right now, and Juniata have not even pushed past River.
That is a painful way to think about it, but you know what? Something that we don't always get to see spawning and possibly fought over is the Elder Dragon. Elder coming up in 15 seconds, and honestly, this is a dragon that CSU need, right? Right now, cutting through the opponent is not working. What you need is a way to execute them, and for Shysept, if you're able to get that soul, or if you're able to get that Elder Dragon, boom, that's your execution factor. Push, Wookiee is held, and Krillium is a nice greeting to those willing to face check.
Yeah, neither team really having proper vision to try and set that ambush up. Juniata at the Elder first. They're the ones setting up vision. Keep in mind, Ocean map does mean there's a lot more bushes here. Shysept might get caught out, but the rest of Juniata, they're a bit gun-shy here. They don't quite pull the trigger on Shysept. Instead, they're starting up Elder.
And because they didn't want to pull the trigger or anything of the sort, that is going to be a little bit of information given. Leo is healing up through. This is very, very dangerous. We're going to have to see CSU actually go for this. It's down to only about 3K. If they don't want to do anything, it's going to be a bad time. Cataclysm keeps everyone alive, and they're all going to fall. Juniata found the perfect moment to strike, and they take it away. Another 2 kills on the His Beard's Weird, and 2 erect by Kakarot. And the most amazing piece of equipment has now landed into Juniata's favor. Elder Soul in their pocket. They can now annihilate Shysept, Shoes, and Aqualad if they so much as step up in the wrong direction.
30 seconds on His Beard's Beard and wrecked by Kakarot here. That's a numbers advantage. 2 members more for Juniata here. The minions are coming, but it's taking a while. TP from Krillium, they're looking to end this. And if Shoes, Aqualad, or Shysept get caught, if they die, it's going to be game.
Can't let that happen. This is big right now. The inhibitor is taken away. 10 seconds left on Wreck. Shysept ready to go with the rest of the team. Flash is available to make a big flash hemoplague play. And His Beard's Weird looking for it. Eyes are open. Take a look at that. Again, execution rates on both sides are a bit dangerous. But Juniata say, listen, I know we had the big bust, but we can't make the same mistake that we did last time. Even though we have Soul, even though we have Elder, we got to play it smart.
And this is smart here, sitting in this bush while they still have Elder. They don't really want to base, because if you base at this point, you lose out on a lot of that Elder buff here. But unfortunately for them, CSU, they're playing it smart. If they don't have vision, they don't want to enter the area here, and Juniata aren't going to be able to find anything.
Well, they prepped appropriately, waiting for the prey to come into their arms, and I mean, they didn't come at all. So you know what? Fine, they didn't take that doorway. We'll make another one on our own. Baron up in a minute and a half, and the Elder should be, I believe it's still up in time for the. No, it's gonna time out. I lied. I completely lied. I do apologize. However, Baron again gonna be coming up. This has been a big grounds for fighting, and Shysept now with Void Stats, so finally completing that 4th item. This might be enough to cut through. This might be enough to cut through Wizard and Volantis, but you need His Beard's Weird and wrecked by Kakarot to stay alive.
Yeah, and the Frozen Heart for His Beard's Weird is going to be massive. His Beard's Weird has been dying on the engage almost every single time. I almost want to see Chrono Shift on His Beard's Weird before the engage even starts right now, because Kakarot can't actually get in range to drop that out on the Hecarim. And Shysept's been doing a great job. She's done whatever she can in terms of trying to pump out the damage here. So you need somebody else on your team to step up. And I've been looking at Shoes to be the one to do so, and Shoes has been consistently stepping up as well. Unfortunately, the damage profile from Kaisa isn't quite good enough. You're not enough consistent damage to really carry the ends of these fights the moment the flat threat is gone. And in terms of burst, you don't have enough to actually finish off anybody either thus far. So it's got to be Beard's Weird being the one to survive the initial burst, and maybe that little bit of damage the Hecarim can pump out if he stays alive will be enough for CSU to come back. If not, Juniata are just going to do the same thing they've been doing over and over again for the last 3 team fights.
Yeah, they're fine with everything that's going on. However, Baron is started up by CSU, and they are hard committing for this. They're strangle-holding themselves inside of the base, but the double bomb does not land. That means that AoE CC is not going to land at all. And they go to the back line. Shystep, though, has found this Zyra. Can you find a little bit more? They are split. The information is split. Malaysians is down. Onslaught of Shadows rushes to the back line. CSU trying to find it, but they aren't going to find it. Vlad is down. That's the big damage source. And with Vlad down, they should be able to run it through. Shoes, though, says, hey, I might be able to do a bit more. Wizza, who has been cut through most of the time, is going to slam home a hit. Shoes goes into resurrection form, goes straight into the stasis, but you delay the inevitable. A trap brings home the headshot, and it's an ace for Juniata College.
Could there be anything sweeter for Wizard right now in this game? Dumped on in lane for most of the game, wasn't able to get anything done, but in this last fight here, Wizard to me was the MVP, getting in there, pumping the damage, and making sure nobody got out here. Juniata, we asked them after game 1, what do you change? What do you do? Do you go for skilling? They didn't. They just played better in this game too, and they changed up Wizard's pick. Wizard no longer has to own. He can be weak side king on these big team fight carries as well.
And taking a look at the side of CSU, a huge changeup is they swapped out the extended damage profile for a more upfront burst combination. And I'll be honest, if that were not an Ocean Soul, I feel the game would have gone drastically different, right? That Ocean Soul was like the thing that screwed them up the most, forcing 3 members to itemize and prioritize that heal cut. It hurts so much, right? Like that, I feel, hurt so badly. So looking at game number 3, do or die time for who wants to take the first series of this evening, or at least the one that started at first. What do you have to say? What do you want to see CSU change? Did this work in their favor? Do you think they need to change their champions up?
I think the idea is sound for the most part. I actually think it's coming down to Hecarim, and I blame that on today's patch. The fact that Hecarim just got nerfed again. And unfortunately, his Beard's Weird just didn't have as much impact on this pick. I think everything else was fine. Sure, Kai'Sa doesn't have the extended damage that we saw from an Ezreal, but I think Shoes played incredibly well as well this series. This game, pardon me, like he did in game 1. So I think you change up the jungler. I think the Xin Zhao would have probably had a bit more impact here. Or else maybe we see something like I'm trying to think what else would his Beard's Weird play. Maybe a Lilia to come through. Even a Bel'Veth. Something like that I think would potentially have more impact for this team. So I think we're going to see a bit of a jungle change up and maybe a little bit less prio on this Hecarim.
Well, there you go. Some ideas here coming out here. You know what? Maybe it's time to hop off that bandwagon of the Hecarim, you know, the one that's literally been nerfed twice here. Whether you feel it or not, it's happening. Hecarim 0 for 2 so far here on the day. Let's see if it goes 0 for 3 or if we don't see Hecarim at all. We'll be right back for the conclusion of this series.
You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me so complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome, everyone, to the third and final chapter of this series. We have written so much in games 1 and 2, and I hope to see so much more in game 3. These teams are battling it out to be the first winner in their division and the first one to tack on a series victory, because at this point, they ain't going undefeated in that record. Both of them currently have a loss, and both of them currently have a win. And my gosh, is that one to write for. Game number 1, it came down to a somewhat base race with Juniata coming very close to taking the first game, and then CSU running it back. Game number 2, Ocean Soul plus Baron plus Elder. All three combined give you the trifecta of a Juniata win.
And, you know, when we came in here, it said that the last time I'd seen both these coaches for their teams play was in the grand finals. And once again, it's opening week. It's opening day, Orbital, and it still feels like almost a grand finals we're watching here. It's been so close, and the teams have been playing so incredibly well. It's week 1. The teams don't know each other that well. And even for Juniata, we had mentioned that, yeah, they've only really changed out one player, but it's really messed up their roster in a way because there's a lot of changes coming through. It doesn't feel that way watching them play. They look really well connected and as if they know exactly what they're doing at all points. Same with CSU, Vikes, Green so far here. Even in their losses, their team fights still look very systematic. You could tell exactly what it is they wanted to do. And now coming into game 3, Orbital, both teams kind of found things that have worked for them. The Caitlyn Lux or Caitlyn Zyra of Juniata has been a huge force for their team. And for CSU Vikes, you know, the double support, granted, it lacks a little bit of damage, but it's been looking good for them. And going into game 3, part of me kind of wants to see them throw that all out the window and just go nuts. But I suspect it's going to come down to a clash of their best styles. And I'm very curious to see if we see ban changes come through really. And that Hecarim Prio, we see that still very highly prioritized between these teams.
Could be not, and that is yet to be seen. Now, I do want to give an update to those that are hoping to tune in to the Kansas State University JV match versus St. Mary's Rattlers. That is our second match of the day. And of course, as you understand, this series is running a bit long, and as such, the teams have opted to start playing out their series. After this one is done, we will be joining them in for game number 2 and giving you an update there. But we just want to inform you of that. That way we can keep our schedule rolling, and these players are not here all the way till about 1 in the morning. We would as much as we would like to see all the games, I don't think the players would enjoy that as much. So we are very hoping to be very considerate of that. Right now, though, game 3, ready to go. Hecarim has been on the board for 2 games and has lost 2 games. The Vladimir on the top lane for Shy Sept, who has played exceptionally well, has not been enough to topple Juniata at a very quick and consistent pace. So, what are they going to play? Right now, we do see it swap back over. As you can see, it is CSU on that red side, and then it is the other squad, of course, for Juniata on the blue. Still bans, kind of the same. Seraphine taken off the table, Rengar, as well as Yumi.
Okay, so nothing, you know, too crazy yet. Everything's been kind of the same so far in these pick and bans. Yeah, we've seen the Vigar, and so it's probably going to be what's it? The Karma and the Maokai have been the bans throughout this series. That's a bit of a change up. The Vayne coming through, and the last game Juniata did ban the Vayne, but it was in second phase. Now Karma is up. They are blue side, so it looks like they might be trying to steal away the Karma for themselves. And the Caitlyn actually being banned by CSU. I really like that change up. I'm not worried. I don't feel like the Maokai is really worth the ban when you're leaving things like Horn open anyways.
Well, yes. At the same time, we are seeing some spice. So, as you can tell, the ADCs were hard targeted, and immediately everything went down into chaos, is what it felt like. Both teams said, you ban our ADCs, we wreck your draft. We are seeing, outside of the Hecarim, 5 brand new champions. I would like to repeat this. In games 1 and 2, we saw a relatively same compositions, and the Hecarim was a staple among. This time around, Hecarim is the only returning champions currently of half of the players here in game 3.
Well, let's call it 3 and 2 halves, because Kale and Maokai have made an appearance on the ban list, but this time they're through, and we've already seen Shy Sept really carry a lot of these fights from that top lane position. Your Vayne is your consistent damage, Vlad is more burst than consistent. Kale's the best of both worlds. You get a lot of burst, especially if you're running press the attack, and you also just do a lot of consistent damage, more so than Vayne in these team fights. And that Maokai that's been perma-denied from Wizza so far here. Like I said, I personally don't think it's that big a threat in terms of just the champion itself, but maybe Wizza is just so experienced, so great at this champion that they felt they had to take it away. And CSU, my goodness, they just went, okay, you know what? We didn't have consistent damage. We didn't have enough damage last game. This game, we're going to have all the damage. We picked the Kill, we picked the Corki, we picked the Sivir. These are all amazing late game scaling champions. But where's the early game coming from? I mean, Juniata has already won the early game both games this series, and they've got the picks they need to have an early game. But they've got a set. They've got a Vi. Even Maokai is not bad in the early game.
And the fact that they blind picked the set, by the way. So again, we had a little bit of insider information. We kind of knew what they were going for. But the set was B5 for Juniata. And then the Corki came out as a counter. So, of course, it's not like they picked the set into it. And yet it still feels like the set could have an opportunity, depending on how Volantis wants to play. And that's what I think this entire composition kind of revolves around. If Volantis so decides, this game will get out of control. The Vi is one that a lot of people have kind of been talking about. It's the same thing as a J4 with a little bit more brutish damage behind it, right? It's the flag and drag, it's a punch combo, straight to your face, follow through, catch someone in the back line. You combo that with a champion that all they want to do is get in your face. It sets up the set very nicely. You have the Tangled Overgrowth from, like, I agree. Juniata has the potential there. On the flip side, though, the range is going to be a problem for CSU. They have drafted extensible kiting, a lot of speed ups in behind. That Sivir, most particularly, I feel, is the linchpin.
Yeah, Sivir, also another champion that's recently had a string of nerfs coming through. Did not get nerfed on patch 12.18, which kind of tells us maybe she's finally in line win rate-wise as far as Riot's concerned. But yes, definitely still a massive late-game team fight threat and monster, even despite the scaling reduction on her base AD there. Now, the teams to me this time, Orbital, feel very split. There is a very clear cutoff between the two teams. If the game goes late, CSU should win this handily. Like you said, range is a big issue here for the side of Juniata. How are you actually going to reach these targets? Sure, Vi can get in there. But the big difference to me between Vi and J4 is that J4 can hit multiple targets. Vi goes for one person. And if you go for kill, great. There's still Sivir, there's still Corki. You go for Corki, likewise, there's still Sivir kill. And same thing with the Sivir right now. And Sivir's even got a spell shield. So how are you going to catch that? Maokai did get buffed. His ultimate speed is a lot faster now. But is it fast enough to catch all these ranged targets? And that's without Renata's hostile takeover as well, to deny the engage. You throw out the grasping roots, well, she'll just throw out the hostile takeover. We'll trade outs. We're good to go. So I feel like Juniata has the pressure to end this early. That said, like, they actually have early game champions who can make things happen. Like you said, set Vi. It's a deadly combo together. And it's not like early on, there's a ton of range. Corki's the only one really with range, and you're kind of squishy. Vi can solo you down at level 6 as well. So my eyes are on Juniata in the early game. End it quick, end it early. Sure, you've got an Ezreal, that scales, but into the likes of a Corki, Sivir, Kale, it's just not enough.
I mean, even through that Karma, who we have seen banned away 2 times as well in the previous games, and it feels like, it really does feel like the team just got the pick of the litter. They said, screw everything else. We don't care what you're going to pick up. We are going to play our game, which I really, really like. But I do agree. This should be a fast one. And we were saying, Volantis, you can pick up the pace. It's not a request. It's not a, hey, you have the option of speeding up. It's you better speed up, or the horse is going to run you over. The Valkyrie is going to run you over. The one in a freaking biplane is going to run you over. Maybe a Corki, I don't know. Or a Corgi, I should say. And then the Sand Runner is going to, like, so much is going to be there. And I have to agree, this is going to be a test. And I think this is the most defining part of the teams, which is surprising, right? We talked about how Juniata are a team that want to team fight. They want to be aggressive. At points, late game, though. However, this entire game, it's been the change-up. It's the shift of, hey, we know we can team fight late, but we need to get there much faster, and they've opted into a much more aggressive stance. Whereas on the flip side, for the side of CSU, they were the ones that originally came in and were like, hey, we are going to take this. We know we can play pretty quickly. We know we can pull off some of these fights. It didn't work out in their favor. So they also change. It's the shift within the actual series of identities for the teams.
And again, I just want to remind everybody, this is week 1. This is day 1. It's not just week 1. It's literally the first time these teams are playing, especially for CSU. This is their first game in the NECC proper. We won't count the activation matches. They're not best of 3s here. So teams come in with a certain idea of like, oh, we're going to play this way. This is our strength, this identity. And then it meets reality. Expectation meets reality. And reality kind of goes, cute. And so the teams, they have to swap it up. And I think it says a lot that, CSU, despite having the idea that, hey, we are just going to smash the lanes here, they can play for the later game and for the team fights. And for as much as we've seen Juniata be a team fight team in spring, this is a different Juniata. And their laning is looking really, really solid. If that's your strength, that's what you roll with. We are onto the Rift here, Orbital. And unfortunately, it looks like we're getting a standard defensive start. And I say unfortunately because I think this game, especially, Juniata actually have a strong level 1 and could stand to look for an invade if they wanted to.
Yeah, you ever been hit in the face by an empowered Q from a Karma plus a face breaker by Volantis on the buy? Yeah.
Yes, that's why I'm no longer on the Rift anymore.
It's a real moment that just makes you rethink everything in your champion choices. It's a reality check. That's all it is. So, getting underway, we are sad that we don't see an invade, but I mean, the teams really don't want to mess this up, right? You want to start the season off on a win, and you want to do it in a way that feels good, right? Not because you got lucky and found a pick, not because you got lucky and hit a lucky crit or whatever. You want to come out and say you are the team to beat. Right now, Shyset most notably, though, on this Kale, a very important champion, because remember, as you said, this is the activation match champion that almost ran away with it. The other one was the Vayne, by the way. So Shyset hoping to apply the same sort of pressure, the same sort of gameplay that they had before, and be able to carry over the early game wins into the mid to late game. Bot lane, though, Shoes and Aqualad are just praying to stay alive for a bit longer again. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Shy? Shy, we got to talk about this. Shy, we understand you're upset from game number 2, but you can't do Wizza like that. That's not right.
Yes, you can. And yes, she is. And once again, it's worth noting, Volantis, all 3 games has pathed away from the top lane. And I know we said Wizza weak side king, but I think this is really putting Wizza in a really bad spot. His beard's weird, is pathing topside, and we saw in game 1 with that Xinjiao, you can look to punish, you can look to dive, you could do the exact same thing with this Hecarim here in game 3, and with Hecarim it's almost easier to dive because you can actually knock them out of charge range. That was not the thing that got nerfed, was the charge knockback distance, but it still gets you closer to safety and closer out of turret towards your top laner.
I mean, that's what you're hoping to do and hoping to make it work. However, at the current moment, Wizza making sure to make a stand for themselves. Some of the changes that came through is a little bit of buff on the passive, which was a healing, I believe, a sap healing, if you will, and being able to sustain if you get the right auto attacks off. So a little bit better in that sense, but you already burned through all your pots. Both actually have, so they are in a little bit better position. Shoes and Aqualad, though, still struggling in this bot lane, and because of the fact that Shoes actually opted to go for that Cole, it means that this laning phase is even less advantageous, or even more advantageous, I would say, to Leo and Dog. His beard's weird, though, saying, hey, we are going to make that revisit. This is 3 for 3 in terms of top lane ganks.
No flash.
Wizza trying to get close, flash forward by Shy. Wizza, though, doesn't have flash available, and because of that, is a clean-cut first blood. 3 out of 3 for the top side of the map.
Yeah, that first exchange, that was a flash for Ghost trade. Shystep still had her flash available here, and Ghost is on a much shorter cooldown. So that's kind of what we were expecting, expecting a dive. They didn't even need to, because Wizza was pushed out. Now, Orbo, you do mention the calls, and I do want to talk a little bit about that, because we said that for CSU, this is a team that is looking to scale up. They are not looking to fight early. They are not looking to fight mid here. In fact, I expect them to seed both of the early Dragons and first Herald, unless they get a massive advantage, which could happen top, as we're seeing right now. They're just buying the calls because they're just trying to get to that late game ASAP.
Ooh, well, this is unfortunately a barrier push and a flash forward. Leo loses that one, and mid lane now we're going to watch as Krillium tries to get some fights onto Rex. Bot side, we revisit once again. Round 2 is going to eat some damage, and round 3 surprisingly comes out of the bush. Volantis says, hey, his beard's weird. You can't get away. An arcane shift forward seals the deal. After a rough battle, it is his beard's weird who is sent back to the spawn.
Well, bro, we called for early ganks from Volantis. That's one way to do it. A counter gank works as well here. And surprisingly, Juniata, despite the advantage they're getting in the bot side, it's not being reflected in the solo lane. So they're not actually at advantage in gold, unfortunately, for them here. In the mid lane, we got to see a bit of that trade between Krillium and Wrecked by Kakarot. And this is why set blind isn't really a thing anymore, even in the top lane, because it is very bullyable. Yeah, he got a little bit of buffs, but he's struggling to reach Wrecked by Kakarot. And every time we see Krillium actually hitting Wrecked by Kakarot, he's already taken so much damage just trying to reach this Corki.
It's one of those moments that you start to regret all your life decisions, and you're just like, yeah, maybe I messed up. This is also where you would normally ping your jungler, and your jungler pings back like, bro, you made this mess yourself. We ain't helping you, right? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I blind picked LeBlanc one too many times, and my jungler's just tired of it. Yeah, I understand. I can't ping you. That's like not allowed at that point. So, Krillium, we'll see what they can do. Again, the damage that can come out, though, if you can draw out the Valkyrie pretty early on, it's a possibility, right? It is a possibility. Will it happen? Not too sure. You do get the Valkyrie there. Krillium's like, yes, I have an opportunity, but again, there's a flash on the Corki. So, we're going to not watch that one anymore. Top side, we're going to see Sidestep get knocked back in a little bit of a fight. So, Wizza trying to bring some damage back and currently has a CS lead.
Yeah, actually, that is surprising out of seemingly nowhere. I mean, generally you expect the Kale to kind of have a CS lead if they're just like focusing on farming here, but Sidestep isn't farming or focusing on farming, has been trying to get lane control. Now, the other thing to note about that topside fight was it actually delayed Volantis' back a little bit. I think Volantis, the call right now for the Vi is hit level 6 before we gank mid or top. And I actually don't think you can even effectively gank top, because now we do see the Divine Judgment come through, the sort of invincibility for this kill. Top gank also becomes kind of hard. So you're looking for level 6, you're looking for cease and desist, and then you're looking for the Corki in the mid lane here. We said it before, the burst from Vi, her base damages are really, really high. And more importantly, if she can lock down that Corki for just a second, it's enough for the set to get in there. And your CC chain plus the burst damage that they can put out should be enough to kill this Corki.
It's always about the combination play. It's what can you do together, not so much alone. Hextech Dragon is also available, and keep in mind, Juniata have been the team that have consistently gotten the first two, not just the first one, the first two with almost no challenges to their back pocket. So this is going to be CSU maybe looking to gain control of this bot side and take a little bit more control. The Horsey is here, level 5, level 5, level 4, level 5 for Leo and Dog. And do they actually want to go for this? And no, they don't. So after taking a bunch of pokes, Shoes and Aqualad are abandoned.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the Sivir Renata, you just don't have enough damage yet. Look at what Shoes has, right? Like you mentioned the call early, you're now sitting on 2 longswords and a dagger. You compare that to Sheen that Leo has, and you're not winning that particular trade here. So, as expected, Juniata is going to be able to start up the Dragon first. And Volantis hits 6 first. That's another interesting thing to watch, where Volantis is going to throw this first gank. His Beard's Beard might not even gank, even though he's level 6. If his lanes aren't ready to pump out the damage, he doesn't need to pull the trigger. Vi is the one on a trigger here.
And we actually see a hard shift as well. His Beard's Weird, remember last time, actually went for that Grievous Wounds item first. This time around opting for the cloth armor, so should be a little bit of a spin on the item pathing that may yield different results. This is also something that we do have to keep in mind, right? Itemization choices. Maybe CSU don't have to go for those Grievous Wounds items early and negate extra damage or extra shielding.
Yeah, and right now, the whole idea of Hecarim is you build damage. He's got slightly lower damages, slightly better tankiness, especially with the change to his W there, to give him additional armor and magic resist. But this game, with a kill Corki Sivir, actually wouldn't hate seeing a tank Hecarim come back out. You know, that old school turbo chem tank build to come through. I don't think that's what we're going to see, but I do think survivability is key for his Beard's Weird. You're more of an engage option than anything else, and if you survive to pump out damage, it'll be more effective. We saw in game 2, you can have all the damage in the world. If you're dead on the initial engage, you can't actually get any of that damage out here. So I really do like that cloth armor early pickup, and we'll have to see if it does pan out. I don't think the cloth armor by itself is going to mean anything, because his Beard's Weird isn't going to be looking for ganks. You can see none of the lanes are calling for it here. They're all perfectly happy just sitting back and farming.
This could turn into a 25-minute siesta, right? After those first 2 kills, just go ahead, sleep it off, and we'll see you back when everyone's level 16 and happy. Right now, though, the junglers say,
Or?
maybe not so much. His Beard's Weird enters the bush first, and there is no information. However, a call over the side is going to call it in. And guess what? It's a call. The redemption comes in, and you still pick up the kill. Volantis with a beautiful counter gank is not going to get the second hit, but you did the work that you needed to. Volantis with a beautiful setup. And, well, I should say Wizza with the beautiful setup, turn the tides and give his Beard's Weird their second death of the game.
Wrecked by Kakarot is still kind of hunting off on the side here. You can see how low Wizza and Volantis are from their portraits on the left-hand side, but won't be able to find anything. And yeah, great bait. I guess this is one of the reasons why we saw the Maokai ban. It's safer on the Maokai. He's much better at handling these dives than even the Ornn here, and that's going to make his Beard's Weird and Shicep think twice about looking at the top lane again.
This is his Beard's Weird, who has attempted first the bot lane and now the top lane, and it feels like Volantis is starting to get a very good read on where this jungler is rotating to. Bot side, we're seeing Krillium try and join in on the Fiesta. But it's Leo and Dog who once again are controlling this bot lane and taking advantage of the range difference. But Volantis and his Beard's Weird, so far, twice they have met and twice Volantis wins it out.
Yeah, and again, I want to highlight this should be expected here, right? Vi is the better early game jungler and better at the 1v1s or even the 2v2s to a certain extent. Chemtech Punk Sword? Is that the right name? Some combination of those four terms there built for Volantis here. And on Vi
let's fact check the analyst here. Give me 1 second, everyone.
Okay, you do that while I keep talking about Volantis here, because that's basically the first item of choice still for the Vi, and Volantis is now online ready to make things happen. His Beard's Weird, actually going for the tank build. I really like it, but is it enough to actually find any kills?
I mean, I think so. Shicep this time able to slap it down, not giving the kill over, but still picking it up. Bot lane, though, massive damage from Dog to hit them right back. So this is getting a little bit out of control. Krillium now walking up in the front lane, in the mid lane, but as Krillium does, immediately walks back out. So that is all you're going to see there. So, RMC, you said Chempunk, what?
I think Chemtech Chainsword, I think.
All right. You got 3/4 of it correct. It's Chempunk Chainsword.
Okay,
I give you huge props for even knowing that. I'm not gonna lie, I did not know that at all.
I know there's a Chem somewhere, but
there's always Chem somewhere.
Where has Chempunk ever shown? Like I didn't see Chempunk over in Arcade. I saw Chemtech. But
they're all punks that run it. Okay, they're all punks.
True, it's probably like Echo's gang or something there. Wrecked by Kakarot, though, I do want to highlight that because Cole has finally been solved by Wrecked by Kakarot. Miraman is still not fully completed, still in the process of stacking, but the package has been picked up, and really it's the package that we do want to see. Dragons coming up as well in 10 seconds, so despite saying that the first two dragons should go the way of Juniata here, because they took so long on that first one, CSU actually might look to contest. I don't fancy their odds necessarily in a straight up 5v5, but if you're good with the package here, you can definitely force Juniata to split, and either they kind of trade even in a team fight, or they get the dragon. I don't think that Juniata will be able to get both in a full 5v5.
I don't think so as well, and I mean, they'll have to play it out for this one, especially with the package available. They're going to enjoy this one. They do catch one. Dog is on their own and flashing over the wall. They get to safety, but they get a grab on the back end on Wizza, and Wizza, the tree is immediately chopped down. Hostile takeover, keeping everyone clear. Grabs 3. Krillium draws the Hecarim back to the team, but the redemption lands in the middle of everyone. But guess who's in the middle of the fight? Krillium saying, give me a bit more pain. And they come out with the win. Juniata say, give us a bit more. Krillium gets a slam of 2, and the chase by Leo brings home the 3rd kill. Aqualad and Wreck, they did what they could, but it was not enough. Juniata, after that initial pain on Wizza, come out with the team fight win.
Yeah, and unfortunately for CSU, they just don't have the skilling just yet here. They had the upfront burst, but when they couldn't find the kill, they got in trouble, and now Wrecked by Kakarot has to run away as Leo is kind of chasing. I didn't think Juniata was going to get Dragon and win the fight. I thought they kind of had to pick their poison here, but no, they get their cake, and they eat it too. Not only do they get Dragon, not only do they get the kills, they got first turret on that bot side as well here. Now, Leo and Dog aren't Caitlyn Lux or Caitlyn Zyra. They're not quite as strong here, so rotating them to a different lane isn't the end-all be-all. But now at least you have another option for Wizard to go to if you're feeling like, hey, that top side's not too good here. Well, guess what? You can chuck Wizard bot side. That's fine. There is another extended lane where you can call in for ganks here, and Juniata feels like they won out the early game again.
And I want to point out, they didn't just win it out. They kept Wizza into a somewhat decent state, right? Yes, you did die once or twice, but because Valantis was also able to apply pressure up there, which again, has not been seen in games 1 and 2, you see the immediate change that it kind of brings to the team, right? Wizza may be able to apply pressure somewhere else and be able to focus along. But at the same time, it's still the fact that Shystept is 1-1-2, has 100 CS, and as long as they can keep counting on where Wizza is, we'll be able to farm up a decent Storm. So keep an eye on that. I'm very, very curious how this plays out. We are seeing items being completed, though. The first Mythic on the side of this CSU squad is going to be that, yeah, another, I believe, tank item. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I knew Ken was in there somewhere, too. Yeah. Listen, I don't know item names. I say zoom, zoom, go, go. That's all I say here.
There's other items that make you zoom, zoom, go, go over those. So I feel like that there's...
I actually know that one. Shirelia's. I don't know why I know that one over this Mythic.
And you can tell that Orbital does not play tanks. He plays support if he plays tanks here, because that's a more support item. Yeah, it's the first Mythic. It is an important landmark because his beard's weird. It gives you additional damage as well at the Hecarim. That's why it used to be the go-to build. And like I said, I actually like to see it. I'm very happy that he did go this build instead of damage here. Now, you just have to wait for the rest of the team to catch up here. You need your sort of major items to come through for Shystept, for Shoes. Well, Shoes actually just completing the Kraken Slayer on this pack. And for Wrecked by Kakarot as well. You're waiting for that Mirror Mana to complete. It's almost up. And then NECC fight. NECC fight is when we see if CSU are actually in a position to contest for it. And for Juniata, that means you've got, what, a couple more minutes here to extend your lead as much as possible. Make sure you've got nice, fat, padded wallets for that NECC team fight. They've done incredibly well thus far, especially on Leo. 2 items completed. So they're in a good spot. But then I look at the other lanes a little bit more. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, you've got Mythics on everyone, but I'm expecting to start seeing Krillium fall off a little bit in these fights. He's got the Strike Breaker for gap closing purposes, or for chase down purposes, but that's not something like a Gore Drinker that gives you a lot of that tanky stats that lets you survive in team fights better.
It's very much a, I'm going to go in, do my job, and get back out, right? Really try and position up. But oh my lord, Leo stat checking Shoes to an immediate effect. And that was a ridiculous book. I just gotta say, and aside, are you Leo, listen. We know Shystept is a monster sometimes, but you cannot do this. Right now, Leo, for the side of Juniata, has been a ridiculous monster, and now Wizard getting under the tower, trying to keep the team, keep themselves alive. They're gonna get flashed on. One more tower shot, we'll take it, and it's still a 1-for-1. You know what? Wizard will absolutely take that. Right now, Leo, with the rest of the team, is pushing up the mid lane. What looked like just a simple stat check has turned into 2 kills and 2 towers, and the mid lane inhibitor tower about to take a chunk.
Well, we said Juniata had a couple more minutes, and they are maximizing those minutes here. I want to highlight, Shoes actually still have barrier. Shoes could have survived. They didn't expect the chunk to come through from Leo there. And Leo right now, that's where my eyes are looking for the side of Juniata in all of these team fights. If you give Leo time to get the poke down, he's going to do so much more damage than Wrecked by Kakarot. Another thing, by the way, Corki changes happened a couple of patches ago. His AD skilling is a lot better than his magic skilling. His AP skilling used to be better here. So I like that Wrecked by Kakarot has learned that. We're not seeing the Ludens rush here. It is going to be that Tiamat. So that is the proper, appropriate build for Corki. Unfortunately, your damage spike doesn't really come to about 2-3 items. Or 3 items, really. So Ezreal will damage you in that poke war till later on in this game.
Feels a bad man, but I mean, Leo is a monster right now. So with that information in mind, this dragon becomes so much more scary. And if Shoes is able to survive, great, you get to pump out some damage. But this now, again, is Juniata's favorite position to be in. Take a look at it. It's an Ocean Soul again. Like, this team plays for dragons religiously and are being rewarded over and over again. Like, what kind of riot gods did you bow to be able to pull that kind of luck, right? First dragon soul was a cloud dragon when you had the speed up composition, and then when you need it most, when you need sustain and are hoping to force CSU into buying really rough items, you get it again. They immediately put themselves on soul at 20 minutes. The fastest soul point I believe we have seen of this series has been completed in under 20 minutes. CSU are looking shaken.
And because it's say what we can confidently say as well, or actually no, I was going to say we can confidently say it's the fastest soul we've seen on stream. But then I realized that, wait, NECC2 might have had a faster one. We'd have to fact check that.
We can't say anything yet. No.
Fair enough. Yeah, but it is definitely the fastest of the series. And
Yeah.
for Juniata, normally this is when CSU wants to contest, is actually third Drake. That's usually when your items start to complete and come online. But because Juniata played the early game so well, and especially because of that mid lane push, CSU didn't really want to contest that. They aren't quite at their power spikes just yet here. And now, Juniata, they continue to extend the time. In 5 minutes time, they should still be in a good spot to fight CSU. Baron's on the table right now as well. So if ever CSU gets caught, if they lose his Beard's Weird, that could be Baron. And that's why his Beard's Weird has to burn ultimate defensively here.
It's a defensive ult out, and you're about 60% HP. And guess who's on the hunt? Curlium is sitting on top of 2 wards. That is the most defensive warding I've seen so far. Those positions are nice to see. And did Rex steal that away? All right. You'll call that a wrecked win right there. Curlium wanted to take the wolves and wasn't able to do so. Overall, though, the pressure from Juniata is starting to roll out a bit more and more, right? We talked about Curlium falling off. The threat of a flash grab is still very much on the table, right? So I would say that this is CSU battling for a bit more time.
Yeah, and time is exactly what they want. They still have scaling on their side. Everything we've been talking about up to this point, Orbital, that's what's happening here. But give them 5 minutes, right? And that's usually when then CSU should be roughly competitive. Give them 10 minutes and CSU might have a bit of a lead. Give them 15 and their composition becomes a massive problem for Juniata here. We're already seeing Wrecked by Kakarot, 2 items completed. The Ravenous Hydra picked up here. So now the poke is going to start splashing over people. That's really when you start competing with the Ezreal. Your individual poke isn't as strong, but team-wise, it's better. Shoes
Walked up just a bit too far, and that one is a painful death to be had, and it seems that Juniata have found an opportunity, but teleport behind him might be coming in. Look at Rekt. Where is he going to go? He cuts him off and decides to only catch Wizza. Wizza is going to burn, and they give the kill to his Beard's Weird. I'm not sure if that's where they wanted to give it to right now. As much as I want to say it's great, they got a kill for a kill. I feel it could be handed to Shy or Rekt, and that would have been just as good. Right now, though, 1 for 1. Dog and Leo still looking for a bit more.
Yeah, and for CSU there, I don't think you have the presence of mind to just go, okay, who are we going to give it to? You're desperately trying to kill Wizza, because Wizza is just soaking things, and now, Shy Sept.
Oh, man, the pain is here. A little bit of a slam. Redemption's going to stay alive for a bit longer, but Volantis says not even close. That is going to put it at an overall 2 for 1. As Leo? Oh, Leo was clearing the way down there.
Yeah.
I did not see that. I did not see the wave all the way down there. So, True Shot Barrage goes out. Tries to hang on. Krillium gonna force everyone else off. And the rest of the team starts to barrel in. Rekt. Oh no. Rekt. You sent it too far. The fight is continuing. And in you go. A little bit too deep.
Wait.
Volantis can't finish it off, but it sets it up very nicely for Krillium, who slams down that kill. And look at the healing, look at the poke, look at the damage. Leo and Krillium finish it off. It is 3 total kills to the back pocket of Juniata.
But what else can Juniata find here? The Baron is... They can't do Baron because Volantis is dead right here. It's too risky. Dragon's not for a minute. So they walk away with +2 kills. Let's look at the goal now, bro. 2k up. How much they actually gain from those plays? Whereas for CSU, it feels bad. But objectively speaking, CSU are actually okay. They managed to make sure they don't lose the Baron. Shy Sept dies when Shoes comes up. Shoes died earlier, but Shy Sept was up. So they still have the carries. If anything, it's just extending the timer for them. And for CSU, they need to not get caught 1 by 1 by 1 like that. Shoes getting caught on a turret, okay, that's understandable. That's fine. Juniata had to put themselves in a weird position going behind enemy turrets. But Shy Sept getting caught out? I mean, that was just greedy. You knew they were still in the area. And Wrecked by Kakarot, same problem, right? They need more wards before they can step up right now. And they need his Beard's Weird to be that vanguard when they're trying to ward.
Gotta have every piece of the army here, and that is going to be a big chase. I honestly, with how fast Shoes was moving, I thought that was actually the on the hunt, but it was not. So right now the composition is starting to get underway, and you can see it. The Ruinous Hurricane is ready to go. But what do you play with? You're terrified. You're scared. You're only level 14 on Shy. You were hoping for level 16 by Soul. So you cannot give this one up. We know what happened last time. That Ocean Soul went the way of Juniata. And Krillium is looking for a beautiful spot and position, but no. Gonna have to dance forward, and you are cut off. They're gonna get chased down. You're a solo member. It's a call and a fight, but look at that slam. It turns it right around. This is gonna be the redemption coming in, and look at that power bomb. This is a kill, bringing an opportunity for the rest of the team. Wizard tried to go in as well, and it's not gonna work. That is gonna be 2, but the soul goes the way of Juniata. CSU, they went hard for it, but they get 2 kills and lose the overall war.
Oh, it might not be done yet, Wrecked?
Nope. Rex like, listen, I had this happen once. I'm not letting it happen again. Volantis said, yes, you are. You don't have a choice. Over the wall they go, and a follow-up. This is just a hard chase of chases. Volantis sets up nicely for almost another auto attack. A punch over the wall. Slap 1, slap 2, and Leo takes the kill to become godlike. Shy Sept wanting a bit more. Nope, not going to challenge the Kale. You challenge everyone but the Kale.
I mean, they still have to stop this Baron right here. Aqualad actually respawned, has the hostile takeover, was not able to use it before dying last fight. CSU, they've got no vision though, and Baron's already down to less than half health. Aqualad can't even step up, not willing to walk near the pit.
Oh man, this is everything going the way of Juniata.
Okay.
They took the soul, they take the Baron, and sit pretty with so much on the table. CSU, they fought hard, they fought well in game number 1, and it honestly looked like they were the ones that felt a little bit more composed moving into the series, and yet in 2 games, Juniata have completely thrown us for a loop. In the early game, they have now run rampant and extended their lead, 14-8. 4 dragons in the pocket, none handed over. And I want to say all of the Rift Heralds also went their own way. They have had fabulous control of the early game.
I know for CSU managed to get a Herald last game, so at least one of the Heralds went their way. But I agree, for the most part, it feels like Juniata has had a stranglehold on a lot of these objectives here, especially the dragons, like you mentioned here. And now they've got the Baron, and we've seen Juniata actually be really good at utilizing these Baron pushes. Can CSU hold them off? They have a lot of wave clear with the Corki, with the Sivir, and even with the Kill. Shysep, level 15. Once she hits level 16, her wave clear is going to be even better as well. But you can see Krillium right now, he's tacky enough that he's just ignoring Wrecked by Kakarot. It's like, great, you got poke. I don't even feel it with Ocean Soul.
We were wondering how this this set was going to fare in the mid lane, right? Well, one way to deal with it is you just don't have to worry about that problem, right? You just take over the early game and you're not even going to care. Look at that. The tower is already burned down. Inhibitor is going to fall as well. Top lane is now bared open after the single wave, and they still have more of the timer to boot, right? Yeah. This is going to be a chance. And will there be any response? CSU, they have to take a chance. They have to make a move somewhere. Where that is going to be doesn't look to be topside. Tower falls very, very quickly. So does Inhibitors. This Baron push, so worth it with plenty of time to spare. By the way, it is still ongoing. This push, they're looking for the bot lane. Unfortunately, the Inhibitor tower can't be hit because there's still one outer tower left.
I mean, there's a wave pushing in, so that turret won't be standing for long here. And I was thinking, okay, CSU has great wave clear. What I overlooked was the fact that they can't get in range to wave clear right now with the threat of Volantis and Wizza here. And yeah, Juniata, they just get everything here. This is such an efficient Baron. They went from about a 2k gold lead before Baron to now a 6,000 gold lead. So that's a plus 4k Baron power play right now. Are they going to get all the inhibs?
I mean, they can definitely try. Hostile takeover will be a little bit, but his Beard Spear goes straight into the backline, and his punch to absolute death. That entry is dead. The Fragger is down, and now the fight is turning. Wizza tries to hold off 3, and Corki is down as well. This is Juniata spilling blood in the waters. The Valkyrie is down. The Valkyrie is dead. Showstopper to end the game as Shoes kites out as best as they can. No kills for CSU. All kills for Juniata as they take the series in a mini reverse sweep to put a win on the board to kick off their season.
Well, overall, Juniata might have been promoted up a division, but they're still champs for a reason here. Like we said, Destiny Seal had said, their coach had said that, okay, we lost to them in the activation match. It was mistakes we made. We've cleaned them up. Yeah, they have. I mean, that series was really clean from them. And I want to give huge props to Wizza, because Wizza in that last game actually, I'm going to say, won the lane. Because you're playing a Maokai, you're playing that tank, and you managed to keep up in CS. This guy is, on paper, gold 3. You can't look at him as a gold 3 player. Not when he's playing weak side here. He's equivalent to any sort of diamond player. Shysep, amazing carry, but even she, was matched in terms of utility by this player here. And Leo this last game, we had said, okay, they're a big team fight team. The reason why they're a big team fight team is because of Leo. Leo is an amazing AD carry. And finally, we got to see Leo on one of the late game carries like Ezreal. And this is what I remember from Spring. More on the Jinx than Ezreal necessarily, but his positioning is immaculate. The poke was just raining down on all of CSU.
I cannot explain how excited I am to see these teams continue playing, right? And I will say it again and again. I love to see progress. I love to see improvements. I love to see teams elevate themselves even higher. And if there is such a clear-cut case of two teams improving over 3 games, to change identities, to show that they can play multiple different styles like that, to play for the late game, and that's what they identify as a need, or if they have to play towards that early game, they can do that as well. And the versatility of the champion pools as well, to pull out Vi and set a combination, blind picking that in the mid lane to identify that, like, so many different pieces. So amazing to watch overall. A fantastic series to see, but of course, we got to get going because there's another series behind it. We are going to go ahead, hop quickly over, and see if we can catch up with the I believe Kansas State University JV squad versus St. Mary. So please, thank you so much for tuning into that first series. Stick around. Series number 2 coming your way.
Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we on the road. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you look, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go for the continuation of Series 2 of the day, the Challengers Division, Kansas State University versus JV versus St. Mary's. And, of course, as you heard earlier, those that were trying to tune in to see that series specifically, we are running a little bit behind as the first series of the day went 3 games. Welcome to the NECC. The teams did opt to go ahead and play out game number 1, and game number 1 was a doozy of itself. So coming into game number 2, we'll see if teams can keep up.
Yeah, and game number 1, was it was a bit Kansas favored by the end of the day there. Props to St. Mary's. I think their draft actually looked really, really good to me on paper. They had a massive, really strong team fight composition. But Kansas State University here, their JV team, they got a lot of counters, and I think they played it really, really well, especially their bot lane. It looks like their bot lane of Colubrids and Gaming Grovile here really took over the game. And it was the Kaisa Nautilus combo coming through. So really aggressive bot lane. And, going into game 2, we'll have to see, how that fares. Are we going to see a little bit of focus into the bot side? Because everything else felt rather manageable for St. Mary's Rattlers here.
Yep, so let's go ahead and double check some of the players that'll be rounding out for us here, starting with Kansas State University JV. Taking a look in the top lane, it'll be Scuttle for Win. In the jungle, it's Dark Scars. In the mid lane, it's Pi Gordon. At bot, it's Colubrids. And then, of course, a Gaming Grovile, as we just stated. Players to watch in that bot lane.
Yeah, that bot lane really popping off. And for St. Mary's Rattlers here, in the top side, it is going to be Joaquim. In the jungle, it's Void. In the mid lane, Gabe Elo. Bot lane is AHG and Sakura Starlight here. And overall, as much as we talk about the bot lanes for Kansas State University here, their JV team, I want to talk a little bit about the mid jungle for the side here of St. Mary's Rattlers, because that really looked like the combo that did well in that game 1 here for them. Gabe Elo went 4-0-0 on Vladimir in game 1. Even as the team was losing, this mid laner for the team was able to sustain through and really kind of try and turn the tides a little bit. We've got to see a great Vlad game in game 2 of the first series as well here. So I have no doubt that if they had a bit more time, maybe they could have tried to turn the tides. And going into game 2, I'm curious to see if they still opt to drop another big sort of team fight wombo combo composition built on this Vladimir in the mid lane again.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope and see if they have made adjustments on their own, because of course this will be the first time we see either team kind of playing it out here. And for that first impression, you want to make a good one. You really want to make a good impression to everyone here to see your new team, your new squad rolling it in. So let's go ahead and take a look here. I do believe we should be getting draft on our screen very, very shortly, as I know the teams are very, very antsy to get things going and to be able to kind of take a look here. And eyes are definitely open. Trying to take a look. We are getting underway. We are ready to go. Yay, everyone, prepare. Of course, I am rooting for St. Mary's because I am a KU alumni, kind of alumni. Went there for like a little bit, and you know what, KSU, a little bit of a rival, so not giving it there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just a wee bit, and my entire family went to KU, so there's that. So taking a look, KSU JV banning out the Akali, and then the Vigar. It does seem that teams are realizing, whether it just be these 2 series so far, Vigar is an absolute menace, so you do kind of have to ban it away.
Yeah, and I think partially it's champion pools as well. Pi Gordon's Vigar, one of the more played champions here, so you do want to take it away. Nothing to note is that it is going to be KSU JV on the blue side here, St. Mary's Rattlers on the red side. They did not swap sides between game 1 and game 2, so they're kind of running back the same sides in terms of their drafting here.
Saying that they want to do that, that'll be really interesting. And again, to keep in mind what we saw previously in the first game, I believe we had seen the Akali, Kale, and Trinamir with the 3 bans, and it looks like those stayed the same. On the flip side, it was the Vigar, the Thresh, and the Udyr. This time around, the Udyr was left open, and because of that, KSU JV immediately snapped that one up. Instead of the jungle, though, it is in the top lane, a bit more bruiser heavy on that champion.
Yeah, and I think Udyr is one of those champions. It's one of the big changes between the Summer Open we had and this fall season here. Almost got completely reworked. Yeah, he's still got 4 animal forms here, but he's kind of risen into prevalence as a top laner, especially maxing his R there, that sort of lightning storm. But that got nerfed as well, I believe, on last patch here, where they tried to shift more damage into his Q for single target dueling. So we'll have to see how that pans out. Into an Ornn, there's a lot of % health damage built into Udyr's kit here. So it's interesting to note that the Ornn was actually picked much later down at R4 as the red 4 pick. So you knew you're running to an Udyr, and yet you still picked it. It definitely looks like we're seeing St. Mary's still go for that big team fight composition here.
I mean, there is a fair chance it almost worked, right? It almost had a chance, and we see in how close almost can bring you in our first series of the day, and how it can really change your perception moving into the second and third games. So eyes are open there. Bans coming out here on the side of the blue. It is Shen and Yone, and that's actually matching what KSU JV banned in game number 1. Flip it over on the script a bit, though. It was, I believe, a change-up. Let me just double check. I want to make sure I'm giving all the right information because I can. Yes, it was. It was a match of the same band. Same for the side of St. Mary's. And it is kind of that salty run back. We do see the Nautilus coming out once again. It is going to be a Nautilus bot lane with the Kaisa.
I mean, I would call this a salty run back from the side of KSU here. This feels like a sweet run back. I mean, your Kaisa Nautilus was sort of that winning duo that really helped carry you through a lot of this game here. So, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. What's interesting to me is St. Mary's Rattlers. What they sort of rounded off their draft with here, right? The fact that we've got the Ornn, we've got the Vladimir. There's a big team fight style champions here. You want to maximize the AoE damage. And last game, they ran with a Sona Misfortune. That is a lot of AoE damage to power on, to be multiplied by that Hemoplague. Tristana Morgana, that isn't what you associate usually with big AoE wombo combo. Morgana can provide that with Soul Shackles and the Tormented Shadows, but Tristana, not necessarily big in terms of applying damage to multiple people. It feels like they've adapted a little bit. Tristana does still scale up. Late game, Tristana is still a bit of a monster, and she's got a lot of self-peel, but it feels like they're picking this specifically to try and handle that Kaisa Nautilus, just saying that, hey, in the mid lane, we trust Gabe to be able to handle that. You can carry on your own. AHG, Sakura, try and survive the lane. That's your job for now, and then we worry about that. We worry about the team fight when the team fight comes.
In Gabe's Elo, we trust. I think that's the term that I'm sure they're talking about over and over again. And I think that's appropriate. The problem on the other side, though, that we are going to see, at least in my opinion, is that Vex. Vex is a champion that I think we didn't really touch on here, but rising in prominence, and a lot of people in the community saying that Vex, with the recent nerfs to some of the mid lane champions, has been on the rise. Really good disengage if you do have jump ins, right? With the Ornn, it is considered, by the way, an Ornn charge is considered a dash, so you can actually proc it on that. The Vladimir, with a little bit of a pool, you can get the Vlad away, right? And the Tristana, right? That is a huge one. You're able to lock down the Tristana, you win. The Vex, I'm going to be very, very interested in to see if it plays out well, especially with how well Gabe played in the previous game.
Yeah, and for Pi Gordon, I don't think this Vex is necessarily a lane pickup. I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, this is a great counter into Vladimir. This is more for the team utility and what you can do to a lot of people, specifically maybe even Tristana, who does have that rocket jump, part of that self heal here. And if anything, I kind of expect to see Pi Gordon roaming out quite a bit here with Chabadi in the jungle instead of Dark Scars here. So I expect to see, the Volibear get your Vex ahead early and then trust that your Vex can start roaming as well. Pop a lot the squishies, because Vlad takes a lot of time to scale up unless, you manage to find 5 kills in lane, which granted we did just see earlier today. But barring that, it takes a lot of time. And if you can shut down that Tristana, the mid game for St. Mary's Rattlers here is going to be very, very questionable for damage.
Yep, it's going to be up in the air. And I think for this squad, again, plenty of time to experiment, plenty of time to figure out your main coordination and how well you function as a team. Because again, this is week number 1. As thrilling as our first series of the day was, it's the start of the season, right? I don't think I've ever seen a team off the rip look fantastic. I've never really seen a team that just sits there and is like, if they haven't really played together, absolutely decimate, right? Maybe some of the players have played together on previous teams, but to get a squad together and start practicing together is a whole challenge on itself. So for me, I want to see them be able to keep their calm and their nerves, try not to make too many mistakes, and I want to see them be able to grow through the rest of the series as well. Thoughts here, RMC, though. What lane are you looking at specifically? Because we've laid the groundwork from game number 1 for what game number 2 could bring, but is there a specific matchup that lines up as well, and one that you think everyone should watch out for?
Well, the lane I'm looking at isn't a lane at all, Orbital. It's the jungle. Chabadi versus Void here. Looking at how a lot of these lanes play, I suspect a lot of it's going to be about jungle attention and where the junglers go to influence things here. We had said before, St. Mary's Rattlers bot lane struggle a little bit in game 1 from what we could see. So maybe Void goes down there, paths down there. When you've got a Tristana, it can be a very volatile lane. So I'd love to see that happen for Void. And for Chabadi, I actually kind of want to see you get that Udyr going in that top side, because in the top lane, it's often an island. If you get your top laner ahead, they can often stay ahead, especially for a champion like Udyr here, who does have a lot of percent health damage. Alternatively, go down into that mid lane like we talked about, right? Get your Vex ahead and then trust that your Vex can then help carry the other lanes here. I think your bot side should be fine on their own.
All right, well, there you go. All the plans have been laid bare as we are on to the Rift. Game number 1 for us here on the stream between these two teams. Game number 2 for the teams themselves. We'll go ahead and take a look as the teams go ahead and exit their bases with what is hopefully a decent bit of heat in their eyes. A full squad roam up in the mid by KSU JV. And Gabe says, oh crap, there's actually people here. This is something that we didn't get to see in series number 1, but the invades, I think, always bring a little bit of tension in the early game. Testing the waters a little bit here. This is going to be a chance if you do get a bit of channeling. And it looks like we get a recall just in time. Ooh. Void barely able to make it out. Had been recalling in the bush, so KSU JV quite nearly pull off a gank in first blood, but Void able to get the recall out. Does not die after dropping that ward.
Okay, when I said watching the jungle, I wasn't expecting to be at a level 1 invade here. But yes, well played to make sure that Void was fine with that here. And with that, we're going to have more standard starts. It's a little bit surprising to me that we see KSU actually opt for that level 1, especially when there is a Morgana on the other side, because it can really rapidly backfire, especially with an Ornn as well here. So we'll kind of have to see how it goes. Nothing too exciting. Both junglers starting on the bot side of the map, and that might mean we get to see some top action. Not sure I'm a fan of that for St. Mary's Rattlers here, because Ornn getting kills doesn't feel as impactful as, say, a Tristana getting kills.
Yeah, it turns into the wet noodle fight where you're just like, this is... It's painful to watch. It's physically painful to watch. I don't want to watch it happen, but of course it just might turn out, or the junglers just might duel it out, because these two junglers could easily just meet at Scuttle and just go ham, right? That is a very real possibility all on its own. So let's see what they decide to do and how they decide to play it. Right now, Color Brides and Gaming Grove, I'll go ahead and get a nasty hook. AGT. That is one that they are not going to enjoy too much. Didn't want to burn the cleanse, but does burn the pot.
Yeah, and for this bot side here, Tristana running Hill of Blades, that does mean that you want to take control of this bot lane. But one thing we kind of didn't touch on was the way these supports are going to interact a little bit. When you've got a Morgana, she's not like the Nautilus, the Leona, where you can force the engages with the Tristana. A lot of it's about landing the Dark Binding. If you don't land the Dark Binding, it's actually very difficult for Tristana to go in there and get that explosive shot trade. And Dark Binding, yeah, it roots you for eternity, but it's not as easy to land as the hook, as the Dredge line.
And that was a little bit of flash forward. Gaming Grovile went for it, but the auto attack was a little bit slow, allowing AHG to be able to get that rocket jump off. That could have been first blood that we watched right there. But instead, nothing was grabbed, but that's going to be the buffer, and that's the hit. First blood landing. Calabrids happy to take that first blood off their hands.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Sakura, only level 2, doesn't have the Black Shield available. So you can't stop the CC to come through. Mid lane, Gabe?
Oh, Gabe. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's happening. Well, guess what? Void decided, you know what? Bot lane and mid lane had some issues. Scuttle is going to chase away. They're going to try and turn it around. Flash for flash between the top and jungles. Shabhati says, all right, I see what's going on here.
Well, bro, we didn't get to see game 1. But just from this first 4 minutes of the game, I can kind of guess what happened in game 1 here. KSU JV, they're just really aggressive. They're showing zero fear whatsoever in these plays, and I love to see it. St. Mary's Rattlers looking a little bit rattled on their end.
Yeah, this is a bit dangerous, and because the flash is currently down, this is going to be a very dangerous setup. Joaquim saying, I want to get a little bit more CSO voice. That's cool. I'll help out as well. A little bit of a slap between, but the knockup is there. Scuttle might die, and the cube finishes it off. You don't have flash, but Shabhati, Dark Scars, of course, the rename is there, and I mean that was just a diversion. We'll give it. Voids out the junglers and allows Joaquim to get the solo kill.
Well, aggression bites both ways there. I like the confidence from KSU, but it didn't work. The Dredge trying to cancel.
The cancellation in the middle of the jump now leaves Sakura Starlight exposed. And AHG realizing this lane matchup is a rough one right now. We did say that there were going to be some problems here, and it's starting to bear fruit. Gabe now with Flash and a Ghost is going to be able to get away with just a little bit of a pool. And quite honestly, KSU JV shown like they're playing not so JV style, playing more like they want those varsity spots.
Yeah, and this is kind of terrifying because honestly, that mid lane matchup right here, I'm not super familiar with it, but I don't think Vex is supposed to be winning quite this hard. Yes, you can win out with the poke here, but I'd expect Vladimir to at least be able to farm up safely. That's not the case, and once Pi Gordon hits 6, I fully expect to see a dive come through. This bot side doms as well is giving them all the priority they need on this dragon. Sure, Void knows they're doing it, but what can you do? You can't really contest it. Sakura Starlight and AHG aren't healthy enough, and the problem with the Tristana is that if she falls behind early, there's no easy way for her to recover. She can continue to get bursted down, and if Colubrids hit 6, if you step out beyond turret, I expect to see just them diving over and over again on either Morgana or Tristana.
I mean, they don't even have to dive right there. AHG trying to get a little bit of a cheeky amount. Oh my gosh, Ignite! Pi Gordon nearly pies Gabe Elo back down to bronze. Oh man, that was very, very close. And now Pi Gordon left out in the middle in the open. Void said, all right, give me some, but the fear is going to be enough to do work.
I mean, Pi Gordon has no mana. Void is being dissuaded just because of how strong Pi Gordon looks at this point. And now Scuttle is kind of just hovering, waiting to see if Void does opt to step up here. But yeah, on one hand, good on Void to not get baited by that. On the other hand, like, this is just the fear that Pi Gordon is striking into the hearts of St. Mary's right now.
All right, well, top lane, we get back to the wet noodle fight that ended with Joaquim's win. This time, the Bear Slap stuck a little bit of a wooden pole in that wet noodle and decided to smack away as hard as possible. Joaquim taking down to about 45%, but is willing to keep fighting. Both running Grasping the Undying, no Conqueror to shred through the HP bars.
I kind of wish Scuttle had gone Conqueror here, because you're standing in fighting range for so long. Shabhati looking for this. They did get the bait out.
And the bait is so good. Sometimes the bait gets away, and this time around, Shabhati said, perfect. That's all I needed. A kill on the top side, the Volibear, 1-0.
Yeah, and much like I'm not necessarily a fan of kills onto Ornn, I feel like kills onto Volibear kind of feel the same way. I'd rather see it go over to Scuttle for win here, because top lane really has been an island. They haven't really interacted with anyone else on the map, and Scuttle, especially on the Udyr, likes to continue having that 1v1 split. Now, Hold the Forge God is available. Are they going to pull the trigger? No. Hakeem just wants to go back to farming, and hey, yeah, Norn, I don't blame you. You want to hit that level 13 as soon as possible.
Listen, just let me sit here. Give me about 2 years and I'll be fine. And Void's like, come on, we got to do something within that first year. Give me something. 0-0-0 Void has yet to really make an impact. Has so far thwarted, I want to say, 2 different ganks that Chapati has tried to lay down, but Chapati's still able to find a narrow victory in that regard. We hope to see a little bit more. Dragon up in 2.5 minutes, so plenty of time to keep playing around and figuring out exactly what they want to do. And the main thing, of course, for Void is trying to get that CS lead up. Joaquin stepping onto a pink ward, calling out that fight, and actually gets feared out of the ulti and decides to still walk forward. But remember, Joaquin has no flash. Now gets the flash just in time, and is going to get bear slapped for their troubles. Gabe is going to heal up very nicely. Void is here to try and get something back. But the gank by Joaquin is immediately turned around, and they go right back in. That's going to be the Shadow to do a decent bit of damage, and Void is going to drop down the subjugation. Pi Gordon flashes away as well, and with the extra shield, you bring it right back. Auto attack is able to fight it in the mid lane. They are winning out. 2v2 and 2v2 again. They hold steady. In the bot lane, it was a too far dive by Colibirds and Gaming Grovile. And now a dive under the tower. KSU JV, what in the world are they doing?
At what point does confidence become arrogance here? Because it feels like KSU, they're just overdiving. The bot side was an overextension, a dive under turret as well, and AHG Sakura played that really well defensively. Yeah, sure, they're getting bullied out, but under their turret, they've been able to CS some still, as well as making sure that they're not dying. They've only died once in this bot lane, and now AHG back into the game with some of these kills, with some of these assists, and even in the mid lane as well. Huge props to Shabati and Pi Gordon. They almost won that, and that would have been a 3v2 in the mid lane. But know when you've won and know when to cut your losses, mate. Like, Shabati didn't have to die. He chose to go under turret to try and secure a kill. And even if you get the kill, I don't know if that's worth it.
You know what? From our perspective, no. From Chapati, it's like it kills a kill, right? Like, those are the kind of people that are like, listen. Yeah. Hashtag worth, baby. Go ahead, slap that clip up there. You dying, getting that kill. That'll definitely get all the likes. Eyes are open though. 5-4 right now. A little bit close to scoreline than expected here, and 17.2k versus 15.7. So the kills may have been close, but the overall gold as well as the CS discrepancies have definitely been favoring KSU JV.
Yeah, and one thing that we're not seeing with the kills is the pressure that KSU is putting with all this aggression here. Sure, you end up dying, but it kind of is worth that you're kind of saying that, okay, we're in control, we're in charge, and we get to constantly push out. That's what's getting them these dragons as well. It's not just the bot side dominance, it's the fact that their lanes are almost constantly pushed out, and St. Mary's Rattlers don't have a good way in. Even look at them trying to enter this entrance right now. I am terrified for them. If they get caught by Pi Gordon in that choke, they could get wiped.
Well, they definitely could, but that's a catch in the back. Ulti lands and the root lands as well. So this will be Pi Gordon getting shredded in the back line. Gabe trying to run interference, is able to heal up. Gets the heal up again. The Q, the empowered Q, wins it out. AGV, HGGs, I messed it all up. Has a jump for jump. Lands the Rattlers in perfect position. The bindings were immaculate, and it's a double kill for Void.
It's like game one was all a lie, where it was Colibirds and Gaming Grovile really popping off in game one here. AHG and Sakura Starlight are starting to pop off in these skirmishes. The laning's not been great from them, but the team fighting has been immaculate here. And their coach, Ryoklu, actually kind of told me in regards to their draft here, these are comfort picks coming through from St. Mary's Rattlers. And it's showing here. They're looking confident, and they know when they can kind of go in and actually find these kills. That was beautiful bait from AHG around that blue buff.
So well played. And no, we had some questions about this Morgana as well, right? We had a couple questions with regards, because that bot lane seemed to be the one that was pinched very, very hard. And this time around, Secure Starlight laning some fantastic cues, making sure the bindings are keeping priority members down. I mean, we're talking about Pi Gordon that literally ate a binding to the face and immediately had to do damage control after jumping in. I give a lot of props to that pick for, you know, making those early game fights work. Will it continue through the rest of the game? Only time will tell, but so far, it's gotten my somewhat seal of approval.
Fair enough here. And you know what? Sometimes, sure, your composition might not be the most cohesive, but if you're good enough with the execution, it doesn't matter. KSU, though, despite the back-to-back kind of, I don't want to say losses, because the one before they kind of traded even still, but despite the kills and deaths that they've been given over a little bit here, you can see they're not slowing down whatsoever. Once again, Holubrids, Gaming Global bot side, pushed out. Mid lane, Pi Gordon in the process of pushing. Top side, Scuttle for win. With that sort of one assist he got, has already been pressing onto Joaquim. Joaquim's turret is on its last plate here, and I almost feel like if Chibati just goes up top, they don't even need to get the kill. They could probably just zone Joaquim out completely and just take that turret.
So they're gonna want to, especially with that pillar down as well as the forward slam. Yeah, Chibati's walking up, and Joaquim realizes that this is a very dangerous spot to be. You know what a Volibear has. You know exactly what's about to happen, and before even that, you don't even need the ulti. It's just a simple walk up, slam, and dead. And with that, you should gather this tower. Void's coming up along with Gabe, so maybe they can make something happen. Same time, I'm not too sure about it. Lightning strikes, and it's gonna hold them off. So maybe no tower here, but definitely the kill. Well fought by the side of KSU JV.
Oh, Scuttle!
Oh, wait. I did say well fought, but I didn't mean to caster curse it. I didn't mean to caster curse it. I didn't mean to do that. That is not my fault, everyone. You all are witnesses. It is not my fault that Scuttle for win decided to blast cone directly in front of Void.
Hey man, the name's Scuttle for win, not Blastcone for win. Yeah, that was really unfortunate positioning on that blast cone to actually pop him right back into the bush. I actually thought they were both going to be able to get out. Now, they are able for KSU to get a lot of damage on both mid and bot turret. In fact, actually just flat out took that bot turret here. So they're still in a decent spot. I feel like I keep saying this, Orbital. It's like, oh, St. Mary's gets the kill. Good job. But KSU are still fine. That just seems to be the story over and over and over again. Now, maybe what I like to see from St. Mary's is not just getting the kills, but actually getting the objectives a little bit more. And for that, I think they might actually have to group up. I'm not sure they can do it individually, because it feels right now that at least laning-wise, they are kind of losing every lane in the 1v1s and 2v2s.
That's not something that you want to hear, right? Like, you never want to hear we're kind of losing everything. That is a statement that is accompanied by...
Well, they're winning together, just not separately.
All right. Power of friendship, we'll say. Get the power of friendship there on the screen. But I do have to agree, right? It's together they are strong, but alone they are weak, and they are embodying that right now. Will that overcome the stress or the continued pressure at KSU? Well, only time will tell. Right now, the towers are very close to crumbling, right? Bot lane tower already fell. Top lane is on its last leg. Mid lane is also on its last leg. And just in time for this Infernal Soul. We didn't even get to talk about that with how this game has been playing out. This is going to be a huge, dicey game.
Don't have time to talk about
Scuttle,
it now.
Yeah, Scuttle walked too far up. Joaquim said, "Hey, casters, I heard you talking some," and took that solo kill for themselves.
Yeah, just when I was saying, that they didn't look necessarily the strongest in the 1v1, Joaquim saying, I'm fine. I don't know about the rest of my team, but I'm good here. Unfortunately, they do lose the mid lane turret. And that's sort of the thing here, bro. I keep saying, right? Like, it's, St. Mary's gets a kill, and then KSU gets an objective. And objectives, unfortunately, are more valuable, will win more. Now, Joaquim going back to base. There is a numbers advantage right now for St. Mary's Rattlers. They'll have a couple of seconds advantage here. Can they make it work? Remember, no Ornhorn available.
With no black shield right now. Teleport on the top side, just out of field of vision. This is just outside the range, so if they do decide to try and play this one out, it'll be quite interesting. Now Scuttle shows off a little bit. Binding lands on the back end. That is going to be a damage source, but the Udyr is going to draw 3 targets in. In goes the bear, slams down on 3, and it might be enough. The burn is there. Look at the brutal damage. Mike Gordon almost lives, and HG is going to be fully healthy, but look at the back end kill. Gabe annihilates another, and RMC, we are seeing a wipe once again, an ace for the Rattlers.
Okay, the comfort picks are definitely showing their strength here, and KSU JV, they opted to start that there, and sure, you had your ultimate as Udyr compared to the Ornn, but an Udyr ultimate isn't an ultimate, it's a skill. You just walked into that, and unfortunately, it wasn't as terrifying. The engage, the initiate was onto Morgana as well. And this time Sakura Starlight had the black shield, so they were able to turn that so well, and suddenly that Infernal Soul that we're expecting KSU JV to be able to pick up, to be able to stack, that gets delayed. And St. Mary's pick up their first dragon of the game.
It only took a few battles to be able to pull that one off, but the battles were very, very necessary, and the kill spread as well has been helping out, right? 3, 1, and 4 right now on the one on your screen, AHG, who I have butchered that name more times than I can count. Top lane, 3, 3, and 3 for Joaquim, who honestly has had a fantastic time now. And Gabe Elo, the one that we were talking about being, you know, a really big powerhouse, the 4-0 in the earlier game, now doesn't have to carry as hard, right? And I think that is something to really talk about when we talk about Vlads. For Vladimir's, you don't want everything to always be, well, I have to only hit, you know, 3 or 4 targets with the Hemoplague and all. To spread out the damage threat means that Gabe Elo is going to have a little bit easier access to get to that back line, right? To be able to find that Kaisa or to find that Vex.
Yeah, and while Vlad, as far as mages go, is pretty sustained in terms of the way he can pump out damage, you're still never going to match an AD carry. So it's really good to see AHG be able to find an advantage here. Now, Void sitting in that bush is a level up on Shabadi right now, but unfortunately the ward is going to be able to spot him out. And for all that, you know, St. Mary's right now, they're in a really good spot. If they can continue looking for team fights, I think that is their win condition. KSU need to find themselves a win condition as well here, because their bot lane is not as fed as it was in game 1.
Not at all. They, it's been a struggle. The struggle bus has been real, but Chapati has actually made up for it. Now they're going to try it again, but Scuttle immediately says, nah, you ain't catching me this time. Speeds away, thanks to all of the forms. Said, Void and Joaquim, you get nothing.
CC immune. It's like having an Olaf ultimate on a shorter cooldown for Udyr. It's one of the reasons why Udyr is kind of strong and had to be nerfed a little bit in terms of how much damage he was doing. I also want to highlight that Joaquim and Void's pillars did not play nice there. The Trundle pillar actually stopped Joaquim from being able to reach Scuttle for win. I actually don't think he would have been able to reach, and there was CC immune anyways, but still not ideal coordination-wise. Thankfully, Joaquim has been winning quite a few of the 1v1s, and in fact, that turret, which I expected to fall about, what, 7 minutes ago, is still standing for Joaquim. Scuttle for win can't take that turret down.
What's crazy to think about, though, is KSU JV are still up 2k. Even though they are down 5 kills, they are actually still up in gold, and whether that translates to their own kind of understanding of where they currently place with the items and everything is yet to be seen, because a lot of people, they only see those numbers. But Scuttle for win, who has been ganked 3 or 4 times and is 0-4, has no fear, and that is a terrifying thing to think about. If Scuttle for win is 0-4 and saying, I can still take these fights, imagine what they can do if they actually get some kills in. Right now, AHG hiding out in this top side and is spotted out. So AHG and Shabadi say, no deal, not going for that one.
Yeah, and for all that, you know, you're protecting Joaquim here, what has to be noted is, again, KSU is still finding more individual pressure per player when you're split up right here. In mid lane, they're slowly chipping away at that inner turret, and then top side, likewise for Scuttle for win. Yeah, he's not winning necessarily anymore, he's not finding the kills, but if we look in the top side, it's always Scuttle for win shoving. It's never Joaquim leaving turret range as well. So that, despite the deaths, is one of the reasons why Scuttle for win is feeling so comfortable. And for KSU, they're kind of sitting in the comfort spot right now. Their comp really comes online after about 1.5 items for the most part. And then they're looking for picks with the Vex, with the Kaisa, assassinations onto multiple targets. And right now you can probably kill anybody except for the Ornn. Even Vladimir, who's known as a tankier mid laner, isn't that tanky. You don't actually have many health or resistance stats at this point. So if High Gordon, if Colubrids can actually find anybody on their own and get the engage there, they get a pick, they get an objective, and that's how they're looking to play their mid game.
You know, it reminds me of what I always call the pseudo tank, right? It's the tank that lives off of lifesteal and, you know, just consistently seeming like they have a lot of health, when in actuality they're just furiously trying to deal as much damage as they can, right? Just like furiously, like, okay, heal up. That the Vladimir will do that. Now, to what extent, we still have to question, because it's not going to be the Proto Belt. They went for the Night Harvester, so this is a much more aggressive AP build. This is saying, well, the enemy team's going to come to me anyway, so we're going to have to fight it out. And with the Herald being dropped on the top side, I don't think KSU JV are gonna focus too hard on this point. Well, Colabrids said, hey, I found an ADC, but look at the burst back. It's gonna be a challenge. Shabati though saying, I'm gonna go ahead, wrap around this side, and it's the chase. AHG is completely zoned away. A couple of auto attacks are gonna find it. Maybe. There we go. Final one. And now Dragon down to 3K, but Void can't really finish it off unless Shabati is completely dead. And because of that, they're going to go back to it. Can this might come down? Yes, they do. Chapati is going to try and run, but Joaquim said, I'm coming in, and they're going to get the knockout. Scuttle for win in the back line. Knows that Secure Starlight is very, very weak. Void on the back line is also going to find Pygod. And now it's a 1v1. Colabrids almost gets soloed out by Joaquim, but Scuttle for win gets a burn kill down. Chapati needs one more slap, is going to get the stun, is going to get the bully, and is going to heal up even further. The shield does not come down in time, but it is still 4 total kills, or 3 total kills. I thought AHG revived just in time. No, that is going to be 3 total kills for the side of KSU JV, and all of a sudden they are coming back. Yes, they lost a Dragon, but they're gaining a bit more pressure.
Yeah, and I want to highlight too that the one who actually secured the Dragon wasn't Void. Chibati and Void were fighting over it. Sakura Starlight actually secured it on the Morgana here. That is how clutch that particular fight was. But you know what, for St. Mary's Rattlers, yeah, sure, they lost more people on that, but I think the Dragon honestly is worth the extra 2 deaths that they had. Not just to stack your own Dragons, but to deny it away from KSU JV here. And KSU JV, a lot of the kills right now are going to Chibati. Great. Volibear, really active early on. You want to get a couple of kills under his belt, he can spread the love. But at this point in the game, kill is going to Chibati. Don't do anything. He's just getting tankier. Look at his build. Turbo Chem Tank, Thornmail, and then not quite sure what the next item is going to be. Maybe a Dead Man's Plate from the items here. Yeah, they're all tank items. They're not going to help you do damage here, and you need to be able to burst down AHG and Gabe early in these fights.
Or just find Sakura trying to walk away.
Sure.
That's completely an option here. That's unfortunately Sakura going for a ward and being like, yeah, I got something. However, with 2 being shown on the bottom, they are going to chase for this Baron. So KSU JV make a snap call when AHG is going to get run out. So a little bit of a stun is going to lay down the law, and Scuttle for win realizes that they took a little bit more than they could probably chew. Get over the wall to the rest of the team, and they will heal
Void
up.
Flash.
Void, you're not going to get that. They go ahead and dance their way back out. Baron on 5, and KSU JV in the kill count might not have a whole lot, but extending their gold lead to 4.1k.
Really good shot calling from KSU there to just say, hey, 2 bot, we got the kill, go right for Baron right away here. And yeah, they get it. They're able to push here. And for all that we've been seeing a lot of action here in the mid-game orbital, we've not seen turrets go down, actually. The teams have been struggling a little bit. KSU, they've found picks, but they've not been able to convert the picks into pushes. And ironically, the first turret that goes down after the Baron take isn't for KSU. It's St. Mary's actually answering back and finding a turret of their own.
Welcome to League. Just when you think you're feeling great, something else happens on the other side. Scuttle for win, now going to face off once again with Joaquim, who Joaquim has always had the upper hand, but right now what you're really looking for is that hook. Is drawn out of the sky by the black shield, knocks away any residual CC. Mid lane, gonna be bullied out with this cannon-empowered minion. Cannon-empowered minion, not really how that works. Baron-empowered minion is knocking down the door of that tower, and the Rattlers are able to stave off a majority share of the damage.
Cannon empowered minions. We call those siege minions where I'm from. You know, the push, nevertheless, is continuing here. And what's scary to me was actually how much damage Void took from the poke. That was actually only just Colabrids. That wasn't poke from Pygod or anybody else here. And now Sakura Starlight. Oh, dear.
Well, Sakura Starlight became a star right there. That is a difficult one to mention. Gabe, though, with the back line is going to find Colabrid. Going to try and burst out, but does not get it. Colabrid says live. Chabati lives as well. Void is going to chase it down. The shield comes up. AHG, though, cannot follow up, has to run away. So Void is left alone because of that.
Hook.
You now get the hook, and you now turn around. AHG now going to get slapped down. You have to cleanse and flash. But look who's on the back, and Scuttle for a win is going to get the rundown on Gabe. This turned into a disaster for the Rattlers, who have lost their fangs. Joaquim, the last one alive, will be burned as well. And the Blacksmith's Forge is gone. This is KSU JV swinging the game back into now undeniably their favor.
What just happened? I blinked and it looks like KSU are about to end the game. It's 30 seconds for Joaquim, 10 for everybody else, 20 for Gabe here. This is probably game.
This is game. There is no probably. There is no maybe. KSU JV kick off their season with a 2-0 win.
I literally feel like I blinked and missed everything here, Orbital. Like, what? St. Mary's Rattlers were actually putting up such a good fight as well. We were just singing their praises in terms of how they were playing. The fact that, multiple members like Void and Gabe were really starting to pop off. Sakura, Starlight, AHG, they were making their way back into this game. AHG, especially in a lot of these team fights, positioning incredibly well. And then, like, just one lost fight out of seemingly nowhere, and suddenly KSU JV take it.
It was, I feel the fact that KSU JV were still on the aggressive, right? That last fight that broke out, it was still the fact that KSU JV were on the aggressive side. Yes, it went a little bit awry, I will admit. Not just a little, it went very awry. They had to scatter and run. Gabe was in the back line. But because the fact that we did not see the Rattlers be able to pull their own fight to say, hey, we want to fight on these grounds, it ended up a little bit poorly. KSU JV, very well fought, and honestly, St. Mary's, I want to see more of what they can do, right? The compositions look sound, just got to air out some of those micro mechanics. Honestly, though, is there anyone that you're curious watching from that series, or that game, that you want to see progress to even higher heights here throughout the regular season?
Right now, I kind of want to see all the players really, step up a little, not step up, pardon me, but grow more throughout this series. I mean, it's week 1, and I think we were spoiled by our first match of the day here, because honestly, that didn't feel like a season starter. They were almost too polished here. This, I think, is much more true to what we expect from day 1. You can see that, yeah, there were a little bit of hit or misses, like we talked about Joaquim and Void. The pillar coordination wasn't ideal there. So space for growth. I'd love to see the teams really start to come together. Kansas State University JV as well. I really want to keep watching their bot side, because I felt like Colubrids and Gaming Groval, even though they didn't stomp the second game quite as hard as they did game 1, they really felt like a lot of the playmakers. Colubrids, no fear with that killer instinct, just going in, hunting lone targets there. And Gaming Groval, we didn't say his name too much during this game, but his hooks were absolutely on point. And even in that last fight as well, being able to find the pick onto Sakura, Starlight, onto Void as well, to get that poke down. I think a lot of that's coming off the support, and that's not something we always see at this level of play.
Well, there you go. There are some ideas for people to watch, players to keep track of, and your favorite team to watch throughout the entire season. Go ahead and just keep eyes on them as you go, and also keep eyes on the next series. We here on the A stream for the NECC are not done, but of course, we too here are done. We will have 2 brand new casters to round out the day, so thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me has been Random Minion Caster, the best minion ever to wander off the rift. We will see y'all next time, and coming up next will be Echo KO and Regdort to finish it out. Don't go anywhere.
Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights, so I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did, 'cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. Things have changed, but so can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm, oh, I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Cigarette ash, it looks like snow when it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to NECC, and it's that time, Rector. The final matchup of tonight. We're moving on over to the Pacific frontier this time around, the Emergence. We had a different matchup planned for today, but that didn't end up happening, so we're checking out a different team today, and that is going to be NAU going up against Sacramento State Gold. And as I already said, I've got Rector here with me. Listen, Rector, I'm not going to lie. I thought that for our first time here, we get to take it a little bit easy, but then RMC and Orbital said, no, we're going to set the bar incredibly high and make it super hard for you. I'm a little tilted. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little tilted about that.
I mean, that's understandable. RMC and Orbital are not ones to ever take it easy. I worked with Orbital in person, and just a ball of sunshine that man is. So, gonna have to try to live up to that. I don't have as beautiful of hair, but, you know, what can you do? What can I do?
You got to take what you can get, man. So, and honestly, it is what it is. I am very excited to get into it regardless, right? This is obviously both of these teams, their first sort of match of this actual season, right? And so this is that time when you really want to sort of make a name for yourself, right? This is when you come out gun swinging, and, you know, we want to see what teams are going to be the ones that we need to be keeping our eyes on.
No, absolutely. And like it says, emergence. It is not a 1K Challenger LP. We've got people learning and doing different things. And like you said, you can make a mark for yourself in the first week. And hopefully it's a good one, right? You don't want to be known as the team that played Disco Nunu mid and just, you know, had the fastest loss on record. You want to make some good signs. But at least down here where I live in this world, big brain, bad hands, it's a little bit less resistant to metas. It gets to come back a little bit more to comfort and playing what you know and playing it well.
That's fair. Also, can we talk about, I just noticed the graphic right now is actually so sick. It honestly gave me, like, when I first saw it, it really gave me, like, sort of newsroom vibes. Like, straight up, I thought we're about to come on here and, like, you know, we've got Pacific Emergence at 7. It's like something like that, you know what I mean? It's like, it's an NSC vibe for you.
No, absolutely. We're done up so well here. I could be talking about the weather, but the weather on the Rift, that's going to be that's the big one. It's always sunny. I know that.
True. Except when I'm still waiting for that winter mode to come back. That was the golden age when they had that snow-covered Rift for a while. I missed that.
You're making me feel like a real boomer right now. I can't be doing this. I remember back when there was only 18 champions in the game. Echo, what are you going to do?
Yeah, long times. But regardless, like you said, right, we need to be focusing on the Rift. And so let's take a look real quick at the teams and the rosters thereof. First off, Sacramento State Gold in the top lane. We've got Narwallace, then moving down the jungle. Tasty beginnings, followed up by Camoch. I probably mispronounced that, and I'm so sorry. It is what it is. Meeper in the bot lane, and then Jorban as support. Overall, I'm curious to see what they can do.
Yeah, on the opposite side, we got NAU JVA with Josh Joestar up in the top lane. Prince over in the jungle. Why does Float down in the mid lane? And then Relux and Jacob plays in the bot lane as that duo coming on in.
Absolutely. Why does Float? I'm loving that name so much right now. Dude.
You get a JoJo's reference and an interesting question all in one team, and that's a really good way to start off or end your day, depending. Yeah,
no, definitely. I absolutely respect it. We are still waiting for the draft to be getting underway. Obviously, we got to see a little look at it, but I'm waiting. I'm excited. That's really all I can put to it. I'm incredibly excited to see both of the teams because I feel like you don't really know what to expect, especially like with the lower down, one might say, the elo kind of we go. I feel that also brings up a lot more volatility, right? You're not just kind of like really focused on the meta. This is the kind of that sort of level of play where honestly anything can happen, really.
Yeah, well, what can happen is Hecarim, who this is patch 12.18, just dropped today, so we're really trying to learn how this affected things. But Hecarim was the one who got some hits. The horsey got turned a little bit into glue, was doing too much on patch 12.17. And for the Joe stars out there, they don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, they sent him to the factory. Rest in peace. Hopefully he's turned into some nice Elmer's glue, something like that. But yeah, like I said, he's not gonna be there. And a couple other bands coming out here, the Ergot and Malzahar being taken away here actually as well. Really staple picks. I feel something that you don't really want to have to mess with. Don't want to have to pay that QSS tax with the Malzahar, so I respect it.
Yeah, one thing that is interesting here is both that we're seeing Hecarim and Misfortune, who are really strong champions. They were on 12-17, 12-18, knocked Hecarim down a bit, not so much Misfortune, but this is a long time of what I would consider red side bans being banned out on the blue side, because those are both B1able champions, and you really want to try to make red side eat bans, but in this case, NAU just opts to take them out of the game. Maybe it's not in their players' pools, and instead, that's a Darius.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. There is now. Obviously, you got to remember that since we did see the draft lull before this, it's going to look a little different at times. And I'm gonna get to talking to that pick in a moment that I can see right there. It's already. I love to see it, but obviously some picks are going to look a little bit odd, and that's because they're just going to be picking in that sort of league format, so to speak. And I gotta say, the Echo pick, I'm loving it. I kind of feel like I already have to just support NAU regardless of what they do at this point, just for the pick alone. I just like.
Yeah, and that was a B1 Echo. That was blind picked. Number one most important thing in the world is to get Prince on the Echo. And when we talk about priorities, that's a pretty good one. But what they're staring down the barrel of in terms of like the Malphite, which was the R5, and this top lane matchup, Darius versus Malphite, feels like you can't make a rock bleed, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be really hard for Narwalis up here on the top side unless he does some very out there things. It's really going to take a lot of coordination between Joestar and Prince to actually get some kills and try to get this Darius to be able to lane Kingdom, because it was a blind pick. So it feels like you must be confident in it to bring it out here in game one.
Definitely have to be quite confident about that. As we do see Zeri being locked in, we were really hoping that this would turn into like a certified Yumi moment, but no ball. Instead, we did end up getting the Seraphim, which honestly, it's also pretty good. And on the flip side, we see the Lulu actually coming out to be supporting the Sivir here, which is something that we see happen quite a bit in these last couple of months. Really, seen it come a lot more.
Yeah, and that was their prepared R1, R2, was just to pick up the Sivir Lulu. And we saw a lot over the past few patches in Pro Pay and below where it was this handshake of whoever takes Zeri, the opposite side would take the Sivir. And for the most part, it has been Zeri favored once we get to that 2 or 3 item point, because there's not a whole lot of ways that you can stop Zeri from being scary there at the mid and late points in the game. Now, the side of Sacramento State Gold has some lockdown tools to try to mitigate this in what could be a winning matchup down in the bot lane, because Sivir should have push. But it is really interesting, like we talked about, the meta does not always reflect down here at the emergent level, and 2 champions that have taken a lot of hits are still out here on the Rift. So
definitely, yeah, absolutely. Also, just looking at Silas, he's got a plethora of ults to play with this time around. Like when you look over at it, it's like my man can really just pick and choose whatever he wants. Does he want the Weaver's Wall so he can be down in bot lane in like the blink of an eye? He can take it. Does he want the Seraphine ult? He can take it. Does he want the Echo ult? He can take it. My man is sitting pretty right now. He's definitely going to be having quite the time of his life there in the mid lane, as long as he doesn't mess up into the Taliyah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is this mid lane matchup is going to be quite interesting, because Silas loves to just shove and roam, and especially when you match him with J4, right? That abduct into the flag and drag. Just so much CC that says, like, somebody even like Echo, before he's online, before he has that level 6, he doesn't have too many ways to play the game if he's just getting CC'd 8 ways to Sunday. That's really devastating. But Taliyah can match his push and can kind of keep him at bay with that nice little minefield. You're not really allowed to engage. So it's this really nice skill-based matchup that they picked out here, because Taliyah was picked knowing it was a Silas. So if Why Does Float is able to say, why does Dash? No. They'll be able to kind of lock down this Silas and make them really pay for trying to move into the side lane or trying to make any roams.
Yeah, and I think that Unraveled Earth is such a huge thing, such a huge point to kind of focus on, right? Because that is going to make sure that if the Silas ever tries to use that Abston and Abduct, you're going to get stuck in your tracks. And I'm not fully certain how the champion interaction is actually going to look with the J4, right, with the flag and drag, but I'd imagine it will stop him as well in the strike once he actually arrives, or maybe he gets stunned right at the spot. Either way, it's still really good sort of counterplay to come out that really is able to stop both of these champs that really want to just get on top of you as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that's going to be the interesting part here is now as we look at these teams as a whole, NAU has just drafted a lot of different moving parts. Like the CEO of League of Legends, Seraphine and Zeri, as well as Talia, all just kind of want to poke away and really commit once they have good kill threat on somebody. But Echo likes to be in there. Like Swimwear likes to be able to use those enhanced Z-Drive auto attacks to really decimate folks and then rewind away and make you burn all these cooldowns. And Darius as well is just very much so a run at you, make you bleed and die style comp. So like there's a little bit of different musical notes going on here that may not equal harmony. That it's going to be interesting how they choose to play out the mid game where they don't really all want to function together as a unit.
Yeah, and I feel like that's always something you gotta kind of consider, right? Because the way you said, right, it's a lot of cogs in the machine this time around, and that also tends to kind of open up the possibility that if one part fails, the entire engine sort of falls apart. While you look over at Sacramento, right, it's fairly standard, right? You just send Jarvan in, flag and drag on him, Cataclysm on him. Now you can take the whichever ult you want to. It's the Silas, right? You can take the Seraphine ult, just charm them all in. Just have the Rock himself send it. Just go on in, and so it's a lot more easier to execute, and thereby that definitely adds sort of a level of easiness, for lack of a better word, right? It's just easier.
Yeah, no, that's exactly. Anytime I talk to like gold, platinum teams, I always say just get a press R comp. If you press R, something is going to happen, good or bad, and especially with like you said, all these beautiful ultimates that Silas can take on top of the unstoppable force that is Malphite. You've got a lot of things diving in, and if that doesn't work, you still have the most beautiful Sivir on the back line just shredding away with those ricochets.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? There's so many, when you look at the comp itself, right? When you have the Silas, when you have the Jarvan, all want to get up in your face, and they do such a great job of protecting the Sivir, who can just sit in the back, right? Throw out those boomerang blades. You've also got the wild growth from the Lulu, who we haven't really touched on much, who is going to just make it life of the Sivir so much easier, right? The survivability that's coming out from this team is going to be absolutely huge. And so it really kind of begs the question, is the Echo going to be able to get into that back line, get on top of the Sivir, or, is he just not going to be able to even get close?
Yeah, that is always the question mark. Now, Sivir, like we talked about, has taken some hits. I think is going to be a bit longer to turn on, and that shred that you get off of the W, a little bit less potent. Still at 3 items is going to be an incredible scaler in Teamfighter, but it affects some of the early wave clear. And I don't know if you know this, Echo. Dragons are big and scary, and very much so where the focus of the map is here is in stacking those drakes. So both of our nerfed bot lane queens of yesteryear are now back and seeing who can actually kind of have that supremacy on the bottom side of the map for these junglers to play towards.
Yeah, no, dude, as an Echo jungle player, man, it really hurts just how strong. You can't really solo take these drags anymore, especially early on, without any sort of healing, right? And Echo unfortunately doesn't have that. And so it is, like you said, right, it really puts a lot more emphasis on this bot lane, getting that control and being able to rotate on up. But regardless, Regdor, we're on the Rift. The players are ready. The minions are ready. I'm ready. Are you ready?
Can I have like 2 minutes?
Go for it.
You think like I could just like bounce out? I mean, there's nothing going on. No.
You had your chance. We're here now, though, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the Pacific right now, and we're about to get into this thing. Of course, gonna be a little chill for a minute here, as things are really going to take their time before they start getting crazy. But regardless, I'm ready to see some action. That's what I'm here for. That's what everyone else is here for. And the question really just is, where's it going to happen?
Yeah, well, this is the interesting thing, the tale of 2 junglers, right? Prince down here on the bottom side with the leash, while on the opposite side we have Tasty Beginnings getting a leash from that lovely Rock here, which means that they're going to be pathing opposite of one another. Jarvan is a little bit more of that early game level 2 gank into bot side camps and creating these interesting opportunities. So it looks as though he wants to prioritize the bottom side of the map early on, while it looks like Prince will be heading up to the top side. And that kind of is indicative of the priority lanes that we want to play on. play towards bot side with your Jarvan, try to get your Sivir ahead. Falls imperative that Darius gets some sort of lead to hopefully make this Rock bleed.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it's hard to make a Rock bleed, and so if they can't get Darius ahead early on, especially, it's gonna slowly but surely become a little bit useless as the game goes on. Regardless, I would love to see maybe like some level 3 game coming out here from Prince into the mid lane, trying to get on the sides, but the wave not looking in the best spot at the moment, so I doubt that's gonna end up happening. As oh man, I just know that arcane comment is just it's terrible how you just can't escape it. You cannot escape it if you get hit with the cheese wheel.
No, there's nothing to do but kind of cry and watch your health potions go away. This will be Silas.
I was about to say, speaking of health going away right now, Kamuch looking for something here on the widest flow. Quite a bit of damage coming out from that trade, and already putting himself in a very good position in this mid lane. And surprisingly though, looking in the bot lane, I thought for sure that we'd see a lot more push coming out here from Meeper and Jordan, but like you mentioned, it is looking like Tasty Beginnings will want to try and get to that bot lane early on, but oh, the wards, they know, dude, they knew something was up.
Yeah, somebody read the storybook and said, I know what Jarvan likes to do, and find these interesting angles. That's usually a ward you see there on the bottom side near red side stride that is reserved for Zac and Rek'Sai, an angle to go through. But J4 is another one that can kind of use it. As once again, just heavy trading. If you are this Silas, you do not want to sit around and just get poked out by Rock. You want to try to use your health early on to try to get some sort of priority and control over the wave.
Yep, and they're going to get some priority here in this mid lane. Perhaps, oh, huge Rock though, but he's not going to be able to escape first blood. Going to go into the hands of Komoch there. Zac coming in though. Then Parallel Converge is getting down, getting a little bit of damage, waiting, trying to buy time for Josh. Joe started getting in, but flag and drag to get back to safety. It's not looking like still going to drag them in, get the slow, get the damage. Are they going to get the kill though? The Time Wander has to come back, but it's not quite going to do it. And Prince just barely going to get out with his life.
Yeah, and Josh Joestar trying to make the hero play there, got the pullback, but just not enough damage down early. And something like Jarvan got a buff way back when. It's been 4 or 5 patches now. That increased damage on Q that we see kind of helps kind of seal the fate of why does float, as well as the, you know, everybody forgets there's shield. Jarvan makes shields. They're very small, but enough to help kind of stave off the latter part of that damage and make this an easy first blood over to the side of Sacramento to be able to play off of.
Really close call, but not getting anything out of it. And onto the sides, like you said, that's you. That's exactly who you want it to be on already. Getting ahead there, as for now, things are going to be a little bit quiet. Going down this bot lane, top lane pretty chill now as well. Surprisingly, no real farm difference here despite Josh Joestar going to that mid lane. Narwhal giving a little bit of time for himself in that top lane, but still fairly even at the moment.
Yeah, it is much quieter than one would think. You know, we usually talk about emergence of being very feisty individuals, but so far, very disciplined play. The biggest discrepancy is around this mid lane, which is the most skilled matchup, I think, across all of them. Yeah. That can go terribly wrong rather quickly, as we saw. Komoch is able to get the they're able to abduct this poor why does float, then it becomes really hard to play the game after you drop 1 or 2 kills. And Silas just coming back with a lost chapter. That's what we're talking about versus Tear of the Goddess, as we might have some more tears to shed.
Indeed, looking like the Fates to try and get in, but Kamauch not quite going to be in that parallel convergence, though the Fates dive to try and get over to him. You see the rotate coming up from Taste Beginnings, though. You know, on this top lane, trading going on. It's looking like nothing really going to go down there. Unfortunate. Trying to get that kill for Why Does Float, trying to get him back into this thing, get him evened out, but nothing really going to come out of it. And it said it's beginnings on his way up into this top lane. I think we're about to see something go down there, trying to get that Sculler Crab. I think he does still grab it here in a 2v1. There we go, the ultimate coming in, so much damage coming down, and Josh Joestar is not long for this world. They can catch up to him. Not quite going to get it. Tries to get that heal from the spin, but doesn't get it. Now Prince needs to run for his life, gets hit by the abduct, and down he goes. A double kill for Tasty Beginnings.
Yes, and this is where the Rock comes into play. Off of that early roam, Joestar actually falls a little bit behind CS. I think just caught 6 right after Narwhalis, but Narwhalis was just ready to pounce on this and get their jungler up 2-0.
Speaking about pouncing, dude, Why Does Flow is doing anything he can to stay away. The Ignite comes out, last tick should do it, and down he goes. Kamauch, dude, he just looks at him like, yeah, you know you're dead. Like, just leave, bro. You're done. Just get off my lane.
That's the worst feeling in the world, where all you can do is sit there and bleed as the ignite ticks down here. And this mid laner, Kamocha, is just on fire. 3 out of the 4 kills has involved this mid laner, and that's exactly what you want to see. This is your bridge, right, of the Jarvan and the Sylas getting strong here in the early game. 4 kills to their name between the two to be able to move around the map and really waste a lot of Prince's time.
Gonna try and put. Yeah. Prince gonna try and get something out of this though. Should be 1 kill to him. Actually gonna give it to the hands of Relic here. That's huge. Can they get the second one? The flash from Meeper, just barely escaping at that one. A little surprised Prince didn't try and still go for that one. Had 2 of those Z drive stacks. Could have tried and phase dived onto him and then Chrono break out, but wants to play it safe. Doesn't want to overextend and accidentally give anything over. So gotta respect it. First kill going into the hands of Relics, and that's definitely a good start. Try and get him ahead. If you can't get Josh Joestar ahead in this top, just try and get Relics ahead in this bot lane. Because, I mean, look at that. The bleed doesn't even do too much damage. Actually, maybe I spoke too soon. Though, getting him pretty low, but that cheese wheel is just going to slow him down. And I think he's just going to stay in the lane, honestly. Nalwas doesn't care.
Yeah, Narwalis is like, whatever, man. And that's the thing about this Darius, is he needs move speed. He needs a way to be able to stick onto his opponent and able. Yep. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, speaking of sticking on, dude, Kamauch once again trying to stick onto him. Actually, very nice sidestep there. Now get flag and drag, Cataclysm down. He goes. So much damage. Tasty beginnings. It's not really a beginning anymore. It's more like just an absolute onslaught of kills. Yeah,
they know where their bread is buttered, and right now it is this mid lane. It is Why Does Float, who's been the unlucky recipient now. 3 deaths to their name. But meanwhile, no neutral objectives taken, as we do now see Tasty Beginnings as well as the rest of the team rotating down in this bot side. There is no mid laner. Nothing you can do.
No, dude. There's no way that Cheesewell takes him out in the bot lane. Relics at least is going to get something in return, but Josh Joestar getting absolutely dunked on there by Narwalis. He had it all planned. He knew the numbers, and he knew he would win that.
That just feels bad. That is, that's like the most low intensity version of a Pike ultimate.
Yeah, it really is. Me on the ball, the hijacked on court, not quite going to find anyone. Prince here looking to avenge his boy. They're going to drop that parallel convergence. But look at that, Narwalis. He's just sprinted. He's gone. You can't even catch him. He's out of there.
This rock is the most lovable thing in the world. He does have the Glacial Buckler, which spells Frozen Heart first item, which is just a death sentence. If you're Darius, you're not going to have any pin. Your auto attacks are going to be slowed. And this is Narwalis just really pulling out a lawn chair and just saying, I'm here for the long haul, buddy. You are not moving me. You're not going to find an advantage. And looking at the rest of the enemy composition, right, on the side of Sacramento, these are a lot of champions that can just outmaneuver Darius, except for maybe Lulu. Lulu's like the only one, and that is the life of a support if I've ever heard it. You're probably the one who gets sacrificed for the Blood Gods. But otherwise, Joestar not really going to be able to make an impact coming out of lane behind, is really behind in gold at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, even if you are the slowest, right, at the end of the day, you still have that polymorph that you can place onto Josh if you so please. But meanwhile, no, once again, Ignite is going to let him tick down. This time he didn't even turn his back to him. He didn't even look at him. That's just disrespect. Come on, at least look him in the eyes when you're going to take him out.
But the good news, right, is that...
If there's good news?
Yeah, there's always good news. You always got to find that silver lining. Is, like you said, that Unraveled Earth is still going to be a very great deterrent for the enemy team as a whole. So regardless if we're, 4 deaths and just sitting on our lost chapter, or if we're super ahead, that still has some kind of meaningful interactions to help control AoE as we around these neutral objectives, which Sacramento is looking to go 2 for 2 here in the early game.
Yep, unstoppable force. Mosh doesn't even need to be there, but they just give it to him. Use that hijack chrono break to get back to safety. His Prince can do nothing but just get a little bit of damage in. Overall, though, John Joestar not having a good time in this top lane right now.
No, not at all. But this could also set up, it do see some recalls. I was going to say this could be setting up for that Herald, that nice second neutral objective, which since it's been buffed, the 200 local gold, nice little bit of change in your pocket, as well as knocking down some of these towers, which so far just 1 plate taken on the top side for all this lane dominance that Kamocha has had, hasn't actually made that much progression forward in the lane.
Yeah, not that, and also farm-wise, on it, only 2 farm up as well. Josh Joestar doing a good job of still kind of staying equal with his laner, right? Even if He's getting, I mean, bullied. I feel like bullied isn't even like doing it justice. What's happening to him right now? He just literally cannot do anything right now in this top lane.
Yeah. And down here on the bot side, you see one of the saddest things in the world, and that is one charge left on the Cole of Meeper. You got to stick around. You cannot recall on that one, or else it's against the ADC rules here. So they're going to get locked into lane a little bit longer. Now they don't have that reset timer, but nothing too much going on except for Sacramento's, early game dominance has led into this vision difference you can see right now, both on the bottom side of the map. They've got the river lit up, no way to go there, and they just had one die out right around that blue buff area of NAUs. So they're doing a really good job controlling quadrants of the map and making these plays around it using what is the big wallet of Kamucha right now.
Yeah, it's also really allowing them to just track Prince anywhere he goes, who already has been struggling to try and get these ganks down, try and make something happen here. But they're going to try and make something happen on Kamuch. Not looking too likely, though. He's just a bit too big right now with that extra health he's getting right now. Flag and drag, Cataclysm going down, and that should be a double kill. Weaver's Wall as well to lock him in. You can't do him like that. Come on. Grab themselves a double. Looking for the triple here as well. Why does Flo is going to be sinking down to the bottom of the river here? Down he goes, and Kamuch wasn't sure if he's... Oh, Prince. He's got to be real careful right now. He's solid snake right now. He's going to go over that wall, just barely escaping that one. Overall, though, another triple going to the hands of Sacramento State. Dude, Tasty Beginnings knows something's up, though. Flag and drag over the wall, and Prince, you shouldn't have stayed. Was the Krugs really worth it? Gonna hop over the wall, though. Looking like he might have actually escaped that one. Josh Joestar, though, wants some vengeance for what's been happening to him right now. Has those full stacks, brings down the hammer, but it's just not enough. And Narwalis just walks of like, okay, bro, I guess that tickled. Whatever, I'm going back to base.
Yeah, he was able to just take the ghost, take the ultimate, and just vibe it out right here. We're seeing how much of this Frozen Heart's just paying dividends. Mr. Joestar, you're not allowed to play the game. Here's another cheese wheel for your time. And now there's no more gold plate at the top or on the map in general for you to try to accelerate off of. You're able to stay even in CS, which is poggers. We love to hear it. But this isn't indicative of Darius winning lane and the rest of the map. Not too much going on there either. So hopefully now we just go back to the CEO of League of Legends and Barry.
Didn't like it, but for now we might see something at the top. Unstoppable Force for Narwalis there. Got a little greedy perhaps. He's stepping up a bit too close, but like we were talking about, right, that vision difference allows them to see it coming. Meanwhile, in this ball lane, though, there's no vision there to alert the side of NAU. That Tasty Beginnings is there. The Encore gets out to try and buy themselves some time, but you're just delaying the inevitable. Down goes one. Cataclysm gets dropped. Down goes two. Another 2 kills into SAC's pocket. In that top lane, Prince, at the very least, will get something out of it, but that turret is going to fall. That drag is going to fall, so maybe they'll at least get this Rift Out for it.
Yeah, it looks as though that is the cross map going on here. Lose the top laner for your bot lane, and continue stack drags for the side of Sacramento. But this is a way back into the game. This is a little bit of gold coming back into the hands of NAU with this Rift Herald being taken. Because I do believe, we've got objective bounties. We love to see them. They're a nice metric to get back into the game through these neutral objectives, through these tier 1 towers that have all that juicy gold in them. And it's really going to be on NAU to stem the bleeding and allow Relux to get online as well as Jacob plays and really scale into this game and then just play Get Down Mr. President for them. Do everything we can to try to keep the Jarvan, the Silas, and this monstrosity that is Narwalis so far on this rock away and let them kind of scale into the game, just sitting on their mythic and some components at the moment.
Yeah, I feel that scaling is kind of the silver lining that you talked about that we always need to be looking for, right? Because, I mean, it's definitely going to take an increased amount of time as it looks like White's Float's about to die here as well. You can't really scale when you're in that gray screen. The Ignite is going to find him. Down he goes. Wild Growth is going to keep Kamuch alive. Well, like we were saying, right, at the end of the day, they do have some skilling coming out, right, with the Echo. You've got the Zera, you have the Talia, and it's definitely going to take a little bit longer while Kamucha takes absolutely no damage, and he knows it. Josh Joestar with the flash. We're going to have to hold on to that point. Meeper's here as well. Cataclysm goes down once again. Nothing Josh Joestar can do except eat the dirt. He's now dead, Joestar. And it's looking real rough for NAU right now.
I'm going to keep on singing, just got to let Zeri get online. Scary Zeri is now in trouble, though.
Oh, just barely surviving that one. Actually, huge pill to convert. Still gonna keep him stunned on the turn. Doing his best to try and get the kill, but he can't quite find it. Kamuch's damage is just too much. Has to go down. It doesn't have that chrono break left. Kamuch just picks up another kill. He's just too tanky. He does too much damage. And down goes Prince.
This is a feels bad moment. But again, for this being what is 8K, 7K gold differential at this time, if we look at the map, it is 2 tier 1 towers of a difference and 2 dragons. That seems like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, they still got a lot of fat left to cut off until we're saying, like, we're in starvation mode, we're at last resorts. No, we still got plenty of time. We're still comfy and cozy here with what we have left that we can give up before we have to really pull the red alert. And the whole time, we're continuing to get items. What it looks like to be about a 1 item differential between the Silas and the Talia. That's okay, though. At least both have the mythic items online and go down the list, and that's kind of where we're at in the world. So combat strength, effectively, pretty close to one another. Luckily, no Darksteel on Kamucha. Maybe I just gave him an idea.
Maybe indeed. And speaking of feel bad moments, it's about to be a feel bad moment for White's Float. The Cataclysm, huge to make sure that the Everfrost doesn't stun him in place. Down it goes White's Float once again in that bot lane. We saw as well. Josh Joestar popped that ghost. Wasn't able to catch up to Narwalis, who just knows he's got those fleet feet, man. He can just run circles around them despite how big he is.
Yeah, it's kind of like the blue suede shoes, you know? He just, he knows where to go and when to. And they just continue to, like, do the whack-a-mole style kind of move around the map. Sacramento just pressuring one lane, getting a kill, while they're giving up pressure on the bottom side, allowing Joestar to kind of run himself out, and then turn around and, you know, take another tower. And this continued buried pressure.
No. Oh, Prince. Flash coming through, but well, talk about another feels bad moment. There's yet another feels bad moment coming out. Meeper, though, maybe they can get some kind of revenge going down, but no, the Shirelli has given them that speed up that they need, and Meeper doesn't have any dashes, so doesn't have to worry about Unraveled Earth, and down goes yet another one. Jacob plays. More like Jacob is dead. Down he goes as well. A double kill for Meeper. Gonna try and find a triple here on the Relux as well. Need to be careful with that turret flash coming through, though. Kamuch gonna grab himself that one as well. Doesn't even go down to the turret. They grab themselves 3 kills, and NAU's own base. Regdor, is there anything they could still do to get it back in this game?
Time and pray. We're still not on the 3 items yet. We're looking like a PD second item for Relux. It's rough. I'll be frank with you. This is a rough time now. A 10k gold differential. We've gotten 1 Herald that I don't remember seeing.
No, he couldn't even drop it. He had to hold on to it this entire time.
I was gonna say, unless I had a stroke and didn't see it, I don't believe it got to make. Shelly did not get to make their way onto the rift. So as of right now, it is a real, as we've been saying, feels bad moment. Still some solid things to go on to. I know some people don't like the train of thought of, hey, sometimes you got to start thinking about next game. This is a best of 3. This is something where you can make those kind of things. You can still hope, pray. Maybe you find that perfect fight in that perfect angle, especially for Relux, with that ramping damage, that ramping movement speed that can create some real outplay moments. But you got to sometimes look at, hey, maybe what's game number 2 look like? How do we push this to a 3-game series?
Prince gonna tries to go for the steal, doesn't quite get it. Actually ends up eating the ward there instead, and now Mooch, bad spot, CC chain, but it doesn't matter because Sacramento has their own. Down goes their first victim. Prince is gonna follow suit. He goes out 2. That's 2 off the board. They grab themselves a 3rd. Jacob plays. Jacob dead. Jacob down. He's out for the count. And with that, Relux, the only man standing in this top lane. You see the pinks coming out. They're looking to grab themselves that Baron. Sacramento with yet another team fight coming out victorious. And they may have to actually look for game number 2. It's never over till it's over, Regdor, but it's not looking too hot either for NAU.
And you can see Sacramento with the intelligent play here, not only off of the back of that fight, but if you look, we have mid lane as well as bot lane pushing towards the side of NAU, which means once they get this Baron, which they got the big purple worm, they're able to make these plays and start pushing in these waves that are nearly synced there in mid and bot wave and play on those 2 while they send their bot lane up to the top side to kind of even out that pressure there. and just start slowly constricting in on this base. The goal should be with this to take out some of these tier 2s, maybe find another pick out in rotation as they're trying to defend these towers, and start looking towards those closing points of the game. Do not allow NAU any time to pray and scale.
Yeah, definitely. NAU definitely feels like they've kind of reached the point where they have to take fights only at their turrets. It feels like they've tried multiple times, right? We saw it there as well. They had, I'm pretty sure that was like a 3-man chain CC onto Kamauch. Obviously, he did have that broken stopwatch, but regardless, they just couldn't capitalize off of that. And then once the rest of Sacramento got there, they're like, yo, did you just touch our boy? Like, did you just do that? Do you know who we are?
Yeah, the Rift right now is kind of like not safe. It's like open season on NAU. They gotta stay in the sanctuary of their towers, which their base is getting ripped asunder right now.
Yeah, the Cataclysm going down. Tasty getting stuck in his own right now, taking a lot of power shots, but he's too tanky. Doesn't matter. Unstoppable force as well. The triple knockup and the triple kill as well. Down goes all of NAU. Prince, last man standing, running for his life. Meeper's the Reaper. It's gonna take him down. Does go down to the turret. Maybe it's still winnable, they're saying, but I don't think it is. The death timers are too long, and Rector, I think we can say with certainty that Sacramento, a very dominant performance with game number 1, are going to take this first game home.
Dominant is the phrase. Mid was a bit of a slugfest that kept on turning up on Kamauch's side, and they just knew how to play around this jungle mid synergy and really just continue to snowball the game and not give a chance for any kind of recourse from the side of NAU.
Yeah, overall, it's like you said, it was very good mid jungle synergy. Sacramento understood the game plan, right? They're like, okay, listen, we get mid ahead, top lane just needs to chill, make sure that nothing happens. Our Wallace did exactly that. My boy just chilled, ran circles around Josh Joestar, and everything was looking pretty for him. They kept getting these kills in this mid lane. The rotations were great, the ganks were great. Overall, I'm a little worried for NAU in game number 2. They got to step things up. It's like we said, right? A lot of cogs in this machine. If one fails, all the others might too. And I feel we kind of saw that exact thing happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think if you're NAU and you're heading into game number 2, and let's just say you're still on the blue side. Yeah, let's imagine that for a second. In that world, I say, hey, let's just go for a good old standard team fight composition. Have some simplicity to it. And that's really where the issue lies, is the simplicity wasn't there. You have Echo, who needs time to get online, needs to get to level 6, needs access and time to engage and really blow those targets up. Something we'd love to see once he has the Rocket Belt into the Lich Bane. Now we have that really quick execute damage on these carries. You have Darius, who has to get ahead in the lane, who has to have the ability to win, to be able to be anything useful. And when you put those, they're good if this happens, that becomes very hard to predict in League of Legends. Whereas, there's champions like, I don't know, Udyr, you don't even have to take all your abilities. Amazing champion out there in the game and is really great, simplistic engage from the point of the jungle and has very easy win conditions. So look a little bit simpler. Simple things can shine and just really kind of reduce some of the volatility there in the early game.
Yeah, definitely. Need to just play for the assignment, but it is a best of 3, so not all is lost just yet. Obviously, NAU is making it a little bit harder for themselves. Now they got to win back-to-back, but doesn't love a good come-up story, right? Maybe that's the plan. They're just keeping it interesting for us, and hey, if that's the plan, I respect it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just all for the tweet engagement. That's all it is we're just farming impressions out here. That's the game plan. 3 games is way better. 2-1 sounds close. 2-0, man, that's not for me.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, who would rather watch a 2-0 than a 2-1? I'm just saying. Did we pay them off? Maybe. No, we didn't. I have to. No,
I was going to say, Echo, you got that kind of money, dog?
I'm broke though. Please help. I'm getting evicted in a month now. But in all seriousness, it is a best of 3, so we still have yet at least one more game coming. I think we throw it to a quick break, and then when we're back, we'll get into the draft for game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. time. But I'll be waiting to mend you wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Game number 2 is about to get underway. Now, game number 1, I mean, we're in the emergent series, like you said, right? And it's looking to me like Sacramento, they're looking to emerge as a bit of a dangerous team, honestly. Game number 1, that was a very, very scary performance, Rector. I won't lie.
I don't disagree. Scary performance indeed, but you know what they say. You got to make it happen more than once.
Very true.
You got to repeat it, or else it may be called a fluke. And we're gonna have to see with them now on the blue side. Can Sacramento make the repeat, the 2-time back-to-back winners? And we're looking at the draft prior to, like, they immediately got rid of the Lulu that had a lot of their success last time, but I guess they're not willing to leave it up to chance for NAU to take it away from them.
Yeah, definitely. And like we talked about, obviously, right at the end of game 1, that there were a couple of things that we maybe want to see NAU, change up in the draft. Any picks in particular you're hoping to see from them to kind of get that more stronger team fight comp played a little safer?
Yeah, it's like we said, number 1, get rid of a necessity to win lanes. Laners that do a great job just naturally scaling without interacting. I think that's one of the best things you can do in this game is just not pay attention to the enemy team. If I could just sit here and farm my minions and you can't play the game with me, that's great, because that means generally that I can win and scale. So that's going to be number 1. And number 2 is just having nice cohesion of champions that can do things at different points in the game and that help create those bridges. Like Kombucha was on that Silas. That was a huge bridging force for them to get out of the early game and come out so far ahead with that Jarvan. But it looks like they've got some beginnings of that with a Cho'Gath, a Poppy, and a Victor already.
Yeah, already getting the vibe here. It seems pretty much just tell him, just turn this into a PvE game. Just chill. Just sit back and chill and scale up. And honestly, Cho'Gath, Victor, definitely some picks that I feel like are going to do exactly that. Going to take some time to kind of really get online, but they have plenty of sort of defensive capabilities to keep themselves alive. And the Poppy as well. Some a jungler that we see coming out that a lot of times can make things happen, especially in the early game. That shove, if you can get that into the wall, get that stun going, it's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, and it's so wild. If they would build her and have built her a lot with that Divine Sunderer and just a 1 damage item into full tank, and how much just insanity that does early game. Like you said, you're like, hey, this little Yordle shouldn't be doing this much, but actually 1v1 a lot of these champions in the jungle matchup. But for the opposite side of like Sacramento, you have what was a blind pick Pantheon, which is already pretty wild to say. Maybe thinking that Joestar may not have any left in the tank after the shellacking of game 1, as well as Syndra, who is getting a mid-scope rework, but this is not that. This is plain Jane Syndra as we know it, who hasn't had as much power in the game and hasn't been able to really one-round champions like she used to. We used to see that 2-item Syndra, just Q plus E, and you're gone. You're
gone.
Back at the fountain.
Exactly.
That ain't it. That ain't what this is right now. So it'll be interesting to see how they're able to navigate these solo lanes, because it was the bot lane of both sides that was pretty quiet. Even the kills that took place in the bottom side of the map weren't 2v2s. They were 3v2s or 4v2s in some case, and poor Relux and Jacob just getting dived under their tower just for trying to exist in this world.
Yeah, exactly. I will say I really like Prince. Picking up that Poppy was the response to Jordan actually locking in that Recon. And honestly, it's a nice little touch there, because obviously that steadfast presence is going to allow you to kind of mitigate a bit of the threat that is going to come out from this Recon, trying to use that Grand Entrance on top. If you're still able to get the quickness and literally just like run straight at you, you're going to have a bit of a problem. But it makes you feel a little safer, at least. It's still a peace of mind.
Oh yeah, no, the steadfast presence is such a huge piece here that actually stops 3/5 of the team from being able to move forward in ingress onto the carries of NAU. And Victor and Misfortune are 2 picks that I love to see. One, because they don't have to deal with the enemy whatsoever. They can play this as a PvE game, like we said. But number 2 is that they have such terrain control with the bullet time, with the make it rain, the gravitation well, and the chaos storm. All these things say you don't want to come into this choke on top of, hey, you're not allowed to because of the steadfast presence. And eventually Cho'Gath is just going to be so huge that even a full build Sivir is going to take 7 minutes to be able to get through that prehistoric voidling of a creature.
Yeah, no, I saw a TikTok the other week. The Cho'Gath was so huge, a single foot covered the whole map. That was honestly like he was a big boy. I doubt we're gonna see it in this game, but it just goes to show how dangerous this Cho'Gath can get once he gets that size. And also, I feel this Poppy pick is so sort of, it's such a huge pick to talk about, that because that Keeper's Verdict as well that'll come out is going to be incredibly huge when it comes to securing these dragons, right? Because we already talked about how you can't step into any of these choke points, right? With this, the Misfortune, with Seraphine coming out. You can't step into the choke point if you're not even there, because you just got Keeper's Verdict all the way back to spawn, right? So it's like, that's just going to make it so much easier for them to secure these objectives as well.
Yeah, and something I gotta say is that Keeper's Verdict is broken for a litany of reasons, but one of them that's phenomenal is that you can choose to cancel the ult. So it's almost like the windup with no punch. You're faking them out just by walking away from the objective and walking at them menacingly with that windup, and then just canceling it and going back. You can constantly just create this fake pressure off of that. And until Prince commits the Keeper's Verdict, you have to constantly try to be playing that spacing game amongst them. Also important to note that we have one more TP on NAU than there is on the other side. I don't know that we watched really anybody TP aggressively and try to make cross-map plays in the last game. I kind of devolved too quickly into my hair is on fire, please put it out, for there to be a lot of those big macro plays. But we'll have to see how Narwhalis is able to do in the top lane, because once again, it's now the shoe's on the other foot. Pantheon has to make something happen in this lane, has to find some sort of lead to really get the most out of, Star falling across the map and trying to make things happen, but not having a TP to get back. And Cho'Gath, while he's a big old tanky boy, likes to eat some minions, eat some objectives. He can control side lanes very well once he has that HP stacked, and you really can't get through just the sheer magnitude of what's going to become a raid boss about 20 minutes in.
I feel like that also kind of brings up the question whether or not we're going to see Tasty Beginnings maybe opt to sort of give some of his attention into this top lane as well this time around, seeing as now obviously Narwalis isn't on a pick like in last game where he could just kind of, sit back and chill. This time around, like you said, the Pantheon wants to make something happen. He's got that flash at Ignite, which kind of signals to us that he wants to make this a kill lane, wants to make things happen. Do you feel like we're going to see Tasty Beginnings maybe give a little bit of his attention up into this top, or are we going to just see him do what we saw last game, right? Just that mid jungle synergy, just keep on popping off.
I almost feel like it's going to be this is my thought is it's going to be the inverse of the last game, where we're going to have Syndra just vibing it out, and it's going to be a lot around Narwalis making these rotations and using that easy engage of the shield bash and setting up a lot of these things. Because you got to think is if Pantheon is able to get some priority in this lane, run on down to the mid lane or help on the invade there, just the W alone into like a Syndra EQ or, that wall bash of the Poppy. Wait, I'm flipping things around here. Knock up. There we go. Kane's knock up on top of that. You just have a nice CC chain layering, and both of them have pretty good base damages there. So I think a lot of this is going to be played around the top jungle synergy as opposed to the mid jungle of last game.
Yeah, overall, so one thing I found really interesting what we actually saw in the last series, right? We had an Orianna in there, and Orbital and RFC were talking about how they called it the ball delivery system for the Orianna, which honestly I loved so much. But then I thought about it. I feel like Syndra's like just the plus version of that. She's like the real queen of the ball delivery system. When she presses R, you're done. Those things flying at you, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that's Amazon same-day delivery right there. We're not waiting on anything at all. And, Kamucha, we saw how expertly they can play into what is considered these skill-oriented matchups where it can go either way. Why does Float can get up in this matchup, or Kamucha can? And they played it so expertly last time, even if Syndra isn't the most strong in the meta right now, you can already see these Dark Spheres able to really lane bully, and that's exactly the identity of Victor as well. So it'll be interesting to see who's going to find the supremacy in the early game here and hopefully get those DLCs online for the Victor to really start, feeling the pain.
Definitely. This time around, opting to head on into this top lane here, Tasty Beginning. So, going to look to find something in the top like we talked about in comparison to last game. We saw him on that drive and looking to find something in the bot lane. Maybe get that early on first blood into the hands of Narwalis. We talked about how, he's on a different pick this time around. Game 1. We saw him on the rock himself, just making it easy, really, just vibing this time around. Obviously on a much more aggressive pick, wants to make something happen, wants to just get bloody as soon as possible.
Yeah, he definitely does. He'll have to watch himself because, like we talked about, this void monster that is Cho'Gath is not anything to mess with. Is still has his own ability to create advantages in lane as well as have that kill potential, especially at level 6. Something they can do that Cho'Gath players do really well is hold on to that beast, and that's constant execute pressure in the lane that they have to watch out for, as opposed to stacking it on minions. We'll have to see which way Joestar goes, but so far, Widest Float is catching a lot of Dark Spheres.
Yeah, not looking too hot for him right now. A lot of damage, a lot of poke coming out from Moch. Kind of what we expected, I feel, though, for this lane right now. Gonna take some time before Widest Float's laser starts actually doing some damage here, but the first one should come through from Prince. Expertly warded by Narwalis, though. Had a feeling that something was coming, so it does spot him out. Still remaining, though, as it looks like Tasty Beginning is still grabbing that grab. Bit of trading going on in this bot lane as well. Not gonna look for anything. Narwalis is here. Shield bash onto Prince. A little bit of damage coming out. Joestar is here as well, though. Gonna find something here. Double knockup coming through, though. A lot of damage onto Prince. Can they find the Ignite? Comes out, but not quite going to be enough. Taking him considerably low, though. I'm curious. We see Tasty Beginning. Maybe try to find something. Try and go in, but it's not looking too likely.
Not just yet. You know, Kane does really just want to get these early skirmishes in, start getting the souls stacked up to be able to get to that form. Got to think that this is going to be a red Kane game. It's going to need a little bit more of a bruiser front line to complement on the side of this Pantheon as well. He's going to get another shield vault in there. Something that I think's fun that I don't think most people know about is that Pantheon with this Comet Spear, this Q, and the reason why it's kind of important to their trade pattern is once they're below that 20% max health, right, it does automatically crit. And that's bonus crit damage on top of it. So that's like almost like a free execute kind of sitting out there for him. Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Well, that would explain why I'm almost getting one shot by it. Okay, well now I know. Now you learn something new every day, and I learned that. Is in this bot lane here. Huge wave pushing on in into this bot lane. Curious if Relics are just going to look to shove this on in and then head back. Maybe grab themselves a turret plate before they leave. Would be a prime position for a gank. And I do see Casey Beginnings maybe heading on over here. It's going to take us some time to get there though. And Jordan is pretty low. So if they do go in for a 2v3, Jordan might end up losing his life. But we have to wait and see for now what they opt to do.
And this Misfortune, even on 12-18, did receive some nerfs, mostly towards the AD growth and some of the health growth as well, which just equals out to, I think, at level 18, right around a longsword worth of attack damage. Not anything too crazy. She's in a really good spot, and mostly for the reason that that double up, that Q, is now matching attack speed. So you can actually get off auto Q auto really quickly and proc that PTA for short trades in lane. And just do a lot of damage early on. So as we can already see, the side of it, Sacramento has felt a lot of the damage down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out to Josh Joestar as well. Flash coming out, and there we go. First blood from Narwhal. We talked about how he wants to find something early, and he's going to do it at the 6-minute mark. Grabbed himself the first kill, looking to establish dominance in this top lane once again.
Yeah, and that is the way to start it there. That Comet Spear, like we talked about, having basically execute damage on it, able to find the kill there for the first blood. And like I talked about, this is where the bread is going to be buttered. I think it's all around this Pantheon. Unlock them in the lane, let them continue to get ahead, and then they can use that Starfall around the map to start making these rotations and not losing too much on the top side if they're able to accelerate past the choke now.
So first drag is up and available at the moment so far. Move to it just yet. Taking their time at the moment. This bot lane still hasn't reset just yet. Shoving in this next wave. Keeping Meeker and Jordan under their turret. Not too much they can do. They can't move. I think we're about to see that Starball coming through. You can see it. The thing's coming out. In position, our Wallace is coming on in and grabbing themselves a kill. Down goes one. And Jacob plays. Not long for this world. Once again, going down. Meeper gonna grab himself that one. That's exactly what you talked about, Rector, what you wanted to see, and we see it happen.
Yeah, you know, say it and it becomes truth. This Prince is going to look to try to make something happen here. Steadfast Presence came up, but nothing to be had from it. So now you get to have a reset, or Pantheon's not even resetting. Narwallace is going to go Mr. Worldwide, now looking for Prince here in his own jungle.
I feel like you need to say something nice now for NAU, man. You gotta conjure something into existence for them, because it's not looking good right now. But save him, save Why Does Float. Down he goes into the hands of Kamau. It's just nothing he can do. That shield vault just keeping him in place. The Dark Spheres, it's a dark fate.
Now the upside, right? You want me to say something nice about NAU?
Okay.
Is the bot lane is where a lot of this is going to be around. Something that I'm an enjoyer of, as Tasty Beginnings, maybe trying to enjoy some Seraphine, never mind, but is on the Drake. We might see a nice little 3v3 coming into play here. Both ADCs like minions more than objectives.
Reaper does have that level 6 advantage over Relook. They try to do anything here, but not looking too likely. The play is back. I think they're just going to have to see the dragon on over Prince as to just watch, as there's really nothing he can do there. The dragon does end up resetting. Prince maybe looking for something. Steadfast Presence is going to stop Jordan with the bullet time as well. Not quite going to find a huge stun into the wall though for Kamau, but they're not quite going to find him once again. It's a Tails Toll this time, but a double kill going into the hand of Why Does Float. They will find themselves one kill there for Tasty Beginnings, but he has to run first like the flash over the wall. Prince though, hot pursuit. He remembers what happened to him in that last game, and he's getting his revenge. Grabs himself himself a kill as well. And with that, NAU grabbed themselves 3.
That's where you want the kills. That's what 50 Hextech cores, whatever the little mini game is on the Victor. That is a DLC about to be upgraded. It's going to have the enhanced laser with, you know, the nice little after effect here, which is a huge part of the poke of Victor. So that is where you want to be, is try to accelerate him, because he is down in CS on this Syndra, but accelerates him in the lane, just able to get that double kill off of it. Sacramento did get the first Drake, which we love dragon stacking.
Showstar. Oh, he ate him up, dude. The Devour chomps down. That's exactly what you talked about. That Devour threat is huge. Executes him. Nothing Narwalis can do.
You can just cry. That's all you're allowed to do. And it makes him stronger, right? He has more effective health now in the lane to be able to play with. So getting below that 20% mark is a bit harder to get that enhanced damage on those Comet Spears. As Meeper, as you can see, not a whole lot of mana. He's just going to have to take a lot of this damage just on the chin.
Not much to do there. And NAU already much better showing this time around than game 1. Equalized only 100 gold difference. Nothing really to write home about. Nothing really at all, honestly. Pretty tame at the moment. Relux and Jacob Plays once again just have Meeper and Jordan stuck under their turret. They can't move. They're not even allowed to step forward as Relux does take a turret shot there, so careful. Pretty low on mana though at the moment. The play coming through. God, Relux is getting lower and lower. That looks juicy, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, that is not where you exactly want to be, is taking 2 tower shots for a plate. But you know what? It happens to the best of us, myself included. But this is good. This is where our gold wants to be, on these carries, on Relux, on Wida's float. And I'll be interested to see what Relux's build path is going to be. A lot of Misfortune players like Collector second item. I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, just keep going. I mean, yeah. It is what it is. Nothing he could have done there.
So Collector is an all right item second, but something I like for just 400 gold more is just to go ahead and pick up the Bloodthirster. The Ichor Shield passive is so huge, and really what makes Misfortune a lot kind of like the lethality version of oh no, Kamucha.
Yeah, Kamucha Hex Flash over the wall there, Prince. Looking for something there with that phase rush as well, getting pretty fast, but not really gonna get anything out of it. The teach coming up from Widest Float to get back on into lane here though, and we are seeing some pings with this Rift Herald being up. It is warded by NAU, but honestly, seen Sacramento that don't care all the time, and Meeper doesn't care about Relux. He's just gonna take him down, runs him down with that ulti and a ghost. Nothing that Relux can do. Burns the heal, still goes down.
Relux has to be careful. That passive move speed plus the ghost move speed plus on the hunt, there's so much move speed being stacked on there. Your strut's not going to get you far enough away, as Joestar is going to have to burn the flash off the grand entrance. But yeah, pick up a nice little BF sword and get yourself a Bloodthirster second item. Feels really good because Misfortune doesn't need attack speed. It's now Meeper, which they had some more movement speed in their pocket.
At the flash, there we go, the dash is just barely going to get out of that one. The Prince, once again, just can't quite find anything. It's very indicative of game 1 as well. A lot of ganks coming out, but never quite equates to anything. Oh, it's just a bit too late to the party. This time around, it's the same ordeal. Heads on perhaps into this mid lane. Maybe going to look for something here. They have Jordan spotted out, obviously. Mount's there as well. Not looking like an opt to do anything.
And that's the biggest thing, is you got to get the ants out of your pants if you're NAU. You don't have to force anything on this map right now. You can take your time and scale into the game. There's no objectives up. Is 30 seconds on the Drake. So just vibe it out. Take your time. You got a mythic item on your Victor. Already the Luden's Tempest done. So you're already a little bit accelerated in the game. Take your time here with an almost even gold state and just play around these objectives like you did before. Didn't get the Drake, got 3 kills off of it instead. Now this time, let's do both. Let's get the Drake and some kills and continue to find our way into the game, as this will be the Rift Herald.
Get dropped down Sacramento, forcing them to make a choice. You opt to stop the Herald here first, or head on down to the Drag, and they're going to opt to take out Herald here. Going to crash in, take a couple of plays. Wow, so much damage. The ball delivery system goes in, and Kamau just says, thank you, goodbye. Next time.
Can you imagine if the rework goes the way that it's supposed to? That's going to be a 15% health execute.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's a real feels bad moment as Narwalis is going to get knocked up in the.
I feel like that's become the theme of just this series. It just feels bad moments so far. Like game one was just full of feels bad moments, and it's looking like this is gonna be as well. As Dragon was started up by Sacramento. That mid turret gonna go down as well. They're gonna grab themselves down. It looks like Relux and Jacob, they know that they can't contest this, so they're just gonna opt to grab a little bit more farm, just play things safe. Meanwhile, on this top lane though, Joestar, careful. Wallace changing some blows here. Joestar getting lower and lower. The Ignite coming out, some nice sidestepping from Narwalis, and he should get the kill right here. Damn, he turns his back and then stabs him in the chest.
Yeah, and this is where you want to be as the Pantheon. 3-1 now, has the Divine Thunder, so it's incentivized with that on top of Conqueror to have these long trades where we're seeing is it's just turning out better and better. That penetration, armor pin, and just health stacking that's coming out of Cho'Gath is just not going to do a whole lot for him with this being the way it is right now, and that is Pantheon goes where he pleases. He's got a doctorate. He's like Mr. Mundo.
Yep, quickness coming out though, and they're gonna find Jacob Plays first. Already looking to swap targets. The Encore getting dropped behind Jacob Plays some time with the heal as well. And he's just barely going to survive that one. A close call with the exhaust, the flash, and everything Jacob has being burnt there. Now they need to hold off this wave. Jacob gotta be careful though. The TP coming in, the double dodge. Joestar is here. Oop, just eats him up. They'll go 1-for-1. Kamauch is here. Maybe they try and find something else. A bullet time though, right on top of Jordan with the flash though to get on out of that one. The ball delivery system once again finds yet another victim, and it's gonna be Relics.
And that is the TP play for TP play there. Able to actually trade up and take 2 kills for 1, but now Narwalis has found Wido's Float.
God, nothing that this float can do. Narwalis just stands in the Chaos Storm, doesn't even care. Actually gonna escape. Oh, just barely touching his heels there. He could feel the heat of that spear landing right behind him. Flash gonna get dropped, and so I guess the meat just tastes better when it's scared. So Narwalis gonna let him live to tell the tale and then get him next time.
Narwalis yelled Kobe, but it ended up being Shaq there on that Comet Spear. Not able to connect on the extra point. But you know what? It at least keeps the tier 1 safe. Once again, while we have a 3k gold differential, once again to the side of Sacramento, this again isn't really projected in movement forward, right? The name of the game isn't to get kills. The name of the game is to kill the enemy Nexus. And so far, they've only taken down 1 tier 1 tower for all the kills and gold that they've had. So with that, you know, once again, NAU's in a spot to come back. NAU has a much simpler composition than last time to be able to play out, and we're seeing some of these things come online. It's a nice little stun up against the wall as Prince is trying to make something happen here.
Actually, away from the Blade's reach, but a lot of damage does come out. Ball delivery system once again finding Prince. Tasty Bean is just gonna go ahead and dash into him. He's not even gonna do much, so he's just slashing and dashing him. Down he goes, widest float, getting stunned with the ball, hitting him as well, and down he goes. Again, a double charm, but it's too little too late, Jacob. Your boy's already finished. Meanwhile, in this bot lane here, Realist getting charmed, getting knocked up, getting just absolutely pounded on, but is going to be able to escape down with the flash and the heal.
Yeah, we're a little bit of everywhere right now, and in that mid-jungle 2v2 we just saw on the top side with Prince and Wido's Float. Wido's Float doesn't have a way in to the fight, so just has to watch as Kamucha just basically, you know, girl bosses him out of the fight just by sheerly standing there. And by the time they finally try to find and look, it turns into a 2v1, and that's about all she wrote, as down the bottom side, Relux has had to burn everything just to be able to continue to exist down the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing there, and now Jacob Blade's also definitely careful, but Rome is coming down. They're on their way here. Gonna maybe try and find something. Josh is looking pretty big, pretty menacingly at the moment. Stun coming through though, double stun. And the Blade's reach gonna go again, get that knockup. Actually come out, it's gonna go gold once again. Needs to buy himself some time. Huge knockup dog. Jacob's Blade down he goes. Relics is next on the menu. Down he goes, a double kill. Are they gonna make it a triple? It's looking very likely. Nice knockup there. Gonna dodge that grand entrance with the flash of Joestar. Gonna get out of that one, and so will Prince. Close call, but why does Flo? Why are you here, bro? He got a late invitation to the party, just barely escaping death once again. He's floating by like, his floaties like has like 6
Wait,
holes in
Kobe!
it. Oh my God, no! This time around, Narwalis takes him out, hits him with the 3-pointer, dunks on him. I hate to see it.
And just with 20 seconds left until the next Drake comes up, this will put Sacramento Gold on Soul Point. That's what we love to see. Is now Prince is looking at a nice little 2v2 here with Joestar.
Yep, Joestar is there. Jacob plays on there as well. Devour goes through. Jordan is down. Tasty Beginnings getting knocked up. A lot of damage coming out. Narwalis is here, but I don't think there's too much that he can do at the moment. The stun at the Prince. The Encore gets dropped. Not going to find Tasty Beginnings, but the knockup still one. Now they're going to change targets, and Narwalis is looking lower and lower and lower, but his boys are there to back him up. Down goes Jacob. Next up on the list is going to be Prince. They're going to try to find Josh as well. They're finding everyone in the NAU roster. And with that, Widest Float, the only man standing because he wasn't there at the battle site. Everyone goes down, and so will the Dragon. Sacramento once again looking to take this thing home.
Just very indecisive from NAU, going on 2 targets, then rotating to try to catch Narwalis. And in the midst of the chaos, it all of a sudden became a 5v4 and just were able to continue to pick up kills. 7-1 on Meeper, who we haven't really talked about that much. Hasn't had to do anything too crazy, just silently finding themselves unstoppable here today, sitting on 2 items, not even at the point where we go, oh wait, Sivir's a problem. The Sivir's a problem now, not even on the Infinity Edge just yet. And once again, Sacramento just continue to play the map extremely well, taking down 2 tier 2 towers, and right at the 20-minute mark, they might be looking to go after this Baron if they get one small pick.
And not just Sivir's a problem. Now you look at Kamouch, a 6-1 as well, a bit of a problem. Tasty Beginnings 3-1 is also a bit of a problem. Narwalis 4-1, also a bit of a problem. It's a lot of problems, more than I can almost count.
Yeah, well, you know, at least Jorban's not a problem at the moment, maybe. No, that's not true.
Man.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm an optimist. What can I say? Joestar, though, I wonder how much health this Cho'Gath has now, because that's a very large health bar.
That's true. That is pretty damn big. It's like, and that's what we're talking about, right? It's like, even if he's, not gonna fall behind slightly, he's actually still doing pretty well for himself, doing a lot of damage, and you can see that Narwalis knows he has to respect Joestar. It's just so damn tanky with that gauntlet, with the Thornmail, with the plated boots as well, especially going into the stacked team that is SAC right now. It's gonna take a lot to take him down.
Yeah, the only thing that they lack at the moment, and we saw in a lot of these team fights, is that Prince has to basically say, hey, Baby Bird, Relux, Widest Float, sit in my pocket. I have to stand right next to these two and stop what is the dive of Sacramento. Because if that doesn't happen, Joestar doesn't have any tools. Joestar is a huge target, but if he misses the knockup, if he misses the silence, or he mistimes those things, they just go, we'll deal with you later, and just walk right past him. So a lot of this is going to be on Prince to keep the carries safe, to be able to deal the damage that they have available, sitting on nearly 2 items apiece.
Joestar has that Devour up once again. Go ahead and head on back as it's looking like a bit of an engagement might be going down here as they see, oh my God, wow. Just phasing him out of existence. Narwalis onto them, and that's exactly what we're talking about. If the Big Daddy Josh isn't there to save the day, everyone's going down. Jacob eats the dirt. Next up, Humble Trespass. Doesn't even get a chance to go through. Josh is here, gets the knockup. Gonna try and get this Devour. At least picks up that shutdown. And Dad is angry. You touched his baby birds. Tasty Beginnings, healing up as much as he can. Gonna use that Shadow Step to try and get away. Gonna dash over the wall, and Josh not fast enough to catch up to him.
He's big, but he ain't fast. Here, as they will get at least 3 kills off of that. 3 for 1 is a win if you're a mathematician, and could set up for the Baron here off this reset. They're gonna have a bit more tempo. They've got some early vision. No, they have no early vision in the area. There is some defensive warding done by the side of NAU to try to sniff out any of these plays. But yeah, it looks like they might be coming up here towards the top side. Jorban, the early scouting party, here to get some vision down.
I may not be mathematically inclined, but I could definitely tell that the 3 for 1, we take those, as well as having an 8K gold lead. We take those as well. SAC running it back from game number 1 right now. They're looking real strong. They're in a very good position. They've been dragon stacking, right? They're on soul point at the moment. This next drag up in a minute. And NAU knows that it's only a matter of time, really, before they have to face the music. They have to face SAC. Or do you think that they just give soul on over and try and make something happen on the map instead?
Well, you know, I'm a huge fan of Hextech Soul. I miss Static Shiv, RIP. And that's not something that I'd willingly want to give over to the side of Sacramento, because they do have so much run down already, as we're about to see right now. Jacob's not in the right place.
I was about to say, speaking of running down, they're running down Jacob Place, but actually, why does Float is the GOAT and saves his life with that Chaos Storm, looking to find some kind of pick. Actually, a lot of damage onto Tasty Beginnings, but doesn't want to overstep, doesn't want to run into this just a fog of war. It's quite scary, really. You know, you step too far forward, there's going to be someone waiting for you, and so instead, just going to force Tasty Beginnings to head on back. Almost finds the kill there, but that does show, regardless, still a lot of damage does come out from Why Does Flow, even as behind as they are.
Yeah, absolutely. They are just actually a little bit behind that second item, the Shadow Flame, to come online here as the Drake is started up, and they're just getting girl bossed out. They're not allowed. Gate kept away. Yeah, that is the Hextech Soul. Easy transition for him just to come up river, but Joestar is there.
Oh, dude, he is so massive, man. He is danged. Look at him, dude. He is towering over these walls as well. Seeing that, he's shaking in my boots a little bit. 4 and 3, but it's just the issue that all the members of SAC are incredibly fed. They're very tanky. Prince looking for something on Narwhal, but just doing any damage to the shield. Onto Relics here, trying to find something. A little bit of damage coming out, but Relics does hit surprisingly hard still for being 0-7.
Hey, you know what? They got the Last Whisper, they got the Kraken Slayer. There's some true damage coming through. Last Whisper, not that great of a component, right? Just gives a little bit of AD and has some armor penetration, which is going to help against, you know, the top side of the map of Sacramento. But it's still far away from the hard-hitting power that is available on this Misfortune. Why it's such a premier pick in solo queue right now and can be in team play. But Prince is not going to have a fun time here.
Oh, he's not. Steadfast Presence going to get dropped. Josh is there as well to lend some backup beam on this bot lane, though no one is there to help out. Why Does Float? Kamau just sitting in the bush waiting. It takes him out. Meeper with the flash to escape the bullet. Now they're going to try and turn things around. Relics is going to get popped though and allow Jacob and Relics to escape, stay alive for now, but I don't think that tier 2 is going to be live for much longer here. It's getting lower and lower. Josh, even as big as he is, knows that he can't just step up into that.
And they're just continuing to pressure around the map. Kamucha is going to get this push on the bot side while they start turning towards the Baron. It is 5v4. Does have the TP available to come in. There is some flanking wards set up around the area, so we're going to have to see. This could be the fight that ends the game one way or another.
Impossible. Josh, Joestar going to be the first to step up to the scene. They are going to at least get the Baron to reset. They lose their bot tier 2. Keep it coming through, and maybe they're actually going to look to do it themselves, but I don't think, Sacramento is not going to let that happen. So much damage coming through. First member goes down. Why Does Float goes down as well. Prince is going to be soon to follow. Boom, that's going to be the 3-man. Going to find themselves the 4-man. They at least find 1 kill onto Meeper, but that's about all they're going to get. Relux eats the dirt, and Big Daddy Josh Joestar eats the dirt as well. The Baron's not long either, and neither is NAU Rector.
That was a trap that was set up so wonderfully that they just got every wombo combo in the book down on NAU. They even had the flank TP from Kamucha just there to make sure that the deal was done. So they win out on both sides of the map. They get the tier 2, they get the team fight, they get the Baron, and now once again we're in the point where, like we talked about in game 1, there's no more fat left to cut off of NAU's base. This is now the tier 3s. This is now the inhibitors, the Nexus towers that are on the menu for Sacramento, and they still look hungry.
There's no fat to trim off, and there's no game to look forward to next for NAU. If they lose this, they lose the series, a best of 3. Right now, it's not looking too hot for them. They're 11 kills. Not even 11 kills. Excuse me, 21 kills down. I'm not mathematically inclined. I told you already.
You gotta take off your shoes if you're gonna count that high.
Exactly. Come on now. Like, I can only count as many fingers as I've got here. They've got, I mean, it's just almost a 12K gold lead down as well. It's just things aren't looking hot for him right now. And speaking of not looking hot, Jacob plays. Find themselves in a tricky spot there. Gravity Well is going to get dropped, though. Should keep them at bay for now. It's just, it's rough for NAU right now. It's just, the hope is dwindling.
Yeah, the hope is, like you said, dwindling with Meeper up on the top side, able to take out the tier 2, continuing to use what we call tempo, right? Their ability to play on multiple parts of the map before the enemy team can respond. Because of how strong all these members are, they kind of have to match 5v4 as Prince try to get some vision out, but Narwhal is just coming in.
Yeah, the hero's entrance, man. And I mean, he's scaring everyone. Wow, look at, oh my god, so much damage coming out there from Meeper. Relux incredibly low, and Jacob plays just barely escaping with a sliver of HP. That empowered cannon minion just taking out that turret slowly but surely as they wait for these next couple of minutes to pull up. This bot tier 3 is getting lower and lower by the second as well. Relux needs to be careful. Oh my god, Kamouch, what was that, man? That was just disrespectful. Just absolutely blows up Relics. They blow up the mid tier 3. Looking to do the same with the bot tier 3 as well. Don't quite find the knock up there from Joe Star, and so not gonna find anything out of it. Down goes the inhibitor as well. Now they're looking for more. Jacob goes down. Prince goes down. Joe Star, you gotta make something happen if you don't want to lose. But there's just nothing he can do. You can tank as much as you want, but you're still gonna eat the dirt. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and it's looking to me, Rektor, like NAU is falling for good tonight.
Yeah, just a well-placed masterclass of playing off of priority lanes and making these rotations around the map that set Sacramento up to just look wild, for lack of better terms. You know, this is the emergent league, and they're emerging as a force to be reckoned with here in this first series.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I called it a dominant performance in game number 1. This, I mean, it's just, it's a scary performance. They understand the assignment and they execute it to a T. It's amazing to see as well. Narwhal is right. My guy can literally do anything right. Game 1, they put him on a very safe pick, right? Just chill. Just put your sunglasses on, kick back, drink a margarita, and just chill. Game number 2, they say send it. Have fun, bro. Just send it. And he does exactly that.
Yeah, how do you go from a first item Frozen Heart to a Divine Sunder? You know, two very different looks. But they, like I said, they play well around priority lanes. They understand where they can make things happen and how to play the solo lane jungle 2v2 really well, and setting them all up for success along the way. And that's something great to see, especially at the gold and plat level, where you understand wave states, you understand roam timers, and are able to do these things effectively and not give up something on the other side of the map. That's awesome, because usually it's a 1-for-1 trade, right? You gank top side and your top laner dies, but the bottom side, you get to pick up a kill on the reverse. But instead, it was getting 3v2 kills on the bottom side and not even giving up a tower plane on the top side, rotating and killing the mid laner and just continuing to make these things. And, you know, like, shout out to NAU. They look strong in defeat because they were able to make corrections in a draft and have a much more competitive game 2. And they have things to clean up that they'll have the opportunity to across this season. That, hey, who knows where we'll see them in a few weeks.
Very true. Yeah, it definitely just felt like indecisiveness was one of the kind of main factors that I feel kind of killed them, right? Especially with that fight right in the river where they just couldn't really decide who they wanted to focus down. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, they were holding on quite well for the fact that they were like 20 kills down. They were like 10K gold down. And for a long time, especially towards that mid game, they still had the majority of their tier 2s. They still had quite a lot of infrastructure really in their base, when normally around that sort of time point, they'd all be gone already, and they would be like in their base, like hunting, like, we can't even leave base, bro. Please, just let us go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And hey, school's just now getting into session. You got to hit the books hard. You got to hit the rift hard, and there's a lot of upward mobility for NAU.
Yeah, definitely. Well, speaking of hitting hard, I'm getting ready to hit the bed hard. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting tired just from that series itself. And that is everything for us here tonight. That was the last series. Thank you so much for joining us. Regdor, thank you so much for being with me here once again, man. And see you guys next time. Take it easy. Stay safe.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you.
a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like